the shatter. Let the bodies hit the floor. Uprising Academy at 95%.
Right now with Hydra building up to this Bear Barrage so quickly.
Oh!
It has things!
Double kill in the back with the pulse bomb from the high ground. Aerial assault with that mine.
Impact se escucha de abajo gritar campeón a Sky Foxes.
Holy cow.
And after 42 consecutive losses, the Shanghai Dragons get their first win.
8 teams enter this weekend.
Oh no, Reinhardt, what are you doing?
We got a clip with minimal information. It's time to break it down. Speed, 25%. Go. Figure out what this man's SR is.
Keep fighting until it's for sure lost.
Winnable!
So you queue up for Overwatch Ranked, only to be greeted by this. Which then leads to this. And, oh no, Reinhardt, what are you doing? The solution? Elo Hell pickup games.
Hey, you know what? Just
Oh my god, it's huge! Oh! Kill! Let's go.
Open to players of all ranks and most platforms, Pugs give you the chance to experience competitive Overwatch as it was meant to be played. Competitively.
I need top.
I'm with you.
Shoot.
no way, dude.
Go. Let's go. Nice. Good call.
Players set their icons to indicate the role they want to play, then 2 captains pick their teammates and draft the most competitive teams they can. You can also take part in our pioneering learning event, Coached Pugs. To take part, join the Elo Hell Pickup Games Discord, and be sure to read the Pug Guide and FAQ. Good luck, have fun, and we'll see you in-game.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Trial of Champions. I am Chris Bupasaurus Lassard, here with someone that you might recognize. We've got James Clone Man D'Arcangelo coming in for his very first ever cast here for Overwatch. How are you feeling about everything? I'm excited to see you cast, but how are you feeling?
Me, I'm excited too. This is my first cast, and we have a great set of games for you guys today, and I'm really ready to get into it with you.
Yeah, no, totally. It's going to be an amazing set of games today. Today's schedule is on the screen right now. We're going to start off with Square One versus QARA, and then we're going to follow that up with Delta Phoenix and Noble. So let's go ahead and take a look at this first set of games, Square One and QARA, which is who we're going to see at first. So let's go and take a look at these rosters. We've got King, Speed, Brute, Milky Man, Aspen, who is a new addition for Square One, and Exarath. And then for QARA, it's Cabe, Anhu, Skiz, Specs, Madero, and Neptune. So, Clone Man, this seems to be a matchup of no names. You know, King, Milky Man, Aspen, Exarath, they've been in the tier 2 scene for a while versus some people who might be well known in the tier 2, tier 3 community, but not really outside of that, ready to make an impact in this world.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see what they have for us tonight. I mean, I'll definitely agree with you that we have some new people and some old people.
Yeah, totally. I'm old and you're new, right? So the other thing that I want to bring up too is Angelic is still on Square One, not listed currently on the starting roster. So I'm expecting Exarath or Aspen to be subbed out maybe per map due to the fact that Exarath does seem to favor supports that are not currently in the meta. But you never know what's going to happen because a lot of these teams have been working really hard. So one of the things that I definitely want to talk about too is how these metas, change in terms of what map we're on as well. So the map set is so very important for a lot of the teams because sometimes the luck of the draw helps you develop a little bit of an advantage. So this is going to be the map set for all of tonight. We're going to start on Oasis, followed by Hanamura, Hollywood, Dorado, and Ilios. Any kind of thing that pops out there in terms of possibilities of things we might see on one of these maps? Maybe let's start with Oasis.
Oasis, well, I can definitely tell you, Wrecking Ball has been really popular right about now. So high chance for that. Maybe some Sombra. Sombra's hack's really good against Ball, but um, so probably like a lot of dive. I'm gonna figure.
Yeah, and the one thing that I also want to talk about too is that North American Contenders has been in a very interesting spot in which, yeah, a lot of people do try to play with the meta, but there are certain teams that do function better with something like Rush, with something like a Reinhardt. And you know
Hmm.
Reinhardt pretty well, my friend. And Milky Man is a really good Reinhardt. So the one thing
Mm.
that I kind of wanted to say is right now the meta is Ball. Maybe we have a sprinkling of Sombra. But say your ball's not as strong as your Reinhardt. What's the argument to go for Reinhardt in that situation, in your opinion?
If you want to go for Reiner, then you got to get yourself a Lucio. You got to get that speed, and you're playing Rush at that point. You got to get in there.
Yeah, and so once you get in there, you get into the back line, but the hard part is, right, is how do you get in there? There are so many
Mm.
defensive capabilities for the opposing side to deal with something like the Reinhardt. I think there are just more tools to deal with Reinhardt than there are to deal with Wrecking Ball right now.
Yep.
And so, what do you think in terms of the details of why that is? So, what is the interaction with Wrecking Ball and the rest of the game that makes him so strong in the meta right now? I know you do a lot of VOD reviews for tanks on Mondays. So, what do you see from Wrecking Balls that really impresses you?
For the most part with Wrecking Ball, I just his survivability. You can just get in the backline. Oh, hey, I'm in your backline now. Reinhardt, you can't do that. You have to walk all the way there. And Wrecking Ball just boop, he's there. His adaptive shields that he has, that's all charge you're not giving the enemy team. Reinhardt, that's all of his HP, and he has a shield. But also, I have to admit, not his knock up is also very good too. You do that single target, very nice.
Yeah, yeah, and and I think you really speak to a lot of what we're going to see today, which is you have to make it to the back line, right? If you're
Hmm.
running that Reinhardt, how are you gonna take down the pillars before you get there into the back line so you can help the rest of your team or really escort them into those high value targets? And I think that's the thing that Milky Man and the rest of the team are going to have to really think about. The other thing that I want to talk about in terms of Square One is that support line. We're also missing Dove, who has been a mainstay on Square One, who really started popping off like at the Mayhem tournament a couple months ago on that
Yeah.
Widowmaker, but isn't here for Square One anymore. So we're going to see Aspen come in for Square One, coming in from Revival. And
Mm.
played very, very well there. Has a pretty large pool of supports. You said you've had a good amount of experience playing with her in your ranked game so far. So, what kind of things that we might expect from Aspen based off of what you've seen in your games?
Uh, I know she has a wonderful Mercy. Her Baptiste is really good. Her Lucio really fantastic. I've seen her do some crazy things with that. I'm talking some of the pros like Owl stuff, like good stuff in hand for us.
Yeah, exactly. So, one thing that I think everyone gets the opportunity to do here in trials is the ability to make a name for yourself, right? One thing that's really awesome about this tier of event is you might be able to separate yourself from the rest when you're here in trials. But the hard part is what's going to get you to be successful in contenders. Again, you have a lot of experience in contenders. Admittedly, it was a little bit
Yeah.
polarizing at times,
Yeah.
but
Good and
my
bad.
boomer. You're welcome, and my boomer status. Remember casting you like a year or two ago on XL2 on
Hmm.
Skyfoxes. So, what do you think is kind of one of the biggest changes in terms of someone who's going to perform really well in contenders versus someone who's going to be kind of on the bottom side of that contenders ladder? What's the difference in terms of play that makes a great contenders team?
Uh, what we're looking for, or what I'm looking for, and probably other people are, is you really want nice, clean gameplay. You want dives to be good. You want to see good calls, not good alt usage. You don't want to see five ults into a fight every single time. You want to be seeing 1-2. You want to see proper cooldown usage on these teams. You want to see them work around payloads and objectives. That's pretty much what you want to see.
And so, but I'm once we get into the game, we're getting all that set up. We're getting those lobbies going. So let's go ahead and talk about Kara a little bit. So I talked to Gunther a little bit earlier today, and one thing that he mentioned that I think is actually really really cool is maybe the fact that our team isn't as well known. Right, is gonna be a little bit of advantage. You kind of see that maybe pulling through again you've had that experience of facing the Atlanta academies where you're going to know exactly what you're getting yourself into.
Yep.
But also it's, I think sometimes that's kind of how you kind of prep yourself up to maybe lose, but give yourself a little bit of hope.
Yeah, you definitely sometimes have that little bit of unknown. You're like, who are these people? Who is this? Sometimes you like, it's maybe nobody. All right, they all can beat that, and then sometimes they beat you, and you go, wow, that was impressive.
So what specifically makes it impressive, right? So let's get into the nitty gritty. Like, what are some specific moments that can make an underdog moment impressive? What are something that underdogs need to do in order to win against someone like Square One?
Individual play can be a big thing, right? Sometimes a star player pops out, and you're like, wow, didn't expect to see this person. They do a great. Sometimes it can just be the team themselves that does really good. They just play really phenomenal, and even though that well-known team, we know them, they just don't have what it takes to beat a better team that just has better coordination.
Yeah, I think it reminds me of like old school Golden State Warriors before everyone, got bought into the team, where the first championship they won, it was because they were a team of no names, but great teamwork. When Gordon Hayward was on Butler a bunch of years ago, I know this is probably flying over a lot of heads, but my weird sports ball knowledge is coming into play right now. It was another team effort. The defense came together. Not one person was a mega star, but they really were able to enable the correct player in the correct situations. Because the thing about Overwatch is you're not going to always enable your DPS. You're not always enabling your tank, right? So that's, I think, the hard part about support right now is where are you going to apply your resources? And so, the support lines are going to be pretty interesting. But the other thing that I wanted to really prep the audience for today is what heroes we're going to see. So number one, Echo has been running rampant so far. This is, I believe, the patch before live, so this is not the brig changes. We still might see her, but she's not in the state that she is right now in live. I will get that confirmed in just a second, but in the end, what kind of heroes are you thinking about seeing? We know we're going to see the Echo, but what is good against her? What are we going to see with her?
If we have anything to follow with that was the contenders that finished up recently, so we're probably still on the same patch as them. So you might see a little bit of what Hurricane was running, that ball, the ball diva, Sombra, or Soldier Tracer, my mistake, and what was it, Zen and Brig, I think. They were playing, so that we could get that again. We could get maybe a little something spicier that somebody could has prepared for this tournament. You never know.
And that's the best part about tier 2 or tier 3, right? You can only do like so much scouting. You know what I mean? Right? There's just so much changing every day. I mean, Aspen, I think, was added to the team 2 days ago. And so like you never quite know the full story before you go into the match, unless you're actually on Square One. As Square One is probably one of the most consistent rosters so far in contenders. And I say that because, I made the joke earlier that Cloman and I are a little bit boomers here in the Overwatch world. But in 2018 and 19, when Cloman was a player in contenders and I was casting contenders, almost all of these players were in contenders at that time. Specifically, Angelic is someone who has been on that same team the entire time. And honestly, that's very, very rare in esports just in general. So what kind of advantage or disadvantage do you think that's going to provide something like Square One? They're going to be familiar. And I think that that's one of those disadvantages where you're going to know exactly what you're going to get, but how do you turn that around into something that might help them across the finish line?
Having older veterans is always really nice. I mean, you have people that have experience, they have experience and they just have knowledge a lot, and they can just help their team in like dire situations. Oh, hey, they're like, everybody's a little stressed out, and like, hey, it's calm down. I've been in this situation before. We can do A, B, and C. All I have to do is just do that, and we'll be all good.
All right, and we're going to get to the game. Here we go, Clement. Your first cast is beginning. I am so excited for it. And so it's going to be Square One and QARA. We're going to start off on Oasis. This particular point is pretty interesting because the way all Oasis points are pretty difficult to flip, but this one can be a little bit more complicated. In terms of coupons right now, we do have the red bubble. See the Sombra on who is going, let's use, is going to stick around, probably not. The teleporter, and here we go. Now it's going to be on that tracer. So we've got Orchid Neptune is going to be the support line there. Specs is an amazing diva, definitely someone to watch. But I'm going to have my eye on who right now in terms of that tracer and who might pop off on QARA. On the other side, my eyes right now are on Milky Man. Milky Man is that Reinhardt that has struggled on this Wrecking Ball. So here on City Center, whoever wins the point first has over an 85% chance to win the round in general. So this first cap is so important. And we already have a split in terms of picks. King's going to get one, Cave is going to get one, and now QARA is going to actually get a one-man advantage on the point. Remember, the advantage of the first point take is so large, you want to be able to own it. This point is so hard to flip. That's why you're seeing Square One attack this point with such reckless abandon right now. They want to try to win this out. They want that advantage themselves. But it looks like QARA slowly but surely is coming on back. But without that mech, Cloudman Specs is going to be a little bit worse for wear. And this is a long fight, but really this is what City Center is about.
All about getting in there, getting fast, get the dives. Hold on to point as long as you can. Don't let the enemy team get it. You want that point captured. Ooh, it's going to be a missed pulse bomb there, but looks like it's going to flip back over to Square One, though.
Yeah, so with a battle of attrition, right, is kind of how that happened, right? So Square One, long drawn-out fight, but eventually they got the picks they need, and the way that those respawns worked, QARA is going to have to try to come back onto this point. The unfortunate thing for Square One is look at that ultimate economy. Look at those fortunes in the top right. We're potentially going to have a 6-pack of ultimates. The only 6-pack that you're probably going to see today is QARA. It has a lot of really good ultimates. You've got Mr. Legs Cave on that Soldier 76 that can flank, and you can also run Skiz in a separate area of the map to cause a whole sort of destruction. So if you're looking at Skiz, you're probably getting shot by Cave, and look at Brute right now. Gets stunned out, gets through the mech, and now he's going to have to try to get right back into it as Anhu is coming back onto this point. But already we're at 45% on the clock right now. It's Square One trying so hard to keep this point. They've already come back pretty much twice on that last fight, but it's going to be so much harder now as the kills are coming a lot more cleanly, a lot more focused now from QARA, and they should be able to flip this point soon.
So looks like they used 5 ultimates to get that. Pulse Bomb just charged really fast, though. So we'll have that for the next fight, most likely. Diva Bomb coming in here. Looks like Square One's only really packing about... They have a lot of ults coming back into this, though. So the chance of them flipping this is very high, Boo.
Okay, so now that we know that the chance of them flipping it is definitely a possibility, we need to look at how they're going to do it. So one of the best ways is to open up, maybe with that duplication station from King on that Echo, maybe get Milky Man in there, Speed gets a pulse bomb, but you have to create an opportunity. You can't just walk in even if you have those ultimates. So Brute's going to go ahead and start things off with that self-destruct, take down K, but there's going to be a trade on the other side. So it's a 2-for-1 trade right now. It's Xrath's going to come up big on that DPS, get that final blow there, and with Aspen, with that Valkyrie is keeping everyone alive. Square One investing 3 of those ultimates in this fight, but QARA still in control of the point. They're going to try to hold on to this as long as possible. And honestly, Clone Man, the way that this map works, I think QARA is going to be able to come back and fight once more.
Yeah, the respawns aren't too far away, and the characters they pick very fast. They get there lickety-split.
Lickety-split indeed, but they're going to fall anyway. But look at this stall. 61% has exceeded Square One's percent right now. So now the ultimate goal here is either keep the point because we already have Cade with another ultimate, or try to claw your way to that 80%. Because if you get to that 80%, we're going to have one fight territory, and it looks like QARA is going to be able to do just that and actually own the point. Because if they're able to clean up here, Square One might not even have an opportunity to bring it back, and we're really close to that being a reality.
Yeah, the point has been flipped. Stayed with QARA. It's going to be tough, but they're going to be looking for maybe a minefield backline, trying to look for that boop tracer pick. QARA is definitely getting grouped up in that corner again, so watch out for Diva Bombs again.
When you group up, you always have to think about even that Wrecking Ball too, not just that Diva Bomb, because that Wrecking Ball is going to tear you apart and try to isolate one of you, but Aspen's going to fall very early on in this fight. When you lose that Mercy, you know what you don't have is that reset. So even though the kills are coming back, it's going to be much harder for Square One to stay in this fight, but Xrath is coming up to that sound barrier, but is a little too late to save Speed in the end. And right now, I would say Square One is a little behind in this fight. Slowly but surely, QARA QARA is winning the war of attrition. They're not getting these picks one after another. They're coming a little bit delayed, but they're not in control anymore either, as Square One was able to flip the point in the middle of this fight. 88% to 99% right now, as QARA going to go ahead and try to avoid this pack visor from the Echo. So now that the duplication has ended, and that ultimate from that Soldier 76 that she stole didn't really do anything, and Aspen is back. This fight's pretty much reset.
Indeed, it has. Boo. Looks like Cabe's going to come in with his visor. Very good. Aspen's Mercy Ult's going to be going down soon. They have a Diva Bomb just for backup. And it looks like QARA is going to be flipping this point back to them.
Oh man, this is back in a fourth. I mean, it's a definition of a close matchup so far, but the way that it's come up has been very interesting. It's not like one team is playing mega clean. One team seems to be gritting it out more than the other one, as finally we get that final cap. And if this is going to be how the rest of the series goes, well, man, we might be here for a while. That's a-okay, because this round was awesome.
Yeah, that was quite something. The dives came in pretty decently. I said there was a couple. I saw a nice pile drive into a Diva Bomb, get a good pick. Alt usage wasn't too bad. You know, sometimes a little much, but other than that, I'm pretty happy with that.
Yeah, and so as a player, right, you're coming in, you're down one round. You are on University now, right? What is the plan to try to kind of come up? Did you see anything in terms of Square One that you think that maybe QARA can take advantage of on this round and maybe find a little bit more success?
Just keep maybe look for that dive. It looks like they're going to be doing it again. And it looks like QARA is going to be playing the Rein Zarya, looking for a little bit of that rush we talked about a little bit earlier.
Yeah, I was told earlier today this is also called, you know, a potential, like, it's a little Goats-esque with the Reaper and that May, but more specifically the Reinhardt and the Zarya, Moira, and Lucio combo. But I've really been enjoying the fact that Echo has really shown up here, and something that you're going to find is I think Reaper and Echo do keep tabs on each other pretty well, but anytime you see an Echo on the field, you have to think about who they're going to duplicate. There's a lot of really good options too for Square One to make that duplication station really come through, but King's just going to get a kill the good old-fashioned way with some nice little laser beams, and now the 65, 5v5 now for QARA, and this is what I'm talking about. Even years ago, Square One had this problem with focus fire, time to kill just too long. It's like they let the other team come back onto these points when maybe another team might suffocate them a little bit more.
I would like to see them play a little bit safer, just do what they were doing. Let them try to get on the point, keep stuffing them in there, and they got a little overzealous and tried to get in there. King played a little too aggressive and got picked, and then it all fell downhill from there. Echo was a key person for this.
Yeah, I think he got a little big for his britches there with that Echo. Got that one kill and then was like, I can do more. But Orca's going to try to do more himself. His skid's going to get set up with a double kill. So it's going to be a 6v4 right now for QARA, who's going to be able to extend their lead even further than it is. And remember, I would say that QARA is the underdog in this situation. King going to go ahead and move over to that Winston, but gets bursted down so quickly. So far, King has only been able to get half of the ultimates off. The 76 last round and the Winston this time. And the thing about Echo is you have to find value, and we finally do find it, but this time it's from the support of Exarath. Valkyrie means that we're going to stay in this fight. The Reaper is going to try to end it with that death loss. Without Exarath, they're not going to have a lot of an easy way to get out of the fight without that Song of Speed, and this is going to hurt them because of that.
Neptune, QARA doing a good job with ultimates there and coming in, playing pretty safe, making sure that they stay alive, fall back to point, make Square One use stuff, and they definitely use some stuff. But Square One's coming back in here with some pretty nice ultimates. They have that Echo ultimate again. Maybe another Winston in the back line.
Oh man, what's worse than one Winston in your back line? A Winston
Two.
Yeah, and then followed up by that self-destruct. Okay, so we already have another sound barrier for Exarath, and this time we're going to use it a little bit more tempo-related, getting onto the point, and to make sure that we have an ability to try to fight this back, because we're in one-fight territory. Brute's going to need something from the self-destruct. You're hearing it go off, and nothing happens, but it probably sets up a little bit of a kill, but Cave is going to find it instead. That focus onto that Wrecking Ball is why it's so hard to play against it. You see that Wrecking Ball go down, and then that Reaper fell right after that. We're continuing to trade, and the MVP so far here has been Exarath. 2 melee kills means that Lucio is in your face. That distance does not matter.
He's not afraid to get in there, Boo.
Yeah, exactly. Not afraid to get in there, and they're going to be able to flip the point because of it.
Yeah, I got to shout out Exarath there. He got 3 kills that fight for his team. Really showing the star Lucio there, huh?
Yeah, the star Lucio was the last time you got to say that, Clone Man, huh?
Don't look at me. I'm not a Lucio.
That is for sure, as now we're going to get potentially the last fight. QARA, if they're able to win this, win out the round and the map in this first 2-3, we do get that stick, but you're gonna kill yourself! I don't know if that's just Anhu mispositioning or Milky Man having a big brain play, just rolling towards the Tracer, but not having an escape plan for that is a little suspect in my opinion, as Square One is going to continue their advantage on at the point, and especially the fact that the Sombra is the one that fell means that EMP is going to be much later, and we're investing ultimates into this fight for some reason.
It gets a pick though, and another Diva Bomb coming in fast.
And so another Diva Bomb is going to come on. Rupert's going to get down Skiz. So we're going to be able to keep this point and set ourselves up much better for the next fight than QARA could do themselves.
And they got that beat online, have a minefield, Tracer Pulse Bomb. You're looking for maybe a Slam Pulse Bomb here. Just keep stuffing them. Don't let them come in. You don't want QARA coming in and trying to locate your Lucio here. It's going to be very dangerous.
Well, the thing about that is Xwrath, I think, is making them locate him by getting in their face. Another stick, this time doing it right. Speed is going to be able to rewind back, take down Neptune, and that's a big disadvantage for QARA. This is looking like a 1-1 tie so far. We do have another sound barrier from Xwrath, keeping everyone alive. Milkyman's going to try to get down to that health pack. Both the Mercy and the Wrecking Ball are going to be able to come right back up, so that's not going to be as consequential as Thea Reinhardt going in there. We are going to zone the Winston using those proximity mines, and we finally get that hack, and Cave is getting so close to that EMP. Barely enough time to get there, but is there any follow-up? Two people get hacked onto Square One. Xwrath is getting pretty low. Is QARA going to be able to bring this back? It looks like it's a 3v3 right now on the point with the fourth member of QARA coming on back. It looks like Cave is going to try to get into the back line, but right now has already been found. Another coalescence has started. Valkyrie keeping everyone alive as well. So many ultimates, not a lot of action so far. It does remind me a little bit of Goats, to be honest with you, as that, my friends,
was a Charlie Niner.
Is a Charlie Niner. I was ready to go for much longer, Clone Man, but they decided they were done, but at least Square One was able to win the point.
Yeah, take a breath, take a breath. You're going to have to do it again. These fights have been long.
Very, very long. So why are fights long like this? What about this current setup of heroes on the field makes the fight so long?
I think just the Wrecking Ball is very hard to pin down sometimes. That's why I think QARA switched to that Sombra to try to deal with it. You know, it's very hard to find people sometimes to dive on, right? The Mercy and the Echo are going to be in the air the whole time. They don't have much to shoot up there. Maybe the Diva can fly up there and do it, but it's just more like a pest in that case.
You need a little bit more impact, is what I'm kind of hearing from that, especially from the Sombra. Whenever you see a Sombra on the field, that Sombra is the star. They're going to be pushing the plays. They're going to be winning those team fights. It's almost like a mini game when you're the Sombra, right? You're kind of just farming up that ultimate and getting those hacks, setting other people up. But that EMP is a game-winning ultimate and gets stronger the later the round goes. And QARA coming out hot. I mean, 2 early kills on this point. I like the tempo that they're doing. And right now, I think the whole point of maybe they didn't really know this team, maybe it was a little bit of an unknown, is actually affecting Square One, because the pace that QARA is coming back into these points with is very aggressive and a little bit unexpected.
Yeah, I think if I'm not mistaken, Cabe got a hack on the Mercy, and you saw him try to Aspen try to fly back up into the air, but he couldn't. And just easy prey, easy prey.
Yeah, and easy prey is always going to get taken down when it comes to this level of Overwatch. We're gonna have Specs keeping that high ground nice and safe with a little bit of support. Listen to some tunes right now. I know we all need that, kind of relax. As Square One and QARA will be meeting each other once again. Another pretty complicated point to flip. This is another common point where you see multiple fights going, especially in this meta. Speed has that Pulse Bomb. And remember, Pulse Bombs get developed so quickly, you're going to see them grow into nothing, and sometimes you're going to see them get stuck.
Like that.
But exactly, but we're going to get another one so quickly that you're able to kind of use that resource a little bit more frivolously than, say, a Graviton Surge. Anhu, though, is going to start things off with another First Blood. That's, I think, maybe the 3rd or 4th time that Anhu has started off with a kill in these fights. And so far, QARA doing a very good job keeping everyone safe. Look at those health bars on a QARA. The only people getting damaged right now are the tanks, and that means things are going perfect.
Yeah, Diva Bomb getting used there by QARA. It looks like they're pushing them. They're keeping them choked in that in the hookah room there. They did not want them to get out of there. They throw Diva Bomb, everything at it. And if you notice too, Milky Man switched to the Roadhog.
And Milky Man onto that Roadhog means that he wants to have a little bit more effect on the game, but he's going to get bullied by the Sombra, at least definitely get kept tabs on by this Sombra. And Cave, all Cave needs to do is have a good EMP at this point, and QARA will win the map, especially over 80%. In terms of ultimates, though, we have got good ones on both sides. EMP, but does get the Zenyatta. So that means that Transcendence isn't going to be available, but Aspen was just in time able to get that rally off, keeping everyone alive on that team. Zonhu is going to go down, but this isn't the worst deal for QARA at this point. They have so much wiggle room. They only need to win one fight, but Square One did a very good job keeping some of those ultimates. Use those 2 support ultimates, but in terms of ultimate economy, I think Square One played that almost perfectly.
Yeah, I'd like to shout out Square One there for Aspen, giving the armor to the Zen, so he doesn't have a flat 50 HP. Nope, he's got a full 150. He's not going to die easily with that EMP on him.
Oh, but this time around, though, Aspen's going to go down first. No rally to save them, and that's going to be a little bit of a disadvantage for Square One. They do have that Pulse Bomb. A nice pick there is going to work out, but who needs a Pulse Bomb when you've got a king, my friends? As that Echo is going to take down, I think, the biggest threat so far from QARA, which is Anu.
Yeah, he's been doing a lot of work in the backline there. Definitely hard for Tracer sometimes to get it, depending on where the Echo is. If she's high in the air, it's a little tricky, but she comes down. But you also have to be careful, though, as a Tracer. Echo does a lot of damage up close.
Yeah, and very quickly, right? If the sticky bombs get on you, I mean, if you don't have rewind, you're dead. And so with that Echo, you always have to think about kind of, if you guys are old school players, the Pharah situation when Tracer and Pharah used to appear all the time. There are moments where that is an advantageous position for Tracer, and then there are moments where that's an advantageous position for Echo. So we're definitely going to be seeing that kind of interaction, but we do see Cave already switching over to that 76. Not happy with that Sombra so far. Great initial pick on it to a Milky Man, so it's going to be a 65-14 that Transcendence out of XRF to start Aspen. So very close to that rally. There are no more resources for QARA, so all they have to do is stay on to this point long enough to develop those ultimates. If they're able to do that, they're going to be able to win this point, but things are getting a little squirrely right now as Square One did get Cave, and without that tag riser, they're not going to have the same amount of environmental control as they might have had a little bit earlier on, but now he's going to use those legs. He's going to run as fast as he can to come right back onto this point. Square One, though, doing a great job defending their territory here, but this is going to be a bread and butter Overwatch fight. One ultimate so far. We're going to get a couple moving on, but we do have the rally from Square One. We maybe will have attack visor from Cave, but if this Pulse Bomb hits, if this Pulse Bomb gets 1 or even 2, it'll be huge, but it won't be able to do much anymore as both Tracers actually fall immediately, but Cave doing a very good job helping butter up a lot of those takes so they can get final blows by their teammates. Milky Man needs to stay alive onto this Wrecking Ball, not his favorite champion, and look at that body block from Brute. That's exactly what you want to do as a diva. That is an A+ effort from them, and once again, another long fight, Cloudman, but it really seems to me that Square One might be pulling it out, but no! The momentum shifts once again as Orchid finds another pick. They end up giving out the point, but Square One does have a little bit more time to come back on, compete for overtime. They just have to get there first.
Yeah, it seems to me like this is a very, very drawn-out fight. All's being thrown everywhere, players fighting on the flanks. Very hard to call.
Exactly, and so even though we're still getting those picks, remember we said at the beginning of this round that this is one of those map types that you can really come back on and delay just with 2 or 3 people, but now finally one of these teams is doing a very good job in terms of focus fire, and you're trying to get those kills immediately one after another, and that means a round and map win for QARA. In my opinion, a little bit of an upset against Square One, the veterans of Contenders, losing against some moderately unknown names. But as time goes on, if they perform like that, especially Anhu, we're going to be saying their names a lot more.
Yeah, I was really impressed. They went in there really fast and hard. They wanted to get those kills. They wanted to play their game, and they did it.
And so what is their game, Cloudman? If you were to kind of like put a label on their game, what would you say it was?
I would definitely say, they're looking for the Wrecking Ball to get in there, kind of disrupt them. They're looking for picks on the Soldier. He's going to try to flank. Same thing with when they were playing the Sombra, looking for that little bit of a hack like we first saw on that last map there, right? The Mercy gets hacked. What does she do? She does nothing. She dies without the safety of her team. That's just what they're doing. They're just getting in there, taking those resources, pushing them in there. I mean, I felt like I saw Square One stuff always.
And so I agree with you because the one thing about that matchup that really struck me about both teams was that focus fire when things got squeaky, when things got close, right? It seemed like the kills came by slower. You know what I mean?
Mm.
And so, yes, there's a lot of mobility. Yes, there's a lot of flanking potential, especially with that wrecking ball. So, what is kind of like back in the day, it was okay. If there's a Pharah, do you focus on the Pharah in the sky, or do you focus on the ground game and then look at the Pharah? I think Wrecking Ball kind of falls in the same category. What's the
Hmm.
strategy there? Who keeps tabs on the Wrecking Ball and who keeps tabs on everybody else?
I think it's one of those everybody kind of keeps tabs a little bit. You're like you realize where he's at. You always want to kind of know like, okay, this is important. Like if he comes in and rolls through and he hits a big slam on all of us and we get all knocked up, this is gonna be a problem. So I think Brig does a really good job of that, just stopping the stun whip, keep him away. Go away. We don't want you. But you do have to careful with the Pharah too if stuff like that comes into play, or like the Echo for us. Does high damage. You need to be careful of that.
And that I think the cool thing about Echo specifically, a little bit more than Farah, is I think Echo depends on a lot of individual decision making. Yes, there's a lot of it on Farah, but Farah's going to like push and funnel a team with her rockets into somewhere and help the team in another way. Where I think Echo is going to be doing a little bit more raw damage, using that duplicate to give a little bit more of an advantage that they necessarily wouldn't have been able to get, right? Because of roll lock,
Hmm.
Echo's ultimate is so strong. And to have just like an extra tank like a Winston is so powerful. Why are we seeing Echo in general? Yeah, you said it was the damage, but is
I
this
think yeah,
yeah,
I
is this
definitely
more
agree.
of a like a person thing, or is it more of like Echo's just really good right now?
I just think all around decent. I mean, you have that beam that does more damage with targets below 50% HP. The ability just to take copy of anybody you want on the enemy team can be very helpful. You want a tank to dive with your other Winston, right? Two instances. What's worse than one Winston? We said two. What's worse than one diva? Two divas, right? So I mean that can be something, or you can even get a support. I've seen it before. Brig's a really strong support to pick, and some of these teams are playing it.
All right, so let's see where we might see that being played on the next map. I believe is going to be Assault, which is Hanamura. So if you get to choose an Assault map, this is a great one. In terms of competitive play, it's been here forever. So what are the highlights in terms of pro play? Like when you go into a Hanamura match, right? What is your coach telling you to look for?
We're kind of looking for kind of what, first of all, if you're attacking, you're looking for what the enemy team's playing. What can you get around that? For us, we're probably looking for maybe the ball to get into position, look for a dive. The enemy teams, the defenders are looking to pretty much just stuff them at the choke. Maybe give them a little bit of space and then dive their back line, or maybe just focus down like a tank when they come in with Sombra. So
Yeah, I totally agree. And the one thing about Hanamura too, and really all Assault maps is we kind of know how to play these maps. Kings Row is the same way, right? A lot of our like early maps, we've really explored most of what they can offer, right? So it ends up being either a mechanical, an aim difference, because the map knowledge, the macro map knowledge seems to be pretty well known, specifically with assault maps and Kings Row, because Kings Row is the best map, obviously.
yeah,
But
scrims
when it
row.
comes to yeah, exactly. So when it comes to Hanamura, and based off of how you've seen these two teams play, right, it's going to be a little different than Control, but this time to kill issue that both teams have had, I think, will come into play for both teams here on Hanamura, especially when it comes to the second point.
Yeah, we're gonna be looking for see if QARA keeps up with that aggressive play. They go right in, they get that hack, they do what they want. Is Square One gonna be able to adapt to that, or they're gonna be able to maybe learn to be, oh hey, maybe we play aggressive, or maybe we need to play a little farther back. It's gonna
Mhm.
be interesting to see.
Yeah, and I think that like adjustment is what makes again this kind of situation so compelling, which is all right, you already showed us a look, right? So are you going to show us something similar on this next round, or are you going to show us something completely different, right? I've been watching a lot of Queen's Gambit recently. Great show, by the way. Everyone should watch it. It is not what you think it is, but it's something that they were talking about is how important openings are, right? And how knowing and understanding how things start is so important. And it, I think, rings true here in Overwatch as well, especially on something like Assault, where like the offensive team will be able to counter the comp on the other side because of spawn advantage. But you have to be knowledgeable about all of those certain situations and knowing exactly who is good, who is going to bring you the victory here. And so we talked about teams. Let's talk about individuals now. For me, on QARA, I really thought Anhu was doing really good. And anytime a DPS does well, it's usually because they're getting enabled by their supports. In terms of Square One, who would you like to kind of shout out, and someone that maybe if they invest a little bit more into this player, we might see a different result on this map?
I'm thinking King's doing really good right now. I mean, he just needs to play a little bit more safe, I think, and he's going to be doing picture perfect. Also, I'd like to shout out Zerath. I mean, that Lucio play, like, that saved them.
It sure did. The only reason why they're competitive right now was because of that Lucio play, 2 melee kills. I mean, that's basically, he's like telling him a secret and then slapping him in the face. That's how close he was. Whispered sweet nothings and then got a little slap at the end to send him back to spawn. But we're going to go ahead and start things off on Hanamura. We do have a couple different scenarios happening right now in terms of the teams. We don't ever look at the offensive team until the gates open, but right now Square One running the Sigma on the defense this time.
Yeah, I'm thinking Sigma is looking to maybe help take an area, kind of hold it, maybe help his backline a little bit, is my thoughts. Also got the Roadhog too.
Yeah, Brute is going to be like the fortifier, right? He's going to be the bricklayer of a point. Something that, you know, back in Double Shield, you literally just saw Sigmas playing, you know, patty cake with each other, like on payloads and stuff. So Brute is going to be in charge of dealing with the area around the point and could potentially deal with Skiz if a nice accretion does land his way. Of course, Grab Flux as well is going to be a big ult in terms of dealing and controlling the mobility of QARA, because once QARA gets on the point, it's going to be really hard to take him off. Square One on the other side of the equation has some good mobility themselves, but they're going to be a little bit more pick-oriented.
It looks like QARA is going to be switching over to the double shield themselves, looking like they just want to brute force their way in, probably just break that Sigma shield, look for a pull, and that's toast for whoever's there.
Yeah, and brute force seems to be the name of the game for QARA so far. They like pressing W. They're going to go on a nice rotation, but they're going to get stuck instead as Square One gets 2. Not as, like, explosive as these control rounds have been.
Yeah, it looks like Spree's going to take a little bit of flank here. It's going to be hard for them to get through after losing 2 members. But lucky for them, they are the quick ones, I think. So they're gonna be careful about that.
You got it. You gotta let that breathe. You know, right? That's how you develop that tension, Clone Man. And so now Square One still has an advantage. This is, I mean, it's actually almost jarring to see the different pace right now. At this point, I feel like on the last map, we had already gotten like 7 fights, right?
Yeah.
So far, we've gotten 2 because this actually keeps happening. This is actually a huge opening right now as King must have not had that rewind and actually got bopped off or booped off of that field. My name is Boop. I should have gotten that. Anyway, QARA now is going to come right back and fall, though. So this is now a 5v5. Any advantage has been thrown away. Ultimate's much better off for Square One at the moment. The Graviton Flux is going to, again, help things get delayed. I don't believe did get a lot of value, but definitely took away a lot of the field of play for QARA. And even though they're getting a couple more picks, what's happening right now? That lack of focus fire. We have those ultimates, but we have to be really good and focused on who our main targets and our main priorities are going to be. And right now, I think both teams having a hard time, but when you get a nice little tac visor and grenade there, you get 3 at once, that's, you know, one person's doing it, and you're going to compensate for the others.
Exactly. I think QARA there was a little bit of a throw, in my opinion, wasting the rally and the trans. They didn't have the players they needed. Sure, they get back faster, but you really got to make sure everybody's there.
You know, it's just, you gotta be a teacher and call roll, right? You gotta, you know, someone's gonna stay present just to be, you know, that guy. That was me, by the way. But, you know, you have to take note. And the thing about Overwatch is not everything that you're seeing is the most important thing, right? We don't really see where the wrecking ball is, and that's exactly what makes it stressful. You can almost assume that the other team has to track that and understand where that wrecking ball is coming from. I actually see him going around into the backline right now as we're getting some ultimates. Aspen's gonna get stunned out, but at least gets to that rally just in time, and that rally might be able to get them enough HP to push through QARA's assault here. But the problem now is the spawn advantage is for the offense, so any trade is going to be much better for the offense, but we keep getting trades onto the point, and trades are going to slow the tempo down a little bit. As you can see, Square One still on the point. They're losing slowly but surely, but maybe there's been enough time to get everyone back.
Yeah, I'm thinking QARA's got just enough picks just to come in the nick of time and get this point. It did take them the full amount of time, though, to get that.
Exactly. 14 seconds, and remember the changes from a while ago. You don't get as much time as you used to for capturing this point, so Square One can feel really good about that defensive effort with only 3 minutes on the clock for QARA to get that second point.
Yeah, I would say that was a solid defense coming in from Square One. They really held their line. They didn't let QARA play their game.
Oh man, I love that you said that, because one of the things about Overwatch is if you're able to get the opposing team to play your game that you're better than them at, you're probably at an advantage. Finally, after what felt like years, they were able to get onto the point. Nice pick onto Anhu. That's going to mean that this push is over. There is no momentum push onto the point. We're going to have to try again. We have about 3 or 4 left.
Yeah, it looks like Square One going to be using not much there. Just a nice clean pick coming in from Speed. Core just to be saving up ults. All I got to say for this is make sure you're getting to the objective. You got to get that time on there, and then hope that you have enough ults.
Cross your fingers, cross your heart, hope to die, stick a needle in my eye. Those ults, those check marks come through. But again, there is a Sombra on the field, which means that EMP is going to be the key, potentially, that will unlock this point. That was beautiful, as Aspen's going to get stuck, and not on the shield, is going to die anyway. So this is a 6v5, but they're going to need a lot more than that to try to get onto the point. Beautiful sound barrier from Neptune that actually extends that fight a little longer. That extra half second might be the difference in terms of winning or losing that fight for both of these teams, as QARA now gonna lose out. They're still waiting for that EMP. In my opinion, Cabe is good, gets a pick, but isn't developing that EMP very quickly.
Yeah, him and Anhu there keep trying to be a little sneaky and go for those early picks, and they got an early pick, but it just seems they didn't have people on point to really start contesting, to start bringing people over. But now the EMP's online. How is Square One going to play against us? They're going to have to play safe. Maybe try to have somebody on there. They don't want to get everybody bunched up. You never want a 6-man EMP. That's horrible for you. Good for
you're
them.
most likely going to lose that unless you are 2019 Atlanta Academy. But that's far from the truth at this point. That's probably the best team that's ever been in a Contenders. These teams now trying to get there, right? That's the part of the path to pro, getting there, becoming the best. And you have to land more on that EMP in order for that to happen. Trade's always going to be much better for the defense in this particular situation. We are getting down in terms of the clock. So now QARA has a very interesting situation, almost a predicament. Now on at this second point, which is, do we invest and push forward? If we do, this is probably our last push, or do we do a little bit of a soft reset? But I think they're making the right decision now with keeping themselves onto the point. Cave now must have heard me talk, because now we're already at 45% on that EMP, and we might not even need it, as we're already at 2.5 ticks right now. And QARA, one by one, we finally get that focus fire. We finally get Square One all back in spawn moderately at the same time. So now we have to switch characters. It's all desperation, and QARA is in control. This map is within grasp right now in terms of getting that second point. All they need to do is clean it up. Call those merry maids friends, because QARA does seem like they were able to do just that. Overtime wait should end, so Claude Man. Very interesting map, because the thing about Assault is you don't need to win all the fights. You just need to win the right one, right?
The overtime push always happens to win.
Everyone gets better. Your elo rises 200 points when overtime starts, right?
Exactly.
Or your MMR. But in terms of what you saw there, anything that you want to point out in terms of intriguing opportunities missed or gained? Because for me, it was Square One being very good on defense, except the 2 fights they lost, which ended up costing them 2 points.
I mean, you can give them that they got it to overtime, which is perfect. As long as they get over a minute of time on the second point, they get another free attack, and we could see a draw. But I mean, if I'm them, I'm a little sad that we didn't stop them. But hey, anytime, all the time gone, that's good enough in my book.
Yeah, exactly. And now you have the ability to cause a situation where QARA can only get a draw. If you finish with over a minute left on that second point, you're going to be the only person with that push potential on point A. So the goal here for Square One is definitely finish with a minute. We'll see. QARA, we haven't really seen on defense, traditional defense so far. And the way that they play, I might assume that they're probably having a harder time on defense than offense, but we will see right in front of our eyes once these gates unlock.
A little bit different than Square One's defense. Instead of the Roadhog, we have the Wrecking Ball this time around. So probably going to be looking for that little bit of a dive with the Tracer, trying to maybe get in the back line, even on defense, going for that But Square One will be coming in with the Reaper, looking to get really into them. They want to rush. They want to get in there.
They want to get into their faces. Basically, they want to. Reaper wants them to smell his breath at this point in time, so you can get those shots right into that head and delete those characters on QARA. So far, we're just kind of getting prepped right now for the attack. Really nice rotation from Square One, actually using the high ground to get onto the point, and it doesn't look like QARA was prepared for this, and that's that experience coming into play. You see what I'm saying, friends? That is where knowing your teammates can definitely really help, knowing the tempo and the way that you get onto the point from that flank. That flank is not new, but if you do it well, the speed of it can definitely take someone off guard, and I think QARA did get a little surprised by it, which is why we're seeing Brute take down that initial pick. But once again, that after that initial pick, a whole lot of nothing, right? That seems to be the name of the game when it comes to this particular meta. Fights last a really long time, but Square One still in a very advantageous position to finish this first point with a massive time advantage versus what QARA had. And then they're doing everything they need to do in order to finish with more than 1 minute. All the boxes are checked right now.
Yeah, I love that rotation they did. They played it nice and slow, got where they wanted to go. QARA didn't really stop them at all. Like, I saw the Wrecking Ball maybe in position to try, but he held off. They were able to get to point easily enough, and that's pretty much that.
That is that done and dusted. It is.
I'm liking this time bank.
Yeah, I know, right? Basically, this is 2.5 minutes more than QARA had at this point in time. So the really cool thing now is that if you're Square One, you can breathe a little bit. You can relax, do a little bit of mindfulness activities, because you don't have to win on this fight, but it might actually happen. I really like the rush into the back line there, finally taking Orchid down. Without that mercy, that healing is not going to be there, especially through this ultimate. Specs, though, is going to grab a lot of members of the team, as Milky Man is not with the fight so far, but is going to help get that D.Va back into that next. Self-destruct doesn't get anything. Milky Man going into the backline, seems to be looking at that Sigma, now turning his attention over to, looks like the Sigma once again, keeping tabs on the DPS, but making sure that Sigma is not going to be able to use that accretion on anyone else except him. Using it on the Winston is definitely best case scenario, as the Reaper is going to try to run away, get to that health pack, does get there. We're so close to that Death Blossom teammate with that initial kill. This Death Blossom could be the nail in the coffin, friends. Square One, 2% away, 1% away, but he's so low. Is he going to be able to get there? He's going to go ahead and start using it right now, and he is going to get Specs down. Remember, Specs is all about keeping that land, keeping that environment onto your team. Without him, it's going to be much easier for Square One to take control of this point with a massive time bank to boot. Still over 4 minutes remaining. This looks done and dusted so far for Square One. They'll have to attack once more, but they should be very proud of this performance.
Yeah, I mean, we're still not out of the woods yet there, Boop. Doomfist comes in, very dangerous. The respawns are coming in quite quickly here, but it seems like Square One's actually cleaning up pretty good now.
Yeah, and we can't trust them on this so far, because so far they haven't really shown the ability to clean up like that. And unfortunately, I hate making predictions like, oh, I don't think this is going to go as well, or I'd be curious to see if they're successful in this way, but the defense faltered heavily for QARA. I mean, they were like wet tissue paper there on that first point specifically. I mean, it didn't really take much for them to get dislodged. How does a team get so good on offense, right? And struggle in defense? I remember when you were in Contenders, the story of your last season was everyone's defense was not that good outside of NV and Atlanta. So why is it so difficult specifically for Tier 3 and Tier 2 teams to have consistent defensive holds?
It just comes down to a lot of coordination and having plans. When you write that stuff down, you go, okay, this is how we're going to play this comp. I want to be here. You talk about it a little bit, and sometimes that doesn't happen as much as it should, and it really should be like that. You need to know that information, so when the enemy team comes at you with a weird comp, or when they come at you, you know exactly how to play it and what to do at that given time.
Oh man, I love what you just said. And so we're still getting those gates opened. We're going to have QARA on the defense this time. They didn't finish with any time, so Square One is going to be on the attacking side. We'll get those switch in just a second. And so we have Echo again with Anhu this time. Anhu was loud and proud in map 1, and it's been in a library so far in this match with how quiet Anhu has been. But we have to get to that duplicate really quickly. We have a lot of really good options to duplicate. You're probably going to use that Winston for that extra beef, but we'll see if we're going to see a couple more monkeys on the field. And this is a really, really fun rotation. I don't know, though, if QARA is going to be fooled by it 2 times in a row. It doesn't look like they are, as Anhu now with that Echo. Something else that provides the Echo is something like QARA. You have that area control yourself. So that was a lot more information, I think, than QARA had the last time we saw this flank from Square One. And already we have that ult, and I wonder who the target is going to be. It's going to be Sombra. So we're going to try to get up to that EMP, and be due at record time, and QARA should be able to get this no problem. The unfortunate thing is there's still 2 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, Square One trying to do the same thing they did last time. They try to make that nice rotation, but QARA, they got smart and they got that Echo instead of the Soldier. It really pounded in with those sticky bombs and the tri-beam gun, doing a lot of damage. That fast Echo ult, she builds it at extreme time, very fast. That's what I'm getting. You always be prepared for it.
Extreme time coming on TS. Okay, it's going to be the new reality show coming up, especially during coronavirus. What time is it? What day is it? No one knows. I thought October was 2 months ago. So anyway, back to the game. So that's why we are here. We're going to see that engage happen. Neptune, though, is not going to be able to save Anhu with that sound barrier. The power of music only going to hit 5 members of the car, but we do get that res. You have to camp those bodies. I don't know where it was, but if it's that free, Square One needs to be a little bit more aware of where that Mercy is going to be, but it's going to happen on the other side once again. 6-man EMP now from Square One, and this is how you unlock a point. 6 people hacked. That is exactly what you want to see. Square One, it would take a miracle for QARA to come on back, and that's the thing. When you have that time bake advantage, you can just wait for that EMP and win the map.
Yeah, Square One really waiting for those ultimates there. They took a lot of damage from that first fight. Sure, you build the Echo ult really fast and you win that fight, but it came down to having that sound barrier, the Moira ult just coming in, just getting enough ults, and then the EMP. That was beautiful. 6-man. Oh.
Chef's. Oh, I did it too. But I didn't make it.
Chef's kiss.
Chef's kiss. Oh man, it's like I watch a lot of chiropractor videos on YouTube, and anytime you like get that, like that's kind of what that EMP felt like to me. Just like, ooh, that was nice, that automatic relaxation, but a very different kind of map than our first Control map. So Control does lend itself to brawls and craziness, honestly. But on Assault, that's not the case. You have to be a lot more team-oriented, and one team was, I think, much better at that than the other, and that was Square One.
Yeah, Square One really coming in with the plans and plays there. On Oasis there, QARA had it. Maybe they were able to do the brawly style. Square One seems they're all right with it, but the plans they have on Assault was really good.
I totally agree. We do have to take a little bit of a break first, and this is all tied up 1-1 in this first 2-3. We'll be back soon with the conclusion of Square One and QARA.
Academy, they lay down the shatter, let the bodies hit the floor. Uprising Academy at 95%.
Right now with Hydra building up the Despair Barrage so quickly.
Oh!
It has things!
Double kill in the back with the pulse bomb from the high ground. Aerial assault with that mine.
Impact se escucha debajo gritar campeón a Sky Foxes.
Holy cow.
And after 42 consecutive losses, the Shanghai Dragons get their first win.
8 teams enter this weekend.
Oh no, Reinhardt, what are you doing?
We got a clip with minimal information. It's time to break it down. Speed, 25%. Go. Figure out what this man's SR is.
Keep fighting till it's for sure lost.
Winnable!
So you queue up for Overwatch Ranked, only to be greeted by this, which then leads to this, and oh no, Reinhardt, what are you doing? The solution? Elo Hell pickup games.
Hey, you know what? Just what you're doing.
Oh my god, it's huge! Oh! Kill! Kill. Let's go.
Open to players of all ranks and most platforms, Pugs give you the chance to experience competitive Overwatch as it was meant to be played. Competitively.
I need help.
I'm with you.
Shoot.
No way, dude.
Go. Let's go. Nice. Good call.
Players set their icons to indicate the role they want to play, then 2 captains pick their teammates and draft the most competitive teams they can. You can also take part in our pioneering learning event, Coached Pugs. To take part, join the Elo Hell Pickup Games Discord, and be sure to read the Pug Guide and FAQ. Good luck, have fun, and we'll see you in-game.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Trial of Champions. I'm Boop here with Clone Man, and things are heating up, my friends. This has actually been a really interesting set of games. We're tied 1-1, and a lot to talk about. But one thing during the break that James, we were talking about was the rush from QARA felt a little discombobulated, but when they were all on the same page, it was surgical, right? Like, we just got to be consistent with it.
Yeah, I mean, look at Square One. Their defense, very solid. Their attack, very solid. They had a plan. They knew what they were doing. QARA seemed a little lost. They seemed to have somewhat of a plan, you know. They had some interesting swaps come into there, too. Like, they had the double shield, and then they went back to the Wrecking Ball and said, no, we got to try to get the point, and wasted ult. So, a little lost, but hopefully they get it back together and come into Hollywood here very strong.
Yeah, so something that, when we talk about games in terms of what is the main story, what is the number one thing that we need to point out to, I like to call that our North Star, right? So in terms of what is guiding our two teams here, what is like Square One's North Star or win condition at this point? Because they looked so much better on Assault than they did with Control. Are they just kind of required to win these non-control maps in order to maybe get this first to 3? Or is QARA maybe just starting off really strong? That happens a lot with underdogs, right? They start off really strong, and by the second or third map, things start to equalize.
Yes, sometimes veterans, they've been with this for a while, so they have that breath of life. They can keep going. They're not afraid to have a long series of the newbies. They're like, oh man, I don't want to finish this out fast. You put all your energy. You don't want to put all your energy out there, right? You want to take it kind of slow and steady.
Slow and steady. That feels like very anti-Overwatch. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like a lot of people look at Overwatch and they're like, oh, there's so much going on. But one thing that I think, especially the Owl teams, are really able to do is slow the tempo down. And the younger teams have a really hard time reacting to patience, just in general. And so I think slowing the tempo could actually be a really interesting choice for Square One, even more so than they did in Hanamura. Almost strictly react, because QARA wants to set the tempo. They're being proactive. So if you're just really comfortable on how you react to QARA's play, I think they're going to feel good about it.
Yeah, looks like Square One with the same defense they had on Hanamura, and it did them justice. So let's see what QARA can do to combat it again.
Yeah, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, my friends.
Exactly.
QARA, Square One, we're on map 3. This is first to 3, everybody. So my guys, gals, and other pals, thank you for joining us today. We're going to start on Hollywood after the break. Again, we're tied 1-1, and Anhu once again seems to be very good at this. The hero pool does not seem to be very large right now. Milky Man's going to be the first to fall. That was a little bit of a pattern on the maps that they were struggling on. Milky Man stays alive. Square One tends to do the same thing, but this defense crumbles almost immediately, as QARA should be able to take this on the first go.
Yeah, it looks like Square One kind of fell back too much into Cafe, and it fell right into QARA's hands. They managed to hit a big pile driver and just completely wiped them. It seems to me that Square One has somewhat of a plan, but kind of fell back once everybody was in position and did a bad job, and Square One doing a bad job of trying to stop them from that.
In my opinion, the teams that find success in Contenders are the ones that have their consistent defenses. We saw that in Hanamura. Unfortunately, not really seeing that right now on Hollywood. This in particular is actually one of the best points, in my opinion, for D.Va. I think the first Poco Bomb might have been here or King's Row, but this is a really good, again, I talk about opportunities a lot, and there are a lot of opportunities for D.Vas here, as a nice pile drive into that backline is going to force the tempo again, and this is what I'm talking about. QARA loves to force the tempo. They want to make the decision. Square One needs to react either a little bit quicker or take that pace away from them and then force their pace, but it seems like they're struggling on how to do that.
Yeah, shout out to Shiz there with a beautiful pile drive. It looks like, as we talked about, QARA just really playing the aggressive game. They gung-ho, they went right for it, and they got a beautiful dive for it too, giving them good ult charge for this next fight. This ult economy looking very good for QARA.
And really, really good point, because Square One, look how far behind they are. We have 4 ultimate, potentially 5 later on into this fight from Specs, and we're still kind of climbing for Square One. Getting this rally from Aspen is going to be huge, but there's going to be no support ults to help with this EMP. This EMP should be all that they need. Man, if you fall victim to an EMP without a trans or a rally, you're going to lose.
Mm-hmm. Can't do anything for 5 seconds. And that's a lot.
I mean, yeah, you have to be slow and patient, but 5 seconds in Overwatch is still a ton of time. Well, 5 minutes and 25 seconds is as well. But if someone's going to get stopped up, it's going to be right here on at this last point. We've kind of turned into Assault at this point. The spawns for the defense are so close to the payload. They're going to be able to get a couple rounds, a couple cycles of fighting. And so now it's going to be really important for both teams to really take note of where their ultimates are and where the impact is going to be later.
Yeah, Square One coming in here with some pretty nice ults, hoping to hold QARA here. QARA looks like it's about even for picks right now, but what I'm looking for, you know, look into that EMP again. The Hollywood third is very hard to get past. You got to look for that big EMP, maybe the bomb too added into there, and just try to survive and get the card in.
Nice. The Wrecking Ball did get hooked, but I always find it really interesting when the Roadhog does hook that Wrecking Ball. So easy to get out, such a high HP pool. It's only just to kind of level the field a little bit, take that variability out, but you're going to find a lot more value doing something else. Or the Wrecking Ball could have thrown himself in front of the hook. I've definitely seen that before as well. Speedo has one of the best defensive ultimates at this point in the map, which is that Tag Visor. We're already using those legs. We're not going to go ahead and unleash the Tag Visor. We're going to go towards main instead. That sound barrier should be enough to get rid of Speed's damage, but Speed now is going to have the ability to scout out everyone else from QARA. And Skiz having a little bit of a map clone, man, to be completely honest with you. You know, we talked about Anhu in that first round, but Skiz has been setting the pace here onto this Wrecking Ball, which is exactly the words you want to hear in that order if you are that Wrecking Ball. Another really good pile drive, keeping everyone from taking more space, getting to the payload, and with 3 minutes and 52 seconds on this map at this point, it's still looking pretty good, but at least Square One is seeming to right the ship, cool up on that nosedive. But friends, this is the first fight that they might win in the entire map so far.
That was a nice hook right there. Looks like Square One finally able to get some relief. Not a 4-minute blowout there, but they're definitely whittling down the clock here. It looks like QARA might, maybe in my opinion, maybe a little too aggressive with the EMP there. Like, they had trance. They couldn't really follow up on it. It's very hard to, especially with the rally added into that. So we're looking for Square One here just to keep holding the line for the most part. Looking to just keep ult, keep using the ult economy properly. QARA is really going to make sure they can finish this strong.
All right, you're seeing them all on the left side right now. They're deciding exactly how they want to approach the point. It is going to be more and more important as time goes on. We are losing some time off the clock. We did mention how hard it is for us to complete this part of the map because of those spawns. So QARA's going to start onto the high ground. The Sigma trying to find the space to help his team get through. And King, though, is going to potentially get some good value out of this pulse bomb. But Cave's going to start things off with a nice grenade. You need a little bit more than that if you want to try to take over this point, though. You have to get at least 2 picks because Cave's going to be back in Milky Man's going to be back in no time, especially now that he's on that Wrecking Ball. Anhu's going to whip on that pulse bomb, but it's going to go onto the Orisa instead. But the Immortality field, as Orchid's going to throw it out, will be able to save them. I don't really think he even needed it at that point, but that cooldown is not going to be available. And look at that. They see the emo field. They see the lantern go down. They start using those ultimates. Cave is back. At least we get almost a little bit of a consolation prize. But the tempo, the pace, the control right now was for the defense. But now things seem to be, switching over to QARA right now. We've got the window. We've got that tactical visor too, starting to push the tempo a little bit more onto QARA's side, but now we've kind of reset. There's another neutral zone, and the Wrecking Balls will change the pace once more as that shield bash actually whiffs on it to Milky Man. And the thing about Milky Man, we talked about it, he's a amazing Reinhardt player, but this Wrecking Ball has been a little bit struggle buggles on this point so far. At least he's going to come back, but these fights, again, very, very long. Don't end very quickly, but QARA seems to be able to break through with a little bit more than a minute. We'll see if Square One's going to be able to last 20 seconds. It would be great for them to keep that under the minute, as I did not get, right now we have a little bit of a technical difficulty. We'll bring you back to the map in time. I definitely hear some ultimates going on, and we did have a map finish. So it sounds like we did finish, so it looks like that's going to be...
Initiating match.
The slow game. The tortoise, you know, he wins, not the bunny.
9 times
Sorry
out
to
of
spoil,
10.
but
Yeah, I know, right? And so, so Sombra seems to have gotten into our systems right now, and so we're gonna get you back that feed. But this has been such like a back and forth game, but it's not defensively oriented at all. It really just seems to be offensive, either singular picks, right? Or like bad defense, in my opinion, right? And let me talk about that defense a little bit, because I can't say something's bad without giving you proof, right? So we're gonna come back, and once I see it again. And DPS, our supports are totally different though. Xrf and Aspen running that Zenyatta and that break, but we've got Mercy Lucio on a QARA, and again, that means that they're wanting to get into your face, get a little bit further into that back line, where Square One is gonna be, you know, trying to develop these ultimates, get picks with that Pulse Bomb, and cause disruption with that Wrecking Ball. But Skiz is having a little bit of a better game than Milky Man. That's kind of been the story all of Hollywood so far. And QARA, who we've talked about in terms of struggling with defense, finally finds one and take a good amount of time off the clock as well.
yeah, it looked pretty good there. QARA doing the same thing they did. They realized in Hanamura, I think, that, hey, Soldier, not so much Echo, though. Very good. Was able to stuff Square One for a bit. Milky Man seemed like he had a little bit of trouble with the Wrecking Ball, trying to get things rolling there. You catch my drift?
Yeah.
And it seemed like QARA just managed to keep it on the ball there.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, like
stuff.
they're playing so well that it's been very difficult so far for Square One to even approach the point. And Hollywood's really interesting. You'll see a lot of teams get stalled out right at the corner before they hit to the objective. After they come through security. It's the weirdest thing, but Milky Man is going to be able to take down Specs to start this fight off really well for them. And now that we have a duplication as well from QARA, the self-destruct is going to be able to clean up the point, delay the departure of Square One a little bit longer. And you see that nothing's happening. That's because Anhu is on that D, but they just have to wait it out. Doesn't get any picks from that self-destruct, but does get value off of taking time off the clock. Oh, huge eat though! And Specs is going to use that defense matrix to eat that pulse bomb. First one of those that we've seen so far today. That is a big stop, but is it going to matter in the end? Milky Man might have heard me as he's starting to pop off. 2 picks now from Milky Man. This is a 6v4 now onto the point. Neptune has the Discord Orb on him. Right now, it's not really on anybody, as Xref going to use that Transcendence to make everyone comfortable and nice and healthy. Drink their Capri Suns. We've got our Sun ADs now. The vitamins are coursing through our veins, and Square One is going to take that advantage and run with it. However, in terms of timing, they are very far behind the pace that QARA set on their attack.
I was a little questionable about that trance at the end there. You were hyping it up very much, but I kind of went, He pretty much used it to save his life, I would say, which isn't bad, because you always need more people on the point, but is this going to hurt them in the next fight, having that trance to keep them up?
Totally. And whenever you use it to save yourself, you didn't set that tempo. We talk about tempo all the time, and I feel like in Overwatch, you ask 18 people what tempo means, you're going to get 9 different answers. But for me, it's the pace, right? It's how quickly people are engaging. Say at this point in time, if you're setting the pace, you're going to see QARA. This is exactly what I'm talking about. They're going to go ahead and set the pace with that self-destruct, cause disruption, and that Pulse Bomb gets 2, though. So because of the self-destruct, maybe QARA gets into a false sense of confidence. They lose track of King. 2 kills on that pulse bomb. Really great stuff there. It's nice to see him get a little bit more value out of something that's not named Echo, as the Tracer versus Tracer anime battle is starting right now. Who is going to win? The rewinds have already both been used, one before the other. It looks like Anhu's falling behind in this. Respect the 1v1! Respect the 1v1! The name of the game is respect. All right, but that's going to be a higher percentage play if you help your friend out. Anhu, though, is going to get some revenge. 2 kills going the other way. Not with the pulse bomb, not as fancy, but it's still going to help QARA stabilize.
Yeah, I think Square One getting a little too aggressive there. I think they should have just sat there, got those picks that they deserved, kept pushing the payload, and just looked to step the QARA trying to get out of the doorways there. And but on the other hand, Square One looking very healthy with a nice alt economy coming into this.
It rarely looks as good as this when you're in a moment where you have to win the fight, right? We're at the 2-minute warning. Square One setting the tempo again. Orchid's gonna move off of the high ground. They can't keep that space anymore because of that wrecking ball. Due to the transition, though, I think King maybe gets a little bit too big for himself and gets a little bit too far into Cave's face. But it doesn't matter because 1 pick is not as good as 5 at Square One, and that's what math is, folks. As Square One should be able to capture this point.
Yeah, Square One coming in with a lot of alts. Using a couple here and there and keep saving some for the next fight, which is very good. Looks like they'll be trying to catch some respawners there. But overall, I would say I'm pretty happy with how it's going. Maybe not as the best time as QARA, but it's still a lot more time.
Exactly. Time is money, right? That's the thing about this game. 5 seconds can equal, like, say you're at the finals and, you know, you might win $3,000 or something. 10 seconds might be the difference between $3,000 and nothing. So, time can literally mean money for these teams right now because only the top 2 teams on each group are going to move forward as the Transcendence. Again, we're setting tempo for Square One this time around. That might have been in reaction to that tactical visor. It most likely was, but Square One, because of that, knows that they took an ultimate away from Cave and there's not a lot left to go through. So QARA is maxed out in terms of their power, and Square One still was able to compete. So they're feeling really good about that. They would have loved to win, but they did get closer to those ultimates. Asmo at the rally is going to be what they need to get to the end of this map as we get the 2-minute warning again, but this time on the 3rd one.
Yeah, it looks like Square One doing a good job of forcing the trans of QARA, and then them having to pap their own. But it looked like that in the end of it, just better picks got than that. Which, if I'm QARA, I'm pretty happy with that.
Unfortunately, your smile's turning a little upside down right now as it's a 5v5, but Milky Man dying first once again with ult. So maybe trying to make something happen, and they got a little too risky there. And you know, okay, yeah, that looked like a kill, and so we wanted to give that a little bit of special attention as Exarath does fall, and QARA is going to get another defense at this point. What I want to talk about now is these ultimates for Square One are the most important ultimates they've had this map so far. Also, they probably will not finish this map with more than a minute, so that might end up becoming a situation if they end with no time, Clone Man. So we're definitely going to see this rally first, right?
Yeah, I'm thinking start the fight off with a nice rally, armor up, get everybody nice and healthy, start to push up, maybe look for a minefield in the back or in the front of them, try to hold cart. It looks like it's going to be in the back, and then slowly just methodically push up, and it looks like it's getting aggressive.
What a polarizing day from Milky Man. 3 kills with those proximity mines. And again, 1 minute exactly as well. The other thing that you have to really recognize is Milky Man can pull that off, right? You can get 3 picks, win a round, get 3-3. Right. However, if he continues to play the way that he is right now, you know, it's almost like a coin flip. In a parallel universe, he doesn't even get that ult off, right? So because that's what happened on that last fight. It was almost like a little bit of a gift to die there and keep that proximity mines, because it ended up winning him the round, at least the 3rd point there at the end of Hollywood.
Yeah, it looked like a beautiful minefield probably in the backline, like I said, and just happened maybe to boot people into it, maybe slammed them into it, and really won him the fight there. Without that, it's still really hard to push 3rd, so that was a real lifesaver for them for this. Really giving them the life essence they need to push forward.
The life essence, man. What is that for Overwatch players? Is it like what is life essence? Is it like KBBQ or is it more like G Fuel? What is the gamer life essence?
That's a great question. And to be honest, I think it's different for each one of us.
And that, my friends, is what you call a cop-out. Anyway, it's Square One and QARA now are facing off again in this tie ball game. It couldn't be closer than this. Only 24 seconds separate Square One and QARA. Because Square One has less time, they're going to attack first with 1 minute. The team comp is actually very interesting. We get Sonic Arrow just a scout at the beginning to maybe see if there was a Sombra in the backline to worry about. A lot of people will run Sombra in this situation. 1 EMP, and that's either the loss or win, but you have to get there in 1 minute. It used to be much easier back in the day. Square One now doesn't have a lot of time. Who's going to get to those ultimates? It needs to be King, it needs to be Speed. In my opinion, if Milky Man and Speed get to their ultimates in the next 30 seconds, it's going to be much easier and better for them. But Skiz is going to get into the back line, and look at how much attention he's already brought onto him. But I think Square One did a really, really great thing. They looked at it for like a couple seconds, turned around, got a pick, and now, instead of Skiz being a distraction, he's just not in the fight.
Yeah, looking like going for that dive again, but Square One, they were ready for it. They saw it, went, okay, bye ball, and then focused up and went forward and got a pick and then just escalated from there.
Yeah, really great execution. And this is another thing. If Square One wants to be successful when they get into Contenders proper, right? That's been a little bit of a struggle for them once they get into Contenders proper. They need to be a little bit more consistent on that type of play. Those surgical dives, those executes, those planned plays that you practice as a team with your coach telling you what your roles are and how to do it. And that's exactly what we just saw. We saw preparation come to fruition with a fight win right in front of our eyes. Right now, we're still just poking. Really nice res from that Mercy, but because of that, XRF, I think, got a nice volley off onto Orchid. This is another really great time to press W if you're Square One, but you're actually trapped onto the payload, because if you get off of it, it's going to be the end of the round. We're going to use Anhu now on that duplicate. The defense has a lot more freedom in terms of how to approach the payload, but everything here is just extra. It's almost like a win more possibilities. Self-destruct, actually, I don't think came off as Speed got to the ultimate, gets Anhu, who's probably the most vulnerable of all the members of QARA when it comes to that tag visor, and we might get a 5th point now for Square One. They are putting this away.
Yeah, a lot of ult being used there, but it looks like Square One just managing to make it in, and a lot of good picks coming in, like Zerath with that Mercy pick. A beautiful pick coming into that. The Mercy, no res, or she might have used it already. No, less healing, and they only have, I think it was a Lucio or a Zen. Lucio, and Lucio would give some decent healing, but always losing one is very powerful.
And the other thing about Lucio is if you're using the Song of Healing, you're probably losing anyway. It's just trying to be the hero that QARA wants right now, but is it going to come true? Is it going to be the Avengers, or are you just that guy on New York in a costume? Right? It's going to be the latter right now for QARA. Neptune was able to get that. Actually, I don't think that sound barrier came off. I didn't really see a bunch of shields, but Square One is going to continue on this trek. 5 points for them.
Yeah, looking very good there. Nice Diva Bomb under the point to keep people away from the point. You saw she is trying to touch it, but he's too big. He can't, this isn't a King's Row payload. This is a very flat limousine. And that was it. That was the end of it. So now Square One looking to push in here and try to get as far as they can. This is looking very good.
Bro, man, this is LA. It has to be slim. It has to look good. It's Hollywood. And so the cars are going to represent that as well. I guess the saving grace for QARA right now, as their opportunities seem to be closing up, is Vex with that ultimate can take a little bit more damage, be a little bit more of a frontline tank, knowing that you have the ultimate to reset when you need it. Right now, definitely wants to combo it with the EMP. If you have the opportunity to, you should 100% take it. At this level of Overwatch, it's about taking over when your opponent makes a mistake, also creating opportunities, and this might have been it as the EMP comes in a little too late. The Pulse Bomb gets way more than that self-destruct. Square One might actually complete the map.
Yeah, beautiful Pulse Bomb from King yet again. I'm really liking the pick from Milky Man to really just be a solid tank on the line. Wrecking Ball, you gotta dive, while Orisa is just a fortified tank, pretty much. You stay on the point, that's your point. You're not getting off it.
Exactly. I think Milky Man is much better at static tanks, is what I like to call that. You know, the Sigmas, the Orisas. Reinhardt, outside of charging, is going to be a little bit closer to your team most of the time. When I play Reinhardt, I'm nowhere near my team because I've charged myself off the map. But these people are much better than I. You're the Reinhardt pro. That's what you were known for. Because I think one thing that can be interesting is talking about what we don't see. right? Square One kind of just walked all over that. There's a couple reasons why, but mostly Kara's defense kind of just crumbled. But what I want to talk about is why aren't we seeing some of these other tanks? Why are these fights so long, right? Why don't we see Orisa as much? Because Milky Man seemed to be better at it. That Wrecking Ball is just so inconsistent for Square One.
It's very hard. Like, I mean, you got to look for the proper moment. It's a lot of decision making and just small timing, I think, that really can hurt you. And some people just don't understand it as well. I mean, you look at people like really good wrecking balls, right? They know when to go and they know the tech to use, right? The little boop up on the wall and then slam, or they know how to just go around with their grapple. And for some of these players, it's very hard. Like myself included, I had to try to learn ball, and it's a very hard character to learn at a high level like this. I mean, it's tough.
What makes it tough? Like, what is the hardest part of this champion? Is it kind of like that split between team play and individual play and understanding that balance?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, you're really looking for, like I said, that timing and pretty much just knowing the ins and out of Wrecking Ball, knowing your character very, very well. So these games are really straightforward, right? Reinhardt, you walk up, you hit things in front of you, you maybe throw a fire strike and you shatter. Wrecking Ball, it's like, well, I go in here, I instantly die. I don't want to do that. You gotta be smart.
You have a little bit more vacancy. Oh, nice! Hook, though, is able to come back. What I was saying is you have a little bit more individual vacancy to make your own choices, but your choices are going to affect your team. So you have to make sure that your team is going to be able to react to them or either commit to a bad choice altogether, because I think that's where a lot of these teams have a hard time, where it's better to all commit to a bad choice than for half of us to commit to a good choice. As Milky Man does get another nice hook, that Roadhog is a big reason why I think QARA is a little intimidated on this attack right now, and they have to finish the map. So any pick is absolutely destructive to their ability to win this round.
Yeah, I'm thinking Milky Man's playing a little more safe, I think, this time around on the defense, making sure he doesn't get picked off this time around, playing with his team, looking for those hooks, and he's doing a really good job with it so far. As I say that, as he dies, his cast occurs.
Hey, is that your first one? Welcome to the club, my friend, as 2 kills will come through. Square One, though, has, some opportunities. They don't have to win this, right? They literally could have just given this point up, given Streets phase up, and still put QARA on overtime on the last point. They have so many more chances. Like, the fact that they're losing now is not really a big deal. It's all about getting those picks. You don't want to get EMP to oblivion, but Neptune actually goes down really early. Orchid's not able to save them with a little bit of that coalescence healing. Usually you see a lot of that for damage, but as King goes down, because of it, the EMP now comes through. 3 members get hacked. Exarath does use that Transcendence, but it's not enough to turn the stakes of this fight around. Through should save that ultimate. Speed, oh, maybe not, as Speed does give a little bit of hope to the rest of Square One. Are they going to actually be able to delay the departure of this as long as possible? Beautiful hack from that Sombra to stop that ultimate. So that delay of train is going to be very impactful for QARA, but it seems like those advantages, dang it, guys, those advantages have been sewed away. And Square One is going to win out. Second one, I mean, like the first one did have a D.Va a self-destruct happen, so I get that. But this one is still 6v5. I would call that a
definitely
winner
winnable
myself.
Yeah, definitely winnable there. I think Square One playing pretty safe that time around. Didn't really get picked. They didn't let QARA get behind them like they did the first defense. And everything started to work out. It was a little scary, I'm not gonna lie. When they used that Transcendence, they lost one, managed to keep alive. The Sigmund coming out, getting hacked, and but with the saving grace was definitely, I think, that Brig rally.
Yeah, I mean, and you have to give credit to Espen, because I think Brig players, one, Brig jail sucks. I totally get it, right? DPS players had to do it. And anytime like it doesn't matter if it's Brig. I mean, if Genji's really good, I think less people complain about it because people conceive him as being more fun. But I mean, you're playing the same character over and over again. And I know even when I'm playing Clash with my friends and playing, something over and over again, I just kind of start zoning out. You know what I mean? And to keep that focus going through on a character like Brig is actually, in my opinion, pretty impressive. But it seems to me that Aspen just has a rally at all of the right times. And Square One is a little bit better at understanding which fights they can lose versus which fights they need to win.
Yeah, I definitely think rally being one of those ultimate abilities that just like you hear it and you go, all right, this is gonna be a tough fight. It's very hard to take down players with that armor on them. And it's pretty much when you hear that, you got to focus the brig, at least focus something. You got to have that straightforward, we need to take this person out, and that's that.
I remember in Goats when someone would rally, you would just pause. Like you would just back up. So you just give them a little bit of space, right, and you just let it run out. We definitely see a little bit more interaction during this, especially if there's two brigs on the field. But we'll see if we're going to see brig on this next map, which I believe is Dorado. And so
Escort.
the land of trumpet. I'll never forget that one time the Dorado trumpet came out of nowhere during Contenders. Do you remember that? It
I'm
was
not sure.
amazing, and I was like, music during these games is actually pretty awesome. But out of context, Dorado trumpet is pretty great stuff. But within context with this map, it's actually one of the more third point maps where like Rialto, their first point's hard, second point's hard, third point's hard, right? In terms of getting there, I don't think the balance is similar in Dorado. I think the first point can be challenging. Streets is a little bit easier than I think Dorado Streets, and it really starts coming into play in terms of map geometry once we get to the end of the map here on Dorado.
Yeah, third point's always a big trouble. Depending, sometimes metas and stuff, second point can be very, very troublesome too. Especially with those long sightline snipers can do such an excellent job here. Haven't seen much snipers today, so probably not. But probably going to be a lot of diving is what I'm going to be assuming. I mean, you look around, this is a great map to get anywhere you want to go with ball, tracer, soldier. You have, it's pretty much, go wherever you want. It's free. Free real estate.
Manifest destiny, if you will. I mean, you're expanding west. Take that land, plant your flag, and own that land is what these Wrecking Balls want to be able to do. It seems like we do have a mirror on both sides, so this is going to be skill-based. It's going to be more about that ultimate economy. If y'all remember Goats, that was definitely the case. If there are 12 ultimates on the field, that means nothing happens. I might be being a little facetious, so that rings true a little bit more frequently than not, as Skiz once again is going to get the better of a Milky Man. In my opinion, in terms of the Wrecking Ball matchup, Skiz has been playing better, but I think Milky Man has come up a little bit more clutch. Skiz is a little bit more effective in these general fights, but when you need someone to perform, that's when Milky Man comes into play.
Yeah, he's definitely been doing a really interesting job of really coming up clutch, I think. And feeding it once in a while here and there, I would say.
It happened, especially on the Wrecking Ball, right?
Yeah, you think you're going for a big play and then you just don't. Wow. Big soldier all coming up here.
Huge. 2 kills already, so QARA is, again, on the defensive side doing a little bit better, but are we going to get this defense for longer, or are we going to get that defense in Hollywood that gave up 6 points? You know what I mean? You cannot be that inconsistent, right? Consistency really is the name of the game. In terms of Contenders teams that I think are good, they're patient, they're consistent, and they're intentional. And I want to see those 3 things from both of these teams a little bit more often, to be honest with you.
Yeah, looking like Square One having a little bit of a hard time getting through. I can definitely see it. I mean, you have a lot of fire coming at you at once there. It's very hard to make it through there with all the firepower coming in from QARA there.
This is definitely one of the harder points to get through in terms of choke points. There's only 2-3 conceivable ways of breaking through. Sometimes you just got to win that fight outright. You'll see a lot of the fight happening in this high ground, but the question for the defense is how aggressive you want to go after this. So they're going to be a little bit on the safer side, get back to the payload at least the supports are.
Yeah, looking like QARA's getting quite a few ultimates saved up yet again. Square One looking like they haven't really used too much, maybe saving up the old 6 ult push into 6 ult push or defense. It's going to be tough. They're going to have to waste a lot of ults to try to get really through that choke.
And when you're using ults just to get through a choke, that means you're not going to have it to get through to the point. So you're going to have to be really good about which ult you use now and which ults you're going to use later. Potentially you use all 6, kill everyone at once, and they have enough time to come back. But it doesn't seem like that's going to happen, as QARA is giving a little bit of space. They wanna give as much space as possible. They know if they're ult drag, they know this is going to be a really hard fight. But Xrath died before using that Transcendence. But I mean, there are so many more ultimates available for them. This should be an easy win. And honestly, Xrath dying might have been a blessing in disguise. So they're going to have Trance a little bit later on.
Yeah, I was really scared that when I saw this then die with Trance, like that could be a lifeline they could really use, but now it's gone. But hey, it seems like they're just getting enough picks. Again, Milky Man really coming up clutch for his team.
When it matters, Milky Man shows up. Square One now needs to follow up Milky Man and that success, because we have not gotten to the point yet, as Exarath did use that Transcendence to help them stay onto the point as he falls, but there are so many more deaths coming the other way. QARA should be able to reset once more to get onto the high ground on Streets, but this is Square One's point.
Yeah, I think Square One did a pretty decent job there of pushing up and, you know, just doing good overall. Didn't get picked too much. I mean, the Wrath one definitely was kind of scary, but, I mean, King kind of coming in clutch, too, with a Pulse Bomb. A couple of kills there. Very nice. Or looking a little shaky at the end there.
I totally agree. And the other thing that I kind of want to see through the rest of this in terms of adjustments now is, now that we're on Streets phase, how are we going to interact with the high ground? We need to be able to keep it if we want to maintain our advantage, but the only one who I think like really benefits from that is the Zenyatta and the Soldier. Speed is going to be on the low ground, but Milky Man, hey, it's not a clutch moment, I guess, so we're going to just take a little bit of a break, use our ultimates with everyone else. QARA should be able to get a little bit of a defense going as we hit the 2-minute warning now for Streets phase.
Yes, she was doing a really good job of putting the minefield on point, denying that card time. I said it earlier, you always want to be denying that card time, or denying any time you can. Overwatch is a time game.
Overwatch is a time game. Oh, man, that cannot ring true. I mean, I literally saw Gladiators Legion win a map because they had 0.1 seconds remaining once. So, like, all of these seconds matter. You have to invest in your time and hopefully get a return a little bit later. This is why I was talking about the high ground being so very important, especially for the defense. They want to be able to use that tac visor on the high ground to let the payload kind of move around itself, and they kind of put themselves in that crossfire. But if it's going to be the offense doing it, you're letting them set that tempo and take a little bit too much space. But QARA, on the defensive side, Cabe is going to be doing the former, and that's going to help them out.
Really happy to see Square One coming in, going to the high ground. It's very hard once the enemy team has high ground. You got to be really careful about that. They don't have much to get up there. The only two people they had was a D.Va and a Wrecking Ball to availably go up there, which makes it very hard because they can just sit up there as long as they want. I mean, somebody has to touch point, but
is anyone going to be able to in the next 50 seconds? Depending on exactly where we are in terms of that ultimate economy, it might be pretty good for QARA at this point, as Square One has actually struggled on the offense. I love it when I see teams get a little bit more consistent, get a little bit stronger on the defensive side, because that's where you're going to find the most value in taking time off of the clock. As Skizz going to knock 4 members away, that's going to help him get to his ultimate a little bit quicker, that he literally just used on the payload. Might actually end up lapping Milky Man if all things go according to plan, but he's actually going to die. That's Focus Fire, guys. For everyone at home who's like, without Focus Fire, what is he talking about? That is what I was talking about. Taking that Wrecking Ball down so very quickly. Square One is at another advantage, and once again, we get that kind of, you know, it rings true. You don't need to win all the fights, just the right one in the game of Overwatch.
yeah. Going back to that again, Boop, going to the high ground really helped them a lot there. Really take the space, make them come to them, you know? Hey, you don't have the advantage anymore. We have it now. We're on equal footing, equal ground. They managed to do it, use some ults, and pretty much take the point there.
Exactly. And the other thing that I want to be able to see now that we're on this third point is how the Wrecking Balls are going to change. The geometry is a lot more confined on this part of the map, so I think your paths are going to be a lot more predictable than they were on Streets phase. So that's exactly happening. Is Milky Man going to go ahead and get into the back line, try to get through to Cave using that that shield to get away, doesn't need to use those ultimates, and look at that setup. You see the pile drive and King gets the kill. That's exactly what you want to see.
Really like seeing that play. I think, if anything, Cave was a little too far forward. They heard that rally, and he was pretty much the lone man.
The lone man, but no plan indeed, as Cave now still has that tac visor. He has one as well, so he's going to set the tempo with his... Oh, that was a Jinx Yomi a Cope situation, as both 76 use that tac visor at the exact same time. Exarath gets that first kill, man. He is not a support most of the time. He's pushing that damage. Doesn't matter what support he is playing, but nothing huge so far. This self-destruct can change things, and it might, and it does. As Anhu actually falls. Now there's 2 members down. A nice stick from a King. That rewind is going to help him survive, but they're going to butter up that Wrecking Ball to try to get him down, but it's going to get taken down himself with the self-destruct on the other side because of that rewind to help him save himself from that pulse bomb. However, we do get a little bit more progress on that payload. Look at Aspen in the front line, setting the pace, trying to get that CC, and look at that peel. Aspen is not just moving forward, she is trying to help her support, but because she was such a good friend, both of them die to that pulse bomb. We're still in overtime, but where Square One is definitely a winnable area. But the thing about this kind of situation right now is that QARA has an obvious win condition. If they finish the map, they tie this up 2-2, we're going to a map 5.
If we go to a map 5, that can be dangerous because QARA did really good. They looked really strong on that, really stuffed Square One in spots, really being aggressive. It seems like where they like to play a lot more.
Yeah, exactly. They just want to keep playing Overwatch. They love it so much. They want to keep on going. Square One now has been a little bit more consistent on the defense. That was by far QARA's best defense there. And so what is the difference? Why is it map type? Is it a certain player? I feel like Cabe definitely stepped up on this map specifically. And he plays characters that tend to like hanging out on the high ground, and there's a lot of it here.
Yeah, that second point, like I said, you know, we don't have snipers right now, but Soldier, McCree, still long range, still decent damage. I mean, Soldier got that buff. You pretty much just hold mouse 1, hold down a little bit on the mouse, and you're pretty much hitting your target all the time. And it seemed to be working out really well for them. I think they did a really good job holding Square One at bay for the time being. And making sure they didn't cap. That can be really important. I mean, you get a cap, you can maybe, even in overtime, you at least get a minute plus.
Yep, but we have a win condition now for QARA. It's going to be finishing this map, but we can't get ahead of ourselves, right? We know, we've learned to be patient, right? We need to be patient when it could matter the most. So, as these gates open, I wonder, it's the name of the game is defense now. The team who plays a better defense is like the team who wins, right? But the team who has the better defense is gonna set them up much better for a possible victory. Especially since QARA had a good defense already, the expectation for Square One is to exceed that. I think they could, but it has been a little bit of a roller coaster in terms of what these defenses look like from Square One. In terms of team comps, we have the same supports, we have the same DPS. The tanks are where we're going to find a little bit of a difference. Skiz, again, on that Wrecking Ball, so good, really consistent. Milky Man, though, is going to be on the Roadhog, and when you have a clutch player like Milky Man, Roadhog's definitely one of the best people to play it with. And look at that timing. Yeah, we're hunting bricks, guys.
We've had enough of them this time around. We had enough of them in GOATs, we have enough of them now.
I mean, it seems to keep on happening, but you know what? We're still here, we're still ready to play, and we're still seeing some great Overwatch. As King is going to fall from Orchid now, 6v5 now for QARA. This has been a really good opportunity now for QARA to really show exactly where their roster is coming from. No actual stars from this team, but teamwork can be the star of your team, and it seems to me that QARA does seem to know how each other plays very, very well. I'd be really intrigued to see how their comp structure is, because they seem to inherently kind of know the play styles of everyone else onto that team. They know when to follow up. They know when to, they don't really know when to disengage, but when it comes to pushing forward, they seem to be really good about that in terms of being a little bit of a hive mind and pushing that tempo into Square One, which has been having a very hard time putting up any sort of defense so far.
Yeah, it looks like Square One doing a decent job at first there, getting a nice pick there from Milky Man and stuff, but King getting too aggressive yet again, dying for it, Milky Man then getting picked, and then just they all got booped in the corner, and then that was that, and they grabbed it. Now, I'm liking where QARA's at right now. They're grabbing that high ground I mentioned again, and that's very good to have.
High ground, you know, you watch Star Wars, you know how important that high
That's
ground
right, Obi-Wan
is.
said it.
Yeah, exactly.
I have the high ground, Anakin.
Exactly, but we're going to lose the high ground if you're Cabe, but we're going to try to get into the back line. I actually don't think many people saw him go through there. He actually might be an awful surprise for everyone on Square One in that high ground onto the bridge, but it seems like that's not going to happen. There doesn't seem to be any interaction in terms of those HP bars. The Discord Orb is on Cabe, as Milky Man this time on the Wrecking Ball is going to find that initial pick. 6v5 now for Square One. They need this defense to try to make up some of the time lost, because QARA's been pushing this point pretty well so far. Milky Man once again coming in clutch. That's 2 kills for him, and we get to keep our ultimates, and I think that's the best case scenario for Square One.
Yeah, it seemed that QARA tried to come up from the high ground there, kind of go for that little sneaky flank, and Sigma pretty much just shut it down. The visor just went right into it. The little black hole he can make, all gone. No more. He said no to that play.
Oh man, you should do ASMR. I mean, if you're able to do that. Anyway, Square One and QARA, Neptune has that rally. We talked about that. There is no rally on the other side. So one team has more health, one team has more armor than the other, and that team should be at an advantage. But remember what I was saying earlier, when you used to ult as Brig and Goats, you just paused. And Square One actually tried their best to do that same thing. Huge bomb, 2 kills on that self-destruct. So it's a 6v3. QARA should be able to get back onto this point, but it's going to all come down to the third point. I have seen 4-minute time bakes absolutely diminish at the very end of this map.
Just like Kings Row, very hard to get through this. A lot of different angles. The defenses have nice angles that they can use to advantage. They have the faster respawn time, which is always a plus for them. So pretty much you have to take a fight and you need to win it with a couple people alive. A lot of people alive, actually. You can lose maybe 1, but 2 is it's getting a little iffy.
If King didn't get that pick onto Orchid, oof, that would be very bad for Square One. But Square One still have those ultimates. They just haven't had the opportunity to use them. The Transcendence has never come out because the picks have been coming too fast. And Skid's shown us a little bit of Wrecking Ball tech to do a little bit of scouting. And actually, because of that, I think isn't seen coming through the high ground here. He's going to be able to knock all of them down. But it looks like Square One going to start the tempo here with the pile drive from that Milky Man. Milky Man not going to use the ult. Skids is going to do it instead. He's going to do it on the high ground in the backline. So everyone has to drop down potentially, but it looks like Square One doesn't really care about it at all. They're calm, cool, collected. They get the picks, and they finally get a good defense. And usually, once they're able to stop and put some their feet down, get their get their heels into the dirt, they start doing much better. They have to do it now. There's not a lot of room to go.
They have those heels protected, but is the ankle protected is the big question. You know, the Achilles heel, right? There's always that small weakness. I gotta say, I liked what the QARA tried to do there, but the Transcendence and the visor really helping clean things up for them.
Cleanup, that's been something that we talked about a lot so far today, and it still has been a little bit of an issue for both sides. Yes, it's a little bit of the meta. It's hard to kind of one kill, second kill. There's a lot of HP, there's a lot of shielding, there's a lot of armor. So of course the fights are going to last longer, but still the time to kill and the focus fire, I think, can still be better on both sides of the equation. The tempo, as you can tell, even starting from the beginning on Control, has slowed down incredibly. This is not the pace that we were seeing on Control. The game has evolved now that we're here on Dorado. Dorado's a little bit of a different kind of experience, and I like the slower tempo for Square One. QARA doesn't like being patient. They don't like having to react. They like being proactive, and right now Square One not giving them a good time.
Yeah, a little bit of a late trance coming out there. Oh no, actually I think it was the fine trance. My mistake. Actually, wait. No, my bad. My mistake again. It was a really late transfer coming out. 2-3 members. You know, I was talking about earlier, the veterans versus the newbies kind of thing. And it seemed like it's at play there. Losing that trans can hurt you very hard, especially if you're already down 2-3 people. Because if they don't have those picks, they just come back faster than you. That's plain and simple.
And we go back to that time, right? Being money, right?
Yep.
The pace is faster, so they're getting to the fight faster, which means they're getting to their ultimates faster. Those little micro situations, right? They're not big deals, but if enough of those micro decisions don't go your way, you're going to start feeling the consequences of that. As Anhu now gonna throw that pulse bomb, and has been definitely feeling the consequences of that sticky bomb as Square One now losing another member. This is not the end-all be-all, though. There's still a lot more work to do for QARA to finish off this map. I do like where Skiz placed those proximity mines, which means they're going to have to take a different route out of spawn, which means also that they're not going to be at a full 6v6 like they wanted to. We do have at least beautiful stick. We do have at least a nice spawn advantage, but it doesn't look like we are going to use that as much. We have to make it to the payload. This is looking like a map 5.
Ooh. Going to map 5, gotta say, I think the big thing there was Aspen not being able to get to her rally. She died twice in a row. She was at 70% ult charge when she died that second time, and that really hurts out. Not having the extra HP, the armor helping, and I gotta say, QARA just managed to sneak it in there, and we can also bring it back to Square One just not finishing the map.
Whew, Whew, man, again, it's a game of inches, right? And unfortunately for Square One, they did not do it for them. And I'm worried for them. You said this earlier. I'm worried for them because we're going to control. And honestly, Square One looked not great on Oasis a little earlier today. Both teams had a little bit of a struggle, but I think this brawlier, less team oriented. Of course, they're set plays, right? But in terms of how control works, I like Kara's play style right now better than Square One. I could be wrong, of course, but the way that Kara has been playing and knowing that like they don't necessarily need to put up a huge defense, I think is really at their advantage. But at the same time, I ate my words because they held Square One to 2 points on Dorado and honestly played really well the entire map. So maybe as time goes on, we're getting a little bit warmer, we're getting a little bit better, and we might peak at the exact right time on Ilios. Square One is probably pretty nervous right now.
Yeah, coming into this, I would definitely. I mean, they went 2-1, but did they go 9-9? It might have. It was definitely close though. But QARA coming in there, playing that early game, really being fast and aggressive. Now the question is, can they keep that fast aggression? Can they keep that momentum? And you could talk about Square One, having those veterans, right? Take that second win, come in there and just push forward and be like, this is it, guys. We can do this.
Yeah, it's time to settle down, right? This is where mindfulness definitely helps. Take that breath, right? It's okay to be silent right now if you're Square One or Kara, just to focus. Once you open your eyes and get back into the game, you got to be ready to win. Ilios is going to be the decider here. And remember, you want to finish in the top 2 of your group. Right now, I believe Square One is 1-1, and Kara is at the bottom side. So if Kara is able to pick off a game off of Square One, it helps them exponentially, but hurts Square One a lot in terms of the potential of moving forward into contenders proper. In terms of stakes, it really doesn't get much bigger than this in terms of midweek tournament play. You know what I mean? And so whatever you do today in your 3rd or 4th day of trials is how you get set up to make contenders. If you don't set yourself up, it's probably not going to happen. And at 2-2, this is a must win for Kara, in my opinion. Square One might be able to lose another game, but neither of these two teams can really afford this loss.
Yeah, you never want to be in that situation, for Square One, you're like, yeah, you can take the loss, but do you really want it? I mean, you can, it's okay, but QARA definitely got to push for it. They want this. They need this win.
Yeah, and when that desperation comes through, 2 things can happen, right? I know when I'm, doing desperation plays in other games, I'm playing worse a lot of the time. I kind of stop thinking about mostly your mechanics, right? It's the basics that I think that go away the fastest in these map 5 scenarios. And we're definitely going to be looking at that because in terms of mechanics, that's something that tier 3 teams are going to be good to go. But we're going to throw it a break real quick. I thought we were going to that next map. Apologies, everybody. We'll take a quick break and we'll be right back to finish off this series.
Academy, they lay down the shatter, let the bodies hit the floor. Uprising Academy at 95%.
Right now with Hydra building up the despair barrage so quickly.
Oh!
It has things!
Double kill in the back with the pulse bomb from the high ground. Aerial assault with that mine.
Impact se escucha debajo gritar campeón a Sky Foxes.
Holy cow.
And after 42 consecutive losses, the Shanghai Dragons get their first win.
8 teams enter this weekend.
Oh no, Reinhardt, what are you doing?
We got a clip with minimal information. It's time to break it down. Speed, 25%. Go. Figure out what this man's SR is.
Keep fighting until it's for sure lost.
Winnable!
So you queue up for Overwatch Ranked, only to be greeted by this, which then leads to this, and oh no, Reinhardt, what are you doing? The solution? Elo Hell pickup games.
Hey, you know what? Just
Oh my god, it's huge! Oh, no! Kill! Let's go!
Open to players of all ranks and most platforms, Pugs give you the chance to experience competitive Overwatch as it was meant to be played. Competitively.
I need top. I'm with you. Shoot.
no way, dude.
Go. Let's go. Nice. Good call.
Players set their icons to indicate the role they want to play, then two captains pick their teammates and draft the most competitive teams they can. You can also take part in our pioneering learning event, Coached Pugs. To take part, join the Elo Hell Pickup Games Discord, and be sure to read the Pug Guide and FAQ. Good luck, have fun, and we'll see you in-game.
Welcome back, everybody. It is map 5 between Square One and QARA. In terms of the standings, this is a must-win situation for QARA to keep their contenders' proper dreams alive. Yeah, they could play spoiler a little bit later. And Square One also really would set themselves up pretty great if they win this. I think they turn into 2-1, and they would be right around where Uprising Academy is in the standing. So very important map for both teams. Honestly, it's hard to come back from 0-2 and 0-3 in trials anyway. So if QARA wins this, that's a big deal. It kind of throws the whole group into flux.
Yeah, and having those people do that and throw you off, I mean, that can really hurt you later on too, right? You're like, maybe let's say you finish with like a couple of losses that you didn't really want to have. I mean, that could be put you in a bracket in contenders you don't really want to be in. I've been there before.
Yeah, I was about to say that happened when you were on Sky Foxes. I believe, when like Square One or would win a map or win a game, right? That means you have to make that up somewhere, and the quality of teams that you might face later after this might be higher. So you have to be able to pick off the wins that you're supposed to win, right? And Square One, I think, in this situation needs to win against QARA, not just for your standings, but also to set yourself up for the rest of the week, man. If you're struggling against this team who has struggled kind of during the rest of the contenders, it's going to be tough once you hit the top tiers. We are going into game very, very shortly. It's all going to be on Ilios. Everything comes down to this. We've had 4 very different maps. Control, when we first started, was brawly, was grindy. Our next 2 maps were much more slow, where the pace was much slower, were much more controlled, and who had that better defense tended to get better. Now we're on our 5th map. We have to, I think, start thinking about what happened earlier today on Control, and honestly, QARA played much better.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing with you, Boop. QARA did really good on that first map. They really gave it to Square One. They really keeping them at bay. But will Square One break out of it and actually manage to make good plays? Let's see.
You can have ideas, right? And you can have thoughts, but doing them is a totally different experience, right? You have this vision in your head, and once it becomes a reality, you might look exactly like that, but most of the time, you might have to make an adjustment to what that optimal play might be. Because sometimes you might tunnel on that optimal play and then end up missing out on a secondary play that might win you the game as Milky Man gets caught out. Whenever Milky Man tries to make a play at the beginning of a round, that tends to happen. I almost want Square One to, if you were Square One, if you're a fan of Square One, it's almost better to be behind at this point, because that's how Milky Man comes through. That's where all the skill almost comes after Milky Man on QARA, but Square One. No, the names are switched, so it is going to be Square One on the green side. So when Milky Man is behind, and they get the point too. So sorry, words are a little bit different. Got a little bit discombobulated in my head, but we're switching it right now. There it is, as we're back on the point. Square One has it, and QARA is coming back.
Yeah, I like how QARA started out with that Sombra play, and it worked out pretty good. Getting the early pick on Milky Man. He got a little too aggressive, got hacked, and that was that. But it seemed like he ended up switching, wanting to go for that Soldier, more constant DPS. And it seems like they're just contesting point right now.
Oh, actually, there's a really, really cool thing that happened with Skiz there. Pile drive the bridge, and I think everyone tried to go and look over there to protect their teammates, and there was actually a pick on the other side. So that's the thing about Wrecking Ball. You split attention, and then that is how you create an opportunity for the rest of your team, and they found it with King. Maybe King, in combination with being a little bit too aggressive with that pile drive attention-grabbing situation on the bridge. QARA looking very, very good. Square One have already lost that point, but Rally's going to bring them back. Aspen's going to escort the rest of the team onto the point, but Spec says, no thank you, Aspen. We're going to send you right back to spawn. 2 kills on that self-destruct, and that's going to be all that they need to control this point even longer.
Beautiful pile drive Diva Bomb combo there coming in from QARA. Really got to hand it to them. Playing a very fantastic game right now. Same thing yet again, just QARA is playing their game now.
And yeah, so Cloman, you got this, man. I got to get back that stream. So tell us the deets.
So it's looking like Square One coming in here with maybe a Sig Alt Soldier Alt coming in. Going to be playing a little slow. Looks like a beautiful knock-up coming in from Shiz to really set something up. Even Neptune getting in there to give a little boop because they lost that early pick on Cabe. Looks like Square One's going to be coming into the point now. People looking for that tag, looking for that Gravitic Flux coming in from Sigma. King getting the better half of the other Tracer there. Neptune flying high in the sky. Going to be taking down though at last. And it looks like they will be taking the point.
And I'm back, folks. Sorry about that technical difficulty, as Square One and QARA are still battling on this point. Good job on that call, Clone Man. First game ever as a Map 5. Technical difficulties, have to play by play. I respect you, man. You're killing it. Square One also trying to kill it as well. They have the ultimate economy to bring this to an 80-80 and maybe even to the end of the game. You might be looking at this 50% and say they have a lot longer to go, but the way that this game is going, especially with Anhu already taken down, means that they're going to get at least another 10 to 15%. Man, don't you hate those stats, especially this week? Anyway, they're going to get at least another 10 to 15% on the board right now off of one pick. We're already at that 15% as that pick came in through on that 50% mark, 70%. We are at one fight territory pretty much for both teams. If QARA does die really, really quickly, then it might be 2 fights, but that's not what we're going to see. This is the last fight of this round, as the stick is going to help King out, but it isn't going to secure that kill. Cabe is going to stay alive with that tactical visor. No one is going to try to get up to him. Milky Man one more time comes up clutch, getting on Who, especially with the help from the rest of his team. King trying his best to try to keep the rest of the team at bay as well. Look how aggressive, look how confident King is with that armor. They know that they can get a little bit further in their face. They have a little bit more room to work with. That damage mitigation is absolutely huge, and look how far they pushed them off of the point all the way to 99%. They started this with 40%, and with one pick and a couple ultimates, we have gotten to 99-80. Square One have exhausted all of their ultimates. The good news is QARA doesn't really have any of their own. They're going to come up to it, but they definitely are vulnerable to dying before they're going to be able to get there. As another 6 is going to get 2 for Anu. I think that's the 4th time that we've seen a Pulse Bomb get 2 kills from both of these Tracers so far. Anu with 2 kills, bringing this back. QARA, though, needs to find a way to take down Milky Man on this point. That stall is going to be absolutely important. And King, once more, I'm so glad you're not on the Echo right now, because this Tracer has been so much more impactful, so much more intentional for Square One, and now they are bringing this point all the way back. This seems to be happening all the time. They look like they're behind, but they're really playing possum the whole time, and that ultimate usage at the end of that fight there, starting with the rally from Aspen, is exactly how you set yourself up for a round win.
Woo! Just in time. If I may say something here, is that Square One did a beautiful job of stopping some ults. I saw a beautiful rock stop the Coalescence from the Moira. I think Milky Man stopped the Lucio beat, which could have helped save their team to keep them going. He stopped it completely. That beat never went off. He died mid-beat. And that just turned the fight. That's what happened. That no beat, and they just pushed forward. What are you going to do?
That is insane through all of that, Clone Man. And those are like those, you know, you talk about macro, which is the big picture, right? But what you're talking about is that micro, right? Like that individual play. What is my job right now? And that's what happens when you do your job perfectly. They're going to get a raise, or at least the game ball, if they end up winning out because of those ultimate stops.
Yeah, that was beautifully done.
As I think it should be right now. When you're on the 5th map, you're a veteran squad, right? I feel like we should be seeing more of that kind of play from Square One. It's been more like clutch plays as to why we're here at 2-2 and not QARA already winning. I think Milky Man twice got triple kills. You know, King is getting a lot of individual kills himself too, but Square One having the clutch moments. It's not going to bring you first place in Contenders, but might get you into the top 2 spot here in the Trial of Champions. Now, no one has gotten to the point just yet. It seems like Xwrath is going to stay on the high ground. This is a beautiful place for the Soldier, for the Zenyatta. You have a lot of vision, and you already see he can see the point, he can see the lighthouse, he can see the high ground on the opposite side of the map just by staying on the high ground right here. But they're doing some really good suppression fire on the other side, but really Xwrath is kind of just running free right now, getting some healing down, has the volleys, has that Discord orb, calling those targets, and when you're in this position for Xwrath, you're actually tracking ultimates quite well too. You have the most information, you have a lot of vision when it comes to getting onto that high ground, and you can give that information to the rest of your team. We did find Square One able to cap that point, and the tempo has been a little bit slower compared to all of the other maps so far that we've seen on Control. Ults going both ways, but so far not a lot of anything happening. But we do have Orchid very, very close to that Transcendence, especially with this initial pick. Hard has themselves in the driver's seat. They can go ahead and pull this into the station. That kill on his specs is not as impactful as the kill earlier onto Square One. Xwrath does use that Transcendence, so it's not going to be available for the next time. But once again, Square One captures the point, and in a situation in Contenders, maybe you find like a surgical fight, you lose at 30%, and then you lose at 50%. But this fight instead was like extended the percentage instead of, you know, losing it like and giving them that percentage, if you catch my drift.
Yeah, it looked like QARA seems kind of lost right now, just kind of falling apart as Square One just kind of picks them piece by piece. Just decent ults coming in from Square One, just enough to get them where they need, just a few picks and or people in the right places to get those picks. And as I say that, Cave falls, knocks Spree out with a missile. But it's going to be tough for this. I mean, it's either 99-0 situation.
So they don't even need to win this fight. It would be great if they can, and they could just lock up this map and really make a statement against QARA by winning this 100-0, but it's becoming less and less likely, especially with your support off of the field. But the way that the ultimates are kind of getting together, I like where Square One is at. I probably wouldn't have used self-destruct in that situation, but you have given QARA a little bit of an advantage. So all you have to do if you're Square One is wait for their ultimates and then just win the next fight.
Yeah, that Diva Bomb was a little looking big picture there. He was trying to, I think, get them the C9 yet again, you know, get them off point. They came pretty close to it, but wasn't enough in the end. I would like to see it saved myself. Rinse and repeat, pretty much. We're looking at, we want teams to really, we're looking at Square One to pretty much just like look for a pick, look for the right opening, try to contest point, get somebody to come over there again, maybe look for that early pick, who's been getting picked quite a few times. And that's where we're getting into this.
And once again, Milky Man twice now coming up with really good early picks to set up Square One into the situation they are in right now. Skiz is low, but is able to get away. That Wrecking Ball has been one of the stories of this match. Let's take a look at where we are right now. Square One, 99%. QARA, 41%. A couple more picks. QARA needs to keep these ultimates because Square One wants to at least dry push or junk rush this next fight. There's not really a world where they win it outright. They could because they might be able to avoid the tac visor. The pulse bomb might whiff, and they have a Transcendent. So this isn't worst case scenario, but if they want to be a little safe, they can kind of just throw themselves onto the point, right, die, and then come back and come back with an ultimate advantage, but only if QARA falls for it.
Taking their time. You notice Brute switching over. Oh my goodness! A triple kill!
My lord, man. Give that man a sticker. He is getting a triple kill on who now is going to stop it. And that's really good because off of just one ultimate, they got 3 kills, and now we're in one fight territory, and they have attack visor and Transcendence themselves. You see what I'm saying, guys? If they use that Transcendence in that fight, Square One has the advantage. Now we're almost on even footing. We do have a little bit more of an environmental advantage for Square One because of those proximity mines, so definitely look out for that and where exactly Milky Man puts those on to the field, especially with Speed and King with their ultimates. You're going to be able to throw a pulse bomb and then follow that up with a tactical visor as Orchid apparently is a bird flying onto the objective. 99% overtime right now. So this is it. This is going to be the last fight, folks. So these ultimates that they're using right now are the last ultimates that you might see. Expected Skins gets 3 kills right away. Milky Man doesn't use the bombs in the best possible way, and QARA might have been able to grind this back, ripping this from the jaws of defeat as Square One will have to play another round in order to secure this map. Going
all the way.
Distance. It's the full set, Clone Man. How are you feeling?
Man, this has been one heck of a game, if I'll be real with you. I mean, that I was talking about Arhu being a little scared because, you know, he was getting picked off quite a bit, and then he come up clutch with that triple K. That, you know, that maybe the 2 fights they might have been able to get, they only had 1 fight then. And it seemed the core had just enough ults, beautiful Grivet, Flux coming in from Specs. The Minefield, you know, kind of on point, but, I mean, mine's on point. Yeah, you can touch it, but you kill a couple mines, you just walk back on point, right? It does something. But Core just having just enough ults and just managing to push through. Square One looks a little lost there.
Yeah, I mean, give it up to Anhu, right? Square One could look lost, but that was because of an amazing play from Anhu, who's not going to be on. I mean, after that last round, I would not have Anhu play Tracer, like not play Tracer ever. At this point, I want to see Anhu on Tracer at all times. It's obvious.
You're a Tracer one Tracer.
Yeah, exactly. It's obviously his best character. And what's been really cool is the Tracer versus Tracer hasn't been, you know, we saw that 1v1 earlier, but they've actually been focusing other members of the team rather than focusing in on each other. Because I think why we're getting so many full spot kills and they're farming that so quickly. Both Tracers right now very similar in terms of ultimate charge. So they're getting to the back line and Cave with nice accuracy. It's a little easier now with the soldier changes, but is going to start this off making this a 5v5. It's a little bit easier right now for Anhu and crew because QARA is going to get that man advantage because of this Tracer. And look at that support from the supports in that situation too. They're functioning on all cylinders. That communication is obviously going really well for QARA.
Yeah, I was gonna say it looked like Milkman tried to get into the back line, maybe try to look for a little knock through, maybe knock up, but his team was so far away, it didn't seem like there was any follow-up, and he just got rolled around, got stunned, Discord, and he just died, and that was that. I don't know, they look lost again with some of the diving. They had some of it earlier, but not right now.
Well, they need to find that North Star that we were talking about earlier. Every fight has that North Star. If you're a caster, if you're a player, if you're anyone in esports, you have to figure out what that main storyline is. And if you're a player, that's your win condition. The storyline is how you get to that win condition. And right now, QARA knows that story a little bit better than Square One, but this one is actually coming right on back. As Anhu, though, cannot do everything themselves, as one post-bomb kill would normally be amazing, but the rest of this team faltered around him, and that had to have been, you know, I just talked about the communication, but maybe getting a little bit cocky on QARA's side.
Yeah, it looked like that time around, though, Milkman was able to hit like a 4 or 5 man knock-up, which was actually what should have happened the first fight there. But they managed to get that big slam, get those picks they needed, and then push forward and then take the point for themselves again.
Whew, man, I'm taking a little bit of a breather, everyone at home. This is about as close as it gets. Breathe in. All right, let's get this, folks, as Square One has that ultimate advantage. So if I were a betting man, I'd actually like to be on Square One right now, and Specs actually is not going to be able to get more ult on him because he got taken down by that self-destruct, well, at least the mech did. But look at how quickly Specs is getting back onto that mech. He's going to be able to get in it. So that's just a wasted ult from Brute at this point in time. As Xbreath also using that Transcendence 5v5 now from both fights. Both of those kills came in really quickly. Tank for support, and Aspen coming so close to that rally is a much better pick. But they still have control of the point. And that's the main thing right now is they're still in control. They might be losing the fight, but they're still in control. So at 60%, just like on that last map, they were able to stall this out up until 80%. Yes, they just got another pick, but Square One isn't out of this just yet. That's why you're seeing Aspen use that rally to keep them on this point. Oh, another nice pulse bomb as well, but they want to stay on this point. They might not win, but they want to get to 80%, and that's where you start getting those diminishing returns. But with these picks coming up, though, Square One definitely has the opportunity to do just that, as we do have another tech issue just real quick. I'll keep this energy going right now so we can get to the rest of the fight. And here we go. It's 78% now for Square One. We've used all of those ultimates. QARA now, though, is coming right on back on who? On that Tracer. Once again, that's Mr. Clutch right there. If they win, he's my MVP. That is for sure. But it looks like Milky Man is making a little bit of a case for himself. It only happens in this situation as King does get the pick onto Neptune. This is so back and forth, Claude, man. I don't remember casting a game like this in a long time, and I'm 30. And in esports world, I'm almost dead. So that should say something. At Square One and QARA now continuing the fight onto the objective, the well not really being interacted with, and it looks like Square One finally pulling this out. Another thrilling round. They will most likely win this 2-1, but again, doesn't get much closer than this in terms of a series. And QARA
wow, what
very happy with how they played today.
I gotta say, Square One really picking it up there. Looking like QARA got some of those picks, but Square One was just able just to stay alive and just keep up. Again, the life essence again, just staying alive. Just keep the point, right? You don't want them giving the point. You keep the point, you get the control percent, and it kept ticking and kept ticking. And then reinforcements came back. They get another pick. Square One starts winning. And just at the end of the day, too, I think just a little bit better ult usage and just yeah.
I totally agree. Look at the score line, though. 1-2 on the first one, 3-2 on Hanamura, so that's extra innings. 6-3 on Hollywood, that's extra innings. Dorado was the shortest map, but that was still really, really close in terms of time. Ilios goes the distance. This is why I love Contenders. You know, Overwatch League is great, but the one thing about Contenders is you really see passion. You know, of course they're passionate, but it's like the difference between NFL and collegiate, right? It's so much grit, so much raw, like emotional energy that when you're a professional is not a very good thing, right? You want to be in control of all of those emotions, but these emotions that we're seeing from both of these teams make it so very entertaining. Yeah, they cause mistakes sometimes, but that's where the hype plays come through. What is the highlight for you, and do you have an MVP before we throw to break?
Ooh, my MVP? I'll definitely say King really came up clutch a lot of times. Good pulse bombs, really got the better of his other half there with the tracer play. Melkyman 2 came in really hard. Handy, sure, he fed a couple times, happens on ball, but he also made some really big plays that actually helped his team. Zerath, you know, that first map, they came pretty close to almost winning, and his Lucio play coming in, his Zen play being really good too. It's hard one to call, Boop.
I totally agree. If I'm giving one to QARA, it's got to be to one player. I think that's much easier to figure out. That is on who. 4 double kill pulse bombs, 1 triple kill pulse bomb throughout that series. Congratulations. You impressed, I think, a lot of us. But that's going to be it. I need a little bit of a breather. I know all of you guys at home do too. So we're going to be back with Noble versus Delta Phoenix very, very soon. Don't go away, because that's also going to be a very good game. We'll see you then.
See you then.
Uprising Academy, they lay down the shatter, let the bodies hit the floor. Uprising Academy at 95%.
Right now with Hydra building up to this Bear Barrage so quickly.
Oh!
And asking!
Double kill in the back with the pulse bomb from the high ground. Aerial assault with that mine.
Impact, se escucha de abajo gritar campeón. Está el Foxes.
Holy cow.
And after 42 consecutive losses, the Shanghai Dragons get their first win.
8 teams enter this weekend.
Oh no, Reinhardt, what are you doing?
We got a clip with minimal information. It's time to break it down. Speed, 25%. Go. Figure out what this man's SR is.
Keep fighting until it's for sure lost.
Winnable!
So you queue up for Overwatch Ranked, only to be greeted by this, which then leads to this, and oh no, Reinhardt, what are you doing? The solution? Elo Hell pickup games.
Hey, you know what? Just
Oh my god, it's huge! Oh! Kill! Let's go.
Open to players of all ranks and most platforms, Pugs give you the chance to experience competitive Overwatch as it was meant to be played. Competitively.
I need help.
I'm with you.
Shoot.
No way, dude.
Go. Let's go. Nice. Good call.
Players set their icons to indicate the role they want to play, then 2 captains pick their teammates and draft the most competitive teams they can. You can also take part in our pioneering learning event, Coached Pugs. To take part, join the Elo Hell Pickup Games Discord, and be sure to read the Pug Guide and FAQ. Good luck, have fun, and we'll see you in-game.
All right, everyone, it is Boop and Clone Man back with the call. We're going to go right into it. That last game was so long, and yes, there's a lot to unpack there, but we'll keep that for the post game. Now we've got Noble and Delta Phoenix. This is actually a really interesting matchup because there's a lot of familiar names on Noble. And with Delta Phoenix, one person I definitely want you to look at is a kid named Bo, one of the best Hanzo players I've seen at LAN, but it's not really the better right now. So I definitely want to see how he portrays his tracer in terms of what kind, right? We talked about the different tracers before. So Bo is going to be the DPS, the primary DPS in my opinion, the one that's going to end up getting a lot of the final blows, where Squid is going to be the one that butters them up. Also, look at that name synergy, Bo and Squid, but you can't butter him up, you're dead. That butter a little too cold for Noble right now. Delta Phoenix and Petal, who I was told was going to really pop off today, is going to be taking over control of this fight from the start. Sinatra, though. Pretty sure
we have Sinatra in here. What did he get here?
What? I thought he was playing another game, guys.
Yeah, I thought he was playing.
You know what? Maybe it's Frank. Or maybe Nancy? I don't know. Maybe they're the ones playing the Tracer, but I can guarantee you that's not the real Sinatra, friends, as Delta Phoenix and Petal with this Echo is getting really, really close to that ultimate. They've already found point. 20% is really good so far, as Noble, though, continuing to lose out onto this fight. I spoke to Wheats a little bit earlier today, and he was actually really, really excited about showing off his team, especially Near, especially both. So I'm really, really stoked to see if that's going to come to fruition, and right now it looks like it is going to be doing just that, as the initial fight went Delta Phoenix's way, and through the absentee fights, Noble is going to come through.
Looking like Delta Phoenix had a strong start there, but getting a little too aggressive, I would say. You know, Sinatra, I guess, trying to go for that Mr. 150k pulse bomb and missing completely. Some people getting picked off, Mikey going a little too aggressive, and Noble just staying clumped together and staying together and just pushing through.
Petal with that duplication. I call it the duplication station. Who is she gonna try to duplicate? Let's take a look at the other side, right? We have options. We have Wrecking Ball. That's gonna be nice to get an extra set of proximity mines potentially. So we're gonna see that duplication happen right now, and it's gonna be onto Squid, but that's not gonna last very long as you're able to take them down, and Echo's gonna have to do Echo things instead. Squid did use that tac visor to take down that Echo, so those resources are not going to fall the way of Delta Phoenix as we speak. But also using that Transcendence. Without that Transcendence, Petal doesn't get that kill, but there's 2 more kills on the other side. We have a little bit more ultimate from Noble, and the second trans is usually better, and that's going to ring true for Noble right now, but is this deja vu? This happened last game too, where the fights are so rubber bandy, Clone Man, that especially on this map, it definitely helps with that kind of fight, but it's making it very long and very hard to call exactly who's ahead at the beginning and middle of these fights.
Yeah, the Wrecking Ball coming in, just really stalling the point for them very hard. Noble using a lot of ults. It looked really good for them, but Delta Phoenix just managing to stay strong again with the light force of big light force and life. Just they don't want to fall.
Yeah.
But it does seem though that they are going to push Delta Phoenix off the map, off of the point.
Okay, Soko, Mikey have their ultimates. No one on the other side does themselves. Now, we definitely want the ability to close out this map, right? So if you're Squid and Boat, you're actually not very happy with the resources you have to win this map out, because the other team has those resources instead. We've got that, so we have that self-destruct going on right now, doesn't find anybody, doesn't clean up the point. It does give you a little bit of time to think about what the next step is going to be. Squid now going to use that tac visor again. It seems to be there off of a cooldown, and he's going to have to run away, and that's going to be a little bit of a zoning ult, trying to insert a little bit of your aggressive personality into that fight, and not really doing anything with it outside of the moving away, getting back to your team, and getting them back to spawn.
Yeah, Mikey doing a good job with the minefield kind of. If the team wants to come, if Noble wants to fall down, they're gonna fall into a nice juicy minefield that he laid down, especially for them. So the soldier Squid there having to fall back after that because he hit a mine because Soko there knocked him into it by accident. So having to peel back, I have to admit, Delta Phoenix coming in this looking really good with those ultimates. Noble used quite a bit there and are looking to build up. So this could go a 99-99 situation again.
All right, the other thing about Noble, the names are switched by the way, is that I'm pretty sure Sinatra is actually Malfell. That's my theory. Sinatra is Malfell because he is on this point. Petal is someone that Weeps did tell me to look out for in terms of someone who might end up popping off, and we're actually seeing him right now. We saw that duplication onto that Diva. We're already back to that Echo, but those sticky bombs are going to do just as much, maybe even more than that Diva would have done. And it looks like Noble is going to be able to pick up this point.
Looking like a nice contest coming in here. Gotta admit, Noble did a really good job on that dive in that left-hand side there by the cars. Looking good with the pulse bomb. Even though they Trank still got an early pick, but it seems the fight's still continuing on here, Boop.
Yeah, this is definitely contested, and the thing about City Center is that anyone can really win this fight. It takes so long to flip it. You can hold this point with 3 people because of the circular nature of the actual objective, especially if your Tracer is still alive. You can pretty much play Ring Around the Rosie with the opposing team to stall this out. We're actually seeing that right now as it's 99-99 in overtime, and you're actually going to stop the Pulse Bomb from doing anything. But Sinatra, I'm pretty sure who is Malfell, is going to get enough time for the rest of Noble to come back onto this point. Without that Wrecking Ball, though, I don't think it's going to work out, and it does not, as Delta Phoenix takes the first round. Remember, Control it's a lot of players call it the great equalizer, right? It is something that great teams can lose against, good teams there, right? We might be seeing that now, but from what I saw in that game, Delta Phoenix actually playing quite well. Boat much better on the Tracer than I had expected. Squid doing much more consistently than I had expected. And honestly, I really liked Infernal's play. Yes, Moopy has that old Contenders experience, wasn't XL2. Was he on XL2 with you?
No, he was not at that time.
Oh, he replaced you.
Yes.
So, sorry, I didn't mean.
Oh, the pain.
Anyway, and I really like the tank players for Delta Phoenix so far. But if there's any type of player in Tier 2, in my opinion, that is the most inconsistent, it is our tank players.
Yeah, it can be very hard for tanks to do a lot sometimes. Sometimes you push more aggressive than you should be, and you're dead for it. And tank very punishes you very hard, especially with Ball and certain other characters. That if you just don't have the right timing yet again, that's the end of you. And you got to make sure you're able to do what you need to do at the right time.
What is that going to be if you are Delta Phoenix or if you are Noble? And for Delta Phoenix right now with Lear and the rest of the team, this is what we were looking at for the last squads, right? You saw how quick those kills came through. That's focus fire, and that's time to kill being really good for Delta Phoenix.
Yeah, it looks like Noble having a little trouble trying to get up to there for the high ground. Delta Phoenix beating him. I'm not too certain of the Echo here. I like the damage coming in, but it seems like, the soldier just a little bit quicker, just able to move up there. You're going to get harassed pretty hard with the soldier against the Echo on this.
I wonder if it's not for his 4900 MMR. Anyway, Noble now is Petal. Look at that ultimate charge just balloon upwards, but that was only because he was getting focused down by Boat on the other side. So Petal's going to have to grow back again, come back onto this fight, and try to make something happen. So far, I have not been mega impressed by a lot of the Echo play, and I don't think it's the Echoes. I think these teams are just getting better at defending against that Echo as Boat gets 2 Pulse Bomb kills to seal this fight up.
Yeah, beautiful stun coming in from Liar to stop Sigma in his tracks. No eating, no shield to save him, and he gets Pulse Bomb, and that's the end of that.
Exactly. The thing about Pulse Bomb is the fight ender, right?
Yeah, go for it.
And so, Delta Phoenix has 1 ultimate, 2 at the ready, 3 at the ready, really. Noble still coming up on theirs. They're a little bit behind. Petal and who they choose to duplicate is kind of the name of the game right now, but they're not ever going to get a chance as Delta Phoenix seems to be doing a little bit of a QARA impression right now. They're engaging at these weird tempoed times, right? Usually you see a little bit more pre-setup or staging. They're just going, and it's keeping Noble on their toes.
Yeah, you could maybe say that the trance was a little maybe much, maybe just to keep everybody nice and healthy, but managed to work for him, use the 1 ult. Yeah, pretty much just wipe up Noble there. And Delta Phoenix is still looking very strong here. This is going to be a 99 fight in overtime. Oh, nice kill.
And that's actually a really good kill because there was a pick on Noble's side to start with. But the way that this is going, it's all Delta Phoenix so far. Noble didn't really get to play the game, to be completely honest with you, on this point, and that was dominant. Like, that's not an underdog overperforming. That's Delta Phoenix playing really well.
Yeah, I mean, Noble has this nice veteran squad coming in. I mean, I've seen these plays before, all really good players. I mean, Mikey was an owl for Boston Uprising, and to see Delta Phoenix come in here and just blow them out in the last map was astounding. I mean, there was ults that were not used that needed to be used. You can't be holding on to those. This is last fight.
Yeah, and I mean, like, how many ultimates did we even see from Noble? Right?
Well, I could count on maybe my hand. maybe
Yeah,
maybe like 2.
exactly, and that is not those aren't the words you wanna be coming out of our mouths
Mm-mm.
here, and so, Wheats is one of, in my opinion, was one of the most underrated coaches during the whole second win shenaniganery, back in Contenders a couple years ago. Basically, if you wanted to get into Owl, you just played for second wind, and that was
Yep.
very, very true, and Wheats was it was funny because I remember when I was scouting them out for casting back in the day, we'd be like, "Yeah, we just kind of play Minecraft." And so I asked him, I was like, "How important is Minecraft in your prep for these games right now?" It's less important, but he did definitely want to let me know that Petal has been practicing that Echo all week, and you actually saw him in your solo queue games doing just
Yeah.
that. So yeah, it could be a little bit better so far, in my opinion. Not as impactful. The Echo so far definitely still have a little bit more to grow, in my opinion. I'll talk about why, but I want to hear if you agree.
No, I definitely think like the Echo play, like he plays a pretty fine Echo, I would definitely say. I mean, damage, you can build an ult really fast. It just seems like it's hard to like work with your team with it somewhat a little bit. Like the ultimate usage from it was a little on the weaker side. Maybe he was a little too aggressive, maybe just need to wait for it. It seems like Soldier just a little bit, just that's the sustain he can have. Like you can just run away with Soldier. You have that heal pad for your own teammates. Like some people, even in back in old dive, with the triple DPS, that heal pad was a lifeline that could save you
Mhm.
sometimes.
Exactly. So we're going to go ahead and take a look at what map is next. It's going to be Hanamura once again. And I definitely want to remind everybody what happened on the last game, right? Where our, quote unquote underdog struggled on Assault once they were on the defense and they needed to be a little bit more team oriented, right? When you're on the offense, you can be a little bit more proactive in your play. You're not reacting as much and you can set the tempo a little bit better. But when you're on the defense, you're constantly taking so much attention, right? You're not winning just one fight, right? You have to win like 10 different fights in order to hold on point A. And that's really, really hard to do where the offense only needs to win the one. Right. So,
Mhm.
how a team utilizes defense and kind of understands the mechanics of that situation is, I think, another really great growth opportunity for teams and coaches to go over with their teams if we do make it to contenders proper, even before the end of this week.
Yeah, I think it goes to what I was talking about with Square One earlier. The plan and execution. You gotta have it, and Square One did it. Can we see that coming up here with Noble? I mean, we have some of these veteran players. Are they gonna be able to do the same thing? Maybe we have the same repeat. We go to 5 games.
That would be
That's pretty much
insane.
what I'm looking for.
Yeah.
I'm looking for that nice clean play. I want to see it from both teams. I want to see a nice defense, nice attack. I don't want to see like the overtime pushes again. Like yeah, it's great when you get it, but you gotta finish with some time. You gotta play on the point. That's what happens.
Exactly. I mean, it's called the objective for a reason, right?
Mhm.
That is, I've been using this term because I love it. It's your North Star, right? You have to make it on there. And on the last game, we saw 2 C9s because of a lack of focus on the point. When things break down and you feel like you might be overcoming a deficit in that fight, again, those basic mechanics tend to go away first, right? You start paying attention, you stop communicating, and it definitely happened to our last set of squads multiple times. But and this is a big one. Delta Phoenix did not exhibit any of that on Control. There was a little bit more exhibited between Square One and QARA, but Noble literally didn't get to play that second round, right? Delta Phoenix now needs to continue that. If they play like they did on Control, this is not a 5-game set, in my opinion, but we have to be consistent, and newer teams tend to have a harder time with that.
Mm-hmm. Totally agree. With your to the North Star, shout out to that anime. Great anime, Fifth North Star. Love that. But I'm looking forward to what the teams have to offer. Again, Petal playing the Echo. Is he going to find the value that he needs, or is he just going to crumble? And that's it.
You don't want to crumble on the defense. You want to have that nice foundation that you can consistently go back to and push away the other team. And this is going to be more of the same as Dark. I have a friend named Darky, so this is really, really nice, as Delta Phoenix is going to be able to just literally walk onto the objective. And Noble's showing a little bit of that experience themselves. A lot of times in that situation, they just kind of cede the point, and right now they don't really have a really good opportunity. So instead of feeding a ton of ultimates to Delta Phoenix so they come into the second point with a bunch of momentum, they're cutting their losses, in my opinion, by doing it this way.
Yeah, it seems to me that Noble's just kind of falling apart at the moment. That early pick on the pedal, as I said, was pretty bad, and they just walked up. I was expecting Delta Phoenix just to take the point, but they kind of played a little slower just to make sure they got the extra kills and just pushed right in, grabbed the point. Easy as that, and that was pretty clean, I will say.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, maybe a little too clean. You would love to come into this point with a couple ultimates, you know what I mean? But you're also in love with your time bank. Almost 6 minutes for Delta Phoenix to capture this point, but we've seen 6 minutes go away. I remember the worst one I've ever seen was Skyfox in 2018. They were on Horizon Lunar Colony. They had a 6-minute and 20-second bank and didn't capture the first point. So again, anything can happen. 5.5 minutes might look like a lot now, but 2 minutes we might be in a different situation. But man, Delta Phoenix, what is happening to Noble right now? Literally a death squad onto a Noble, and Noble's got to make some adjustments. Whatever is happening to them is not working. Delta Phoenix is playing cracked out of their minds right now.
Yeah, Delta Phoenix just making their point on the point. They're just using their ults, getting them up, and just Noble just seems to be falling apart. A couple small picks come in, but it seems like Delta Phoenix just moving in fast and hard. Wow, that's that. 5 minutes. That is. What's happening, Boop? I don't get it.
5 minutes. Noble
lost.
is a good team. Petal is good. Mudcup is good. Mikey is good. But I think maybe we're just kind of sleeping on the newer Trials teams, to be completely honest with you. And that's awesome to see. I know some people, I don't want to, some people are saying, all right, we want the floor to raise when it comes to what we're seeing in Overwatch, especially moving into Overwatch 2. And honestly, it's already happened, right? We've seen QARA and Delta Phoenix exceed expectations dramatically, in my opinion. But this is insane to me. This was completely unexpected. Delta Phoenix doing so good. Boat is absolutely cracked out of his mind. So happy to see him play something other than Hanzo and Farah personally. I saw him at LAN once, and he was on a team with Switch and Chinese food and that kind of crew. And that 14-year-old, I keep forgetting his name, who was on Malibu, who's also really, really good. But there's growth that I've already seen from the last time they played on this map. Right, so Delta Phoenix absolutely crushing it right now. It would be very, very hard to find something wrong with that team at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, there hasn't been anything of as of yet to really critique them on. They've been doing such a great job. I mean, can we blame maybe Noble for just playing poorly, or are we, applauding Delta for doing so good? It's very hard to say right now, but let's see what happens on the attack here and how the defense of Delta does.
And this is where, this has been kind of the story of today. This is where champions are made, on the defense, right? A lot of people say sometimes, the best offense is a good defense. And right now they're starting off really, really good. 5v5 right now. Mubi, Lear getting that res. I mean, the pace and tempo. Noble does not seem like they can be proactive in any way. Everything is a reaction. Delta Phoenix are playing with them like Play-Doh right now, to be completely honest with you. Something drastic needs to change, and it needs to happen soon.
Yeah, Noble just getting picked apart. Nice pick off, though, from Soko in the beginning there, but just instantly gets res. I'm always a big fan of Mercy on defense on these kinds of maps. You lose somebody, that's okay. You don't have to walk the long mile, right? I would walk 700 miles. I don't want to do that. Just res me.
Please.
Or 1,000 miles.
Yeah, it's going to help, and that 14-year-old is named Wannabe. Thank you, friends. As Delta Phoenix now with Sinatra, that is Malthel. I'm 99% sure about that. I could tell by the 4900 MMR on display for Noble. As now, I mean, what can they do, right? I'm kind of not casting this fight because the moral of the story of what's happening right now is Delta Phoenix is strangling Noble right now. They have put their foot on their throats and they are not letting them get away, and it's continuing to happen. And I see Noble making decisions. Let's go this way, let's go another flank, and every decision results in failure. And at this point, you got to start thinking about the mental too. Like, this isn't supposed to be happening. As another eat from Soko does happen, but honestly, he's gonna vote the way that boat's been playing. Is both
a little bit of misclick there.
Yeah, exactly. He's gonna get this pulse bomb really, really quickly, and look at how close quarters this fight is. And finally, Noble is able to break through. It took a couple ultimates. Now that Petal is gonna have 2 kills. I'm so glad he's off that Echo. I think that's definitely gonna help him as we move forward. But with Delta Phoenix taking off a couple minutes on the time bank right now, Noble's gonna be at a disadvantage even for the rest of this, even though they are going to capture this point. Still, Delta Phoenix started that off very, very strong, but is this the first sign of that kind of crack in the arm?
I think yes, but at the same time, I think Delta Phoenix kind of went a little too crazy inside of there, trying to get those kills. Noble came back very fast from their spawn, and they just couldn't get the pick. They used the tranks, and nothing came from it. The minefield too, like, just because you can minefield on somebody, everybody just usually walks away, so it's going to be interesting for this fight. Whoa, big Gravitic Flux coming out, but trank to stop it.
I mean, Gravitic Flux is one of the most counterable ults. It's designed that way, but it's really good to kind of stop a fight. It presses pause. Everyone has to react a little bit differently, especially if it comes at a weird tempo. The thing about the human brain, right, is we like, 1, 2, 3, 4. We like the natural progression of things. So when someone does something crazy, right, this happens in chess. I've been watching the Queen's Gambit. It's very obvious. Where you do a move that's so out of the ordinary, it's so crazy, it brings everyone into even footing, no matter what the skill differential is, right? And we could potentially be seeing a little bit more of that from a Delta Phoenix, because this absolute aggression from them is kind of akin to that kind of playstyle for them.
Yeah, it's definitely very interesting too, if I may point out, Boop, is Mathiel or Sinatra there picking the Genji. Very interesting pick, looking for the kind of dive, but the only one he can really go is with his Mikey there on the ball, but Liar can just shut him down very fast and effectively. So this is definitely really interesting to see. Me personally, I don't like the Genji pick, but I mean, I've been wrong before and it could work out.
All right, so I'm going to say, okay, how does this work? We get that Transcendence out of Dirk's hand, but a Pulse Bomb is going to take down Mudkip, and has Noble gotten a 6v6? You know what I mean? Outside of that first point win, I don't think we've seen Noble get a 6v6 in 2 maps outside of that. We do have a little bit of a return kill, though, but the defense has that spawn advantage, but Petal is in at the shooting gallery. This is where Soldier 76 lives. You might as well put a tent up there, because you're going to see him up in the shooting gallery so often, and that's how easy it is for him to escape. He just has to go out the window and into safety, get his health pack, go back up the stairs, and then do the same thing as Mikey now is going to get back on to the point. Now that the objective is going to be where the fight is, Delta Phoenix has definitely taken advantage, taken the tempo, and taken some names as Noble will fall. And that was a lot of time off the clock for what ended up being a very unfortunate situation for Noble.
Gotta say, beautiful play coming in from Infernal and Moopy. Infernal comes back, uses the Graphitic Flux. Moopy puts the minefield right underneath him. Very nice. Pointing back to the Genji play, he bladed and Derek just tranced, and that was that. I mean, there was a rally going on, and that was that. I think if it was an early blade, if anything, I'm still not a fan of this Genji pick.
I'm starting to join your side, Clone Man, because when you pick someone like Genji, right, you're saying, okay, I'm going off meta because I can, right? I have the ability to change the game, go past the math, and make something happen. But, I mean, Bo is doing the exact same thing on a more consistent character right now. But Sinatra did get that Swift Strike kill into Infernal, so that is already starting to add a little bit of value. And the other thing that Sinatra is going to be able to do for Noble is going to be something that's very similar to that Wrecking Ball, which is split attention. And right now, he's actually proving us wrong, as that's going to be 3 kills for him. And, this guy is a cracked Genji, and we're actually seeing it right here. And they do end up breaking through, but they have a massive time differential to make up still. Yeah. I'm happy that Noble was able to do that, but Clone Man, it's still we're still not on a even footing right now, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, if I like to think that if we saw in the Square One game that you saw the Tracer kind of ball kind of near the point, kind of contest the objective, the enemy team, the defenders have to go, oh, they're touching it. With the Genji, you're not really doing that. You're going for the more, I'm just going to go into your face and attack you, and we want to be aggressive with that. And it managed to work out in the end. I think Delta Phoenix they had a nice pick on the Soldier, but they kind of got a little dismantled there, and Noble was able to pick them off.
Oh, man, and they got picked off when it mattered. Remember, you have to win like those 10 fights as a defense to hold. You only have to win the 1 or 2 fights as the offense to capture that first point. But, man, I'm still pretty bullish on our friends on Delta Phoenix right now. You know, of course you can make a joke of the rising from the ashes, but there's no ashes to rise from. They're still in control. They have
they're still the
5... yeah, they're still a Phoenix. There is no... Are you a Phoenix if you've not been rezzed? I don't know, actually. Are you just a bird until you've been rezzed? Anyway, for those of you who are more educated on mythological creatures than us, please let us know. But Clone Man,
on Twitter.
Yeah, what are you thinking, Clone Man, of what you're seeing right now?
I mean, I think as long as Delta Phoenix don't throw like they did on their first point defense there, I think they have a strong possibility to hold this.
Yeah, they have so much more time. They're going to have more time to start this point than they would have originally gotten on their first push, but we have to get there first. Right now, Noble is going to be on the offense. They have less time on the clock, so the team with less time always attacks first. And that initial pick is so important. Now that they don't have that DPS, like before, it's going to be 10 to 15 seconds off of the clock. That one pick makes this one fight territory. That's it. That's going to be it for Noble unless they capture the point. Boat's going to be so close to that pulse bomb already, and that's going to be the only ultimate that's going to be available for this last fight. 30 seconds remaining. Noble now is going to lose another member. It's going to be their DPS through the deflect, too. As Squid's going to take him down. 65 now. Delta Phoenix definitely in the driver's seat right now. I'm going to take that right from them as Delta Phoenix is still maintaining control. Look at the comp. Look at the intention. Look at the teamwork right now as they all die at the same time. But that only happens because like they were all together there. I don't know if that was a little bit of a misplay, but for a young team, even though they all died there, I still think that's you can glean a little bit of a positive, but no hold on this point as Noble given a little bit of extra life.
Gonna give a shout out to Mikey there for being on the ball there, really disrupting the enemy team. They barely got any heals. They were so low, nice knock up, just pretty much just aggroing them, taunting them. They're like, hey, I'm the ball, attack me, and pretty much got his team enough time to buy up there. Little still not feeling the Genji as much. I mean, he did kind of feed, plain and simple. But let's see how they do coming into this. I mean, they have some ults coming in. Oh, good pick coming up first.
There is no extra time now for Noble. This is going to be overtime. Are they even going to be able to get onto the point? Yes, they will, as Squid is going to have to deal with that Wrecking Ball. But this is pretty much game set for this second point. Delta Phoenix will have to get one tick on the second point. First things first, they have to capture the first.
Yeah.
One tick, and the way that they've been playing, man, just the second they see each other, Dirk gets a kill, or Squid gets a kill, right? Or Pulse Bomb goes off. There is no dance that you see sometimes with comps like this.
Yeah. Could some of these picks could be just, it's a little bit of just mispositioning. Like I remember Petal in the beginning, they just came up front and he was just there, sitting there in the open. I would have liked to seen him maybe on the high ground above the Mega, kind of just poking from there. I mean, you're Echo, you have no fall-off damage on your shots or your little sticky bombs, and the only thing you have to get close to is your beam. Do your damage from afar, that's fine for me. But yeah, it's going to be tough. Will Noble be able to hold them for this long? It's 5 minutes, Boop. I mean, it is 2 CP, so.
It can
Anything can happen.
Anything can happen. Okay, this is the thing, right? Is as casters, right? We want to be realistic with you guys at home. But at the same time, we have seen some crazy things in our career, right? Like I said, I saw a team take 6 minutes and, over 6 minutes to lose a first point. You know what I mean? So while those things are rare, maybe not expected, they can definitely still happen. And so Noble isn't out of this. They can definitely hold this first point for 2.5, 3 minutes, right? And only give them 1.5 minutes, 2 minutes on the second point. And that's not as comfortable for them because Noble was able to capture this first point. They have so much more breathing room. They get to kind of take this in chapters instead.
Yeah. If you notice, Malthiel there, Sinatra is on the Doomfist this time around, looking for maybe aggressive play. You're looking for the wall, you're looking for the wall punch, you're looking to use your seismic slam in there, build those shields, and just really cause disruption.
And if this is Malthiel, that means that we are watching an amazing Doomfist right now. So we haven't seen this yet today, and we haven't actually seen a lot of Doomfist with things like Tracer, with things like Soldier 76. They can tend to be pretty safe as proof is in the pudding, my friends. 5v5 right now. Delta Phoenix might be taking a little bit more time to get that offensive, slight 5-second offensive advantage, but they take a little bit too much time. Boat gets a little bit too big for his britches, and now they're going to have to try once more. But, I mean, with more than 4 minutes, they've got a couple more times. We don't start worrying until that really gets to, like, 3 minutes.
Yeah, I would definitely say yes to this. I think Delta Phoenix, whoa, a little feed there coming from Mikey, but I would like to see Delta Phoenix die and get out and then have another fight coming up here. I mean, they're pretty much just staggering themselves. Yeah, sometimes you can get that little sneaky pick, or you can stay alive back there and you can cause disruption and work your way in from there, and that's definitely an option. But I think for this course, they just need to get out and die and get ready for another fight here.
Cut your losses. You've lost the fight. There's no reason to stay alive longer than you would have been in Feudals, right? And we'll see if that's going to matter in this particular fight. Sinatra/Nathel is looking for those rocket punches. The seismic slam should be coming in very, very soon. But man, dude, Dirk has been doing this a lot. So far has been the most bloodthirsty Zenyatta, along with Exarath so far today. I would love to see them do a 1v1 maybe, as Delta Phoenix and Noble fighting tooth and nail right now, as Delta Phoenix does make it onto the point. Squid almost made it out, but this is still Delta Phoenix's fight to lose. They've made it onto the objective. They have pushed the defense off to an off angle, so they're all going to have to come in through that choke point. And with this Wrecking Ball pushing forward, they're not going to be able to do that. They cut their own losses themselves, and Delta Phoenix finds his first point. One more tick separates them from a 2-0 lead.
Let's see if Delta Phoenix can do it using a minimum amount of ults, only a pulse bomb for that. They're rolling into this with 5 ults. I'm very, very happy to see what they're rolling in with. Noble on the hand, getting close to their own, so this is going to be one of those 5v5 chuck everything you got kind of thing. Or maybe Delta Phoenix just uses one ult, tries to make Noble use multiple, and then come back even stronger. Let's see what we got. Going in, engaging with the Brig ult there.
Yeah, that rally is going to definitely give them a lot of space to take. I mean, there's a big bad wolf right now. Are they going to be able to blow down that house? And Delta Phoenix is having a really, really hard time to do just that. With an ultimate advantage, they ended up just using them all almost at the same time, and they didn't really do anything with that rally. Armor means damage mitigation, and there was no damage to be had when you don't move forward. So Noble is going to be able to take a little bit more time off the clock. Still 2.5 minutes remaining. But the good news for Noble is Delta Phoenix did cycle some of their ultimates.
If I was Delta Phoenix, I would have been happy to... Oh, that's a Doom ult there. I would have been happy to maybe just save the trance and have it for next fight. You know, rally. If we die to second ult, that's okay. We push up. We made them use so many already. I mean, hey, they just blew Doom ult, so that's great on them. I mean, the only thing Nobles has going into this is trance. Delta Phoenix switching to the McCree, looking to play a little bit closer in with each other in the core there. Really trying to get that McCree just to pump out damage. Now, this isn't the new patch McCree, where he's a little extra thick and he reloads faster.
Yeah, this ain't your normal thick boy. We got some thickness to add for our next patch, but Noble going to be walking in, or defending against Delta Phoenix, who are walking in. Boat has that pulse bomb, and that pulse bomb is not going to be a throwaway pulse bomb like it has been on some of our other tracers. But no, I hyped it up a little bit too much. Doesn't hit anything. Dirk is someone that you do have to keep tabs on. It is bloodthirsty Zenyatta. As you can see, the healing, the Harmony Orb, not really going on many people. It's going to be that Discord Orb that's going to be doing that instead. Not really a lot of healing going on. We are very close to that Transcendence. We did take one out of Noble, so in terms of where I want to be in Ultimates, Delta Phoenix is where I want to be, but we are starting to get into, you know, the nitty-gritty right now. 1 minute and 19 seconds, 1.5 fights remaining. That 5-minute time bank, not really looking like much right now.
Yeah, Delta Phoenix is going a little too far, I think. I mean, some really good kills. I mean, I know Doa would be more than happy to see the bloodthirsty Zenyatta. And Dirk has definitely done a good job. He's definitely going to have that train. He's going to need it for the Sigma ult coming in. That Gravitic Flux that picks everybody up. Just half your HP, you're going to need that Flux to keep you alive. I mean, that train's to keep you alive.
That is guaranteed 50% with that Grab of Flux. So it's all about the follow-up a lot of the time. Ooh.
Oh, my.
Interesting, actually, that we use the trance. So they're going to be very weak on this next fight. The Grab Flux should be able to stop them, and Noble might have set themselves up for a victory with a 4.5-minute time bake disadvantage. This is what I'm talking about, folks. It looks really good, but this is a younger team, and we're seeing their age right now.
Yeah, I think just maybe a little bit of, you know, the veterans versus newbies kind of thing. You know, they might have it a little bit, but the planning and where they need to go with it just isn't quite there, it seems like. Like, they just need to keep some of these ults. Now, they're coming in here pretty healthy, but, I mean, a Doomfist that can just punch him into the wall, trying to go that high ground, can be very hard. He's got an ult. They have a Sig Flux still. Is anybody going to be touched? It looks like Tracer is, but will they be able to do it?
All right, I definitely expect the McCree to use that ult onto the high ground to push them back onto the objective. Uses it to reload instead. Boat does use that pulse bomb onto Mikey, takes him out. So there's 2 people down for Noble. Delta Phoenix have set themselves up for such a great opportunity as Dirk does to get taken down by Mudkip on the other side. Without those supports, it's going to be very, very hard. But anything can happen with Muki on that wrecking ball. Noble, those getting their defensive spawns back, and now the momentum is on their side. It's good to be a Noble fan right now. You're probably freaking out earlier, but we're going to end up drawing it, which I think in that situation is a good win for Noble. So what I think is happening is eventually raw skill is going to be learned, right? I think that Delta Phoenix came in with that like raw, like hot shot, you know, the new guy on the block. They have that swagger and they come in and they just kill it. But I think now they're getting a little bit read by Noble. We'll see if that's going to continue. That was a draw. This is still a 1st to 3, and we'll try to finish this series after the break. We'll see you then.
Uprising Academy, they lay down the shatter, let the bodies hit the floor. Uprising Academy at 95%.
Right now with Hydra building up to this Bear Barrage so quickly.
Oh!
It has things!
Double kill in the back with the pulse bomb from the high ground. Aerial assault with that mine.
Impact, se escucha de abajo gritar campeón a Sky Foxes.
Holy cow.
And after 42 consecutive losses, the Shanghai Dragons get their first win.
8 teams enter this weekend.
Oh no, Reinhardt, what are you doing?
We got a clip with minimal information. It's time to break it down. Speed, 25%. Go. Figure out what this man's SR is.
Keep fighting until it's for sure lost.
Winnable!
So you queue up for Overwatch Ranked, only to be greeted by this, which then leads to this, and oh no, Reinhardt, what are you doing? The solution? Elo Hell pickup games.
Hey, you know what? Just
Oh my god, it's huge! Oh! Kill, 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 kill! Let's go, let's go, let's go!
Open to players of all ranks and most platforms, Pugs give you the chance to experience competitive Overwatch as it was meant to be played. Competitively.
I need help, I need help.
I'm with you.
Shoot.
No way, dude.
Go. Let's go. Nice. Good call.
Players set their icons to indicate the role they want to play, then 2 captains pick their teammates and draft the most competitive teams they can. You can also take part in our pioneering learning event, Coached Pugs. To take part, join the Elo Hell Pickup Games Discord, and be sure to read the Pug Guide and FAQ. Good luck, have fun, and we'll see you in-game.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. Right now, we're in another close battle, 1-0 for our Delta Phoenix. We have played 2 maps. We drew on Hanamura, and so we, it was 3-3 there. Oasis was one-sided. One of the most one-sided matches that I've seen in Trials or Contenders in a very, very long time, and that was on the way for Delta Phoenix. But Noble, slowly but surely, seems to be reading the playbook of Delta Phoenix a little bit better. And, you know, I kind of want to keep talking about that raw skill that Delta Phoenix is showing. So when does that start becoming a little bit of an issue? Because for me, it's like when a player comes in and they pop off, there's no excuse to try to be better, right?
Yeah. It definitely becomes like, you definitely just kind of like, they start to pop off and you're like, whoa, man, this is crazy. Like, they do good, but there's also times, you know, like, they need to be consistent. And consistency is the name of the game, I think, for most time.
And consistency, and what were like the core that we were talking about in terms of good contenders teams, right? You got consistency, you got intention, you've got communication, right? And all of those things are pillars of good teamwork in general. But when you have so much going on, remember in Overwatch, there's so much happening not on the screen. That's very important information that you depend on your teammates to tell you, right? And if that communication isn't there, you're functioning with less information and you have less to do to make those decisions. Those big decisions, those micro decisions, right, are all dependent upon the current information you have, right? That's why when like Sombra or Hanzo are in the meta or Widowmaker, that vision becomes so important, right? Because vision is information. The way that we get vision
Hmm.
in this meta definitely seems to be through the air with, Diva and Echo, or through the ball, right? Which is that wrecking ball. Would you say that that's an accurate representation?
Yeah, I mean, ball. Same thing as like Reinhardt. They have that 3D camera, and you can kind of explore around corners. Probably maybe cheating in a first person shooter, right? You can go up to the corner as ball or Reinhardt. You can turn around if you're Reinhardt. If you're ball, you just play at the corner and peek around and go, oh, okay, this thing's there. I can tell that to my team, or hey, I'm safe. I can just roll on through nice and safely. So it's definitely an added benefit I'd add for playing those characters and being able to shock or somber, just being invisible. You can't see, can't shoot
just
what you can't
taking a
see.
just taking a little stroll, just saying hello to people who don't notice you, which is usually my life. I'm just kidding. But I think the bigger story here is, again, this is the second matchup we've had with experience versus new blood, right? And something with Overwatch that is really, really interesting is that we're in a stage of our game's development, right? Where we're not a new game anymore, right? So that initial influx of excitement has mostly dissipated. So the players that are here are usually the top of the top. They're like the cream of the crop, right?
Mhm.
And I think we're seeing a lot of really young talent really show up just in the two games that we've seen so far today with Kara and Delta Phoenix. We've seen some crazy good play from Skiz, right? We see some on Kara. We've seen some really good plays from Petal at times, and on Delta Phoenix, I've been really impressed with Boat. Who I know is a Hanzo and Farah kind of two trick, but on that Tracer was absolutely amazing, especially on that first round and for about 3 minutes on Hanamura.
Yeah, also shout out to Dirk there. His Zenyatta's been popping
Yeah.
off, hitting those clutch shot that his team need. To be honest, I've been really impressed with Delta Phoenix as a whole. Like I know a couple people on the team, but always seeing like new players come in or like players I haven't seen before and just really start to pop off. Always is nice to see it. It gives me hope for contenders and trials and open division. Seeing these great players. I was there a player at a time and getting to see these players come in and like replace me, replace other people, and it's just good to see. So I'm really happy. So keep
Yeah,
up
I
those
mean,
good players.
if you get replaced, you want it to be someone as good or better than you, right? And I think
Of
that that
course.
is starting to be a lot more consistent at this level of play because all that you have, like in terms of excess, is passion. Right, every player that you see in trials, every player that you see in contenders, every caster that you see in trials and contenders, producer, everyone, TO, everyone involved is some of the most passionate people I've ever met in my life. And remember, I'm ancient when it comes to when
Oh,
it
you're
comes
not that
to
ancient now.
esports.
Come on.
So, when you got a 3 in front of your age, you're kinda getting there, but in the end, I really, really enjoy what is happening in the scene as of right now. We've seen a lot of really good players. Yeah, of course, some of them have chosen to do other things, but the ones that we have,
Mhm.
I think, are definitely worth investing in and seeing them grow. And a lot of them are very, very young and won't be eligible for Owl for a couple years. I think Alarm is a really good example of someone who got to grow as a player in person on Fusion University and then ended up being like I think like the second or third highest paid support in Overwatch League. And Alarm's
Yeah.
a special case. Most people aren't going to be as good as Alarm, but if you're close, right, like this is where you start making your name. This is where you have to start popping off. And honestly, Dirk is in the kill feed a little bit too much. And when you compare someone like that to Exarath, right, who has been around for a bit, has that kind of pop off potential on that character. Lastro is another kind of bloodthirsty Zenyatta that a lot of people have. If you want
And
to be,
Anna.
yeah, seriously, Crimzo on the Ana, same thing. So, supports can be really good at pushing in that damage, specifically on that Zenyatta. Because if you guys, another really cool kind of Overwatch is we're waiting for the games to start and getting the lobbies ready. Another really like cool Overwatch piece of trivia is that Zenyatta, is all about balance, right? So they wanted the intention to be, if you look at the really good Zenyatta's in the world, you'll see that the healing and damage are almost mirrored most of the time. And I think that just speaks to like really good character design, right? So if you're at home looking to see how do I know if I'm, my stats on Zenyatta are good? I think if you want to try to keep that healing and damage pretty similar, you of course want to focus on the healing. I think that's a good benchmark to start off with.
I don't know. Sometimes the damage is really good. Who needs? Your team doesn't need healing if the enemy team's all dead, right?
It's true. I mean, that is a legitimate strategy. Anyway, we are going to be going into game in just a second, so we'll get you there really, really quick. I believe there was a bio break that needed to happen. So once we get in there, we're going to bring you Hollywood, and this is going to be a really interesting situation. We did draw on the last map. Of course, this map is drawable as well, but Delta Phoenix still maintaining that lead. Noble more so not losing as much versus making up any ground. Right? And so we need to see Noble play consistency. We need to see Noble play with intention, and we need to see them be proactive. And I've talked about that many, many times throughout today, but it's never been more clear with these two teams in terms of Delta Phoenix proactive. They're grabbing it, they're the ones who like the money tornado, grabbing all the money, and for some reason they're like really good at it right now. Right? But the second they leave, they might trip. Right? That's what we're trying to avoid. We don't want a really strong start, and then slowly but surely we just get tired and we just can't stay at that level.
Yeah, I'm looking for a really good match coming up here. I really want to see Noble really, I hold the line coming up, but I also want to see Phoenix really push it and keep going. They want to get that, the 3 wins. Funny enough, it would be a 3-0, even though technically it's not.
Yeah. Soccer scores, right?
Yeah, it looks like we have double shield here on the defense for Noble, which is rather interesting. I'm looking for, Moopy to get the backline, Boat get the backline, kind of look for the knockoff on the high ground maybe, or just kind of fight in the cafe is what I'm looking for.
We'll see if that fight in the cafe does come to fruition. So they're going to take the long way around. Now you're seeing Noble react. This is what we're talking about. Delta Phoenix was proactive there, and now Noble is reacting. Let's see how they react, and it looks like they're going to be able to spot them out, and they know how this goes. They probably have run this exact thing. They did not see that Wrecking Ball coming in, and that reaction was actually very good. But now that everyone's off the high ground, there are going to be opportunities for both teams to find some picks and find some opportunities to take some names down off of that board. So Noble now, the Discord Orb is on Soko, so there looks like they're definitely trying to figure out exactly who to burst down. It's going to be Sinatra. Not the real one, by the way, is Infernal going to use that Accretion, and to get an Accretion kill on a Tracer, you got to be pretty proud of yourself for that one. And then all of a sudden, this has been the story of today. One kill that Delta Phoenix starts with turns into a flood of misery for Noble.
Yeah, it looked like pretty much what I said came to fruition. Moopy looked for a nice knockoff on the high ground, booped a couple members into the enemy team. Could have maybe got the Tracer that gave Infernal that nice Tracer kill. Ooh, a nice stick on the Mercy of all things. But yeah, they're just playing the game they want to. They got him out. They forced him from that high ground and really just drove it in.
That was a beautiful pulse bomb. I want to give that a little bit of credit. There's something so calming. It's like listening to that falling asleep music when you see just like a beautiful toss and then that rewind back. It's just, it's like having like Listerine or something. And we got to experience that with Boat there. And we get to say that more and more often as time goes on, as once again, this time bank is absolutely enormous. This Mercy in the air having a really hard time staying alive right now. Fish Cake, no, unable to do the bob and weave, a little bit too much to target on their back, and that was during a Valkyrie. That is focus fire, friends, something that we were missing from both teams last time. This Delta Phoenix team might actually be the best version of that we've seen today.
Yeah, I really like that play coming in there from Delta Phoenix, kind of holding the line, trying to stuff the enemy team in those doorways. They managed to come out. The Mercy trying to bob and weave, and then the beautiful Graphitic Flux coming in from Infernal there. I'm really happy with this Sigma gameplay. I'm quite a big Sigma player myself, so anytime I get to see big fluxes, those rocks come in, always nice.
And he got an Accretion kill on a Tracer earlier, right? One of the most mobile characters in the entire game. Still threw that rock right into our face, but another double kill now. These Tracers have been popping off all day today. It goes Boat first, and now it's going to be Sinatra/Methel onto the double pulse bomb kill. Lear's going to try to get a consolation prize, but it looks like it's going to be all that, and that's a good save there from Liar. It's that rally is still going to be available.
Ooh, nice clean little takeaway kill there from Squid. Petal kind of getting a little too aggressive. Kind of looking like King there from the first game. Overstaying his welcome, I would say. But nice try there from Delta Phoenix. The Pulse Bomb getting a nice double kill. We've seen so many of those today. Please stay away from the Pulse Bomb, okay? You see the sticky and the marker on your screen? Stay away from me, okay? I don't want that.
Pulse Bomb bad, foreheads. So Delta Phoenix now, they started this 4 minutes now. About 2 minutes have been taken off the clock, and more is going to be taken off the clock. Delta Phoenix did a really good job focusing in on the supports of Noble, and they just haven't had access to them right here in Street Space.
Yeah, it's a really hard, when you get to that high ground, you gotta try to battle to the other side, you know, it's a battle on the bridge, you know? It's very hard to get across, but Soko having that graphitic flux makes it super easy. Just pick up your enemies and you are shooting fish in a barrel.
a gravitic barrel, if you will, as now Noble also has a little bit of an ult advantage. Delta Phoenix should be able to make that up in no time. And and so guys, if you guys are watching Overwatch and stuff, you see that happen, and that happened so quickly. That was probably a volley now. So Noble now is going to use that supercharger. Petal is going to help himself out with, help himself to a little bit of extra damage by both Fishcake and a Mikey, and that's a good way to make Tactical Visor worth it.
Very aggressive Orisa Bongo there. I've always, going for those plays is always kind of iffy, because the Bongo's pretty easy to kill. It's only 200 HP. That's about that. But going for the extra damage, you want everybody in there. He said, let's go team. Push the W key, got the halt, and just wiped them. And if I may add, they managed to get the Mercy ult out of them, which was really late.
Oh, so now Delta Phoenix actually feeling very good about this opportunity. This is maybe their last opportunity to capture the point. This is starting off so great. This is exactly what you want to see. That is precision, that's teamwork, and honestly, both of these teams doing a really good job in understanding when to reset, when their advantages need to be pushed, and Delta Phoenix are finding themselves in that position a little bit more often as Petal. That was a beautiful shot with that Ashe.
Indeed. Gotta say, again, Moopy and Infernal going for that Sigma graphitic flux, pick them up in the air, drop the minefield right below them. What are you gonna do? You can't do anything. You just drop into the mines and you're dead. Gotta say, I'm loving that play right now. That is great. A tier plus, S tier plus. Whatever plus you can get, everything, the highest grade.
There it is. You got all credit plus that extra credit. Delta Phoenix actually had a little bit of an opportunity to get taken away from them as they weren't able to confirm that last kill. As we get a little bit of a reset going, they have to get the payload a little bit closer before we see a little bit more of a fight. Beautiful halt into a couple hyper spears from Ahsoka, forcing that Transcendence out of a Dirk. Everyone was pretty low, so I actually think this Transcendence use is pretty good. And through the Transcendence on the other side, Squid is going to actually get that kill on Sinatra, which tells me that Sinatra was not in the Transcendence, and that's on him. If you're going to try to make a play like that, you can't die, and now you put your team behind in this fight, and now they're even further behind. And one of the hardest chokes to go through, this initial choke going into the last point. This is why you saw it with Soko, but this is a play from Soko rather than a team-oriented situation, because honestly, there was some feeding going on with Noble. Thank goodness for that ult from Soko.
Yeah, that was a beautiful graphitic flux yet again, coming and picking up, I think, two to three members, slamming them down to the ground. Remember, that's 50% of your max HP, so if you're a Wrecking Ball, you have 600 HP, congratulations, you're missing 300 of it, on top of the 50 damage you take from the initial pickup. Good ult usage there, and yet again, it's hard to take this third point. You gotta break through somehow.
How are you going to break the fortress down, right? Anytime we get to the end of these, this is a hybrid map, but this is the escort portion, reminds me about the end of Rialto, right? It's so hard to actually push it the last 10 meters, and we're definitely seeing that happen right now as Bo is on his tried and true. This kid can play Hanzo like the best of them. Rally's going to help escort them out, but Bo's not really getting a lot of real estate with those arrows, especially if Mookie is going to die that quickly. No res, because no mercy, and now Petal is on a character that we know he's good at and is finally starting to show up. And maybe this is a situation where Noble was struggling because Petal's playing not his main heroes, but now he's on the Ashe. It's been all Noble so far.
Yeah, I'm gonna say Mikey there with a nice bongo to give everybody a nice little damage boost as Bob came out there, and Bob doing God's work of taking down a couple players there. Even the Mercy ult giving him a nice little damage boost. This is going to require Delta Phoenix to really push hard to get this last part here. They don't have much for ults except for a Transcendence here.
But the good news for them is that there is not really much on the other side, too. Soko is a little bit behind. If they're able to get that kill onto him before he's able to get to that grab flex, it would be great. But nothing is not really going to save that pulse bomb onto you. Squid, how does an Echo get pulse bombed? That's a little bit of a misplay. And if that Echo was alive right now, we'd have all 6 members coming into the end. Fishcake's going to have that Discord orb. And now that everyone is down, only 2 members of Noble still alive, Delta Phoenix might have received a little bit of an extra life. Delta Phoenix might actually be playing a Phoenix at this point in time. We can officially call them one as they're finally taking control of this payload. They got stopped up right at this choke for so long, but these cleanup kills are definitely there. When they're in control of the fight, you definitely bet on them. Delta Phoenix ends up finishing the map with 3 points, but it did not look like that for about 3 minutes. What in the end pushed them over the edge, Cloudman?
I think getting maybe a little too aggressive. They got that nice pulse bomb stick, which did take out one of the members of Delta Phoenix. But they just managed to stay alive just enough. The Baptiste disc coming in, the drone coming in, saving people's lives. The Transcendence getting popped to keep everybody nice and healthy, to push them forward. And they just got a couple kills that were really crucial. They probably a nice halt that was added in there. They just pulled somebody in out of from a good position to a bad position. And then they just kind of snowballed from there. Petal and the Mercy were off in the distance, which I'll add to this too. Killing the Sigma, he was like 20% away from ultimate. That could have helped change them. No, he was one of the first members down for them. So very good focus fire coming in from Delta Phoenix, realizing he has that ultimate and taking him down.
Okay, you know, honestly, Boat could play Bastion. I've seen it happen.
Whoa. What are we seeing here, Boo?
Yeah. Oh, it's happening. They're on the defense. So we have a Bastion comp with no Symmetra. So this is just going to be your general tactical area denial with your Bastion, with your Junkrat. But if they're able to get to the Bastion, it's over for Delta Phoenix on this point. So basically, they just have to put up shop, keep that Bastion alive, and we'll see how long they're going to be.
I don't know how I feel about this one, Boop. We might be seeing something groundbreaking or nothing at all. So let's just see what we have in play.
Yeah, groundbreaking or mentally breaking for Cloman. We shall see. Where is Boat set up?
He's
right
set
now?
up on the right side there on the high ground.
Okay,
there
so
he
he's
is.
actually hiding. Oh, he is keeping the fact that he's Bastion a secret. So unless someone else has wiped it out, here he goes. Oh, this is actually going to work.
El Presidente has come.
Yeah, I mean, what? Oh, no! Okay, that is beautiful, actually. That is a really good situation for Delta Phoenix. Now, Boat might change characters because that initial thing totally worked for him.
So. Yep,
yeah, and there he goes. He's going to go ahead and switch over. But Squid on Junkrat. This is a great Junkrat point.
Yeah, nice angles for him to get some good bounces off. Really small, tight quarters they try to fight in Cafe. That's some Junkrat's playground right there. You try to fight tight quarters, you're going to eat some serious damage trying to get in there. So I did kind of like the little bit of play they did there. It was very sneaky. To be honest, I would have saw somebody just peeked at the door, but...
You gotta check your corner,
see that
right? Yeah, you got to scout, right? And because they didn't get that information, they had little information, and Boat got to be able to take advantage of that. Look at him already, 60% almost on that pulse bomb. He wasn't even this character to start the game. He's almost beating Squid, but now that Mud could take Squid down. Oh no, tried for the res, but I don't think really saw exactly how close Noble was to the point, as Dirk is going to be so low, and a beautiful volley is actually getting him to the Transcendence. The timing on that could not have been better, Cloudman, as Delta Phoenix now has somehow clawed their way. We actually not somehow, we know why. It's our buddy Dirky, buddy. So Dirk, because of that volley, got to 99% Transcendence, keeps the point alive, and now you're just taking time off the clock. Squid now also has, oh my goodness, they have families, Dirk. Yeah, exactly. 2 tires. You know what, honestly, there's really nothing to really talk about here. Dirk snaps, buddy, snaps. This is you. This is all you, man.
I am more than impressed with this man. He survived sub 20 HP. Barely on the brink of death, he managed to get a beautiful volley, get the trans, save his team, keep them alive so they can come back, and then later on, then Squid manages to get a tire and just comes in and saves it. And that's the end of that story. But Noble coming in here with a bongo and a bob can definitely make a difference.
But we're only at 1.5 minutes, so if these ultimates don't do anything, we might, that's bad for Squid. We might not see this point get taken. Beautiful pick. Oh, but we actually get a return kill from a dead Wrecking Ball. So that's Zoko not really paying attention to another one. So
gotta be careful of those mines, boo.
Yeah, exactly. You gotta know where you're stepping, right? If your toenails are too long, you might get taken down. But Delta Phoenix did a great job taking a ton of time off of this first one.
Yeah, I'm really impressed. That sneaky little play at the beginning, to holding it, barely holding it from clutch plays from their players. I'm really starting to like this Delta Phoenix team more and more.
Totally. I mean, it's just really cool to see them match up against Noble like this, right? And play with no fear. I've definitely seen teams like Delta Phoenix come up against teams like Noble, and they just play scared the entire time, right? They play with like almost too much respect, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
and
they're like, oh man, they're like, yeah, these guys are pretty tough.
Yeah. These guys are pretty tough. They're probably better than me. And then it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? The mental for Delta Phoenix, I think, is so good right now that they don't think that Pulse Bomb does not hit anybody. Noble, though, is going to be running that Genji. It's been very hit and miss. I would say it's a 50-50 right now. Lear, though, has been a little bit of a weak link so far for Delta Phoenix. When that brick dies that early, you're not developing that rally as much as you can. Boat does find a consolation prize, but we get a duplication station situation happening now for Noble, and it was used to save Petal's life. But I don't know. I don't know what I saw there. It was a res, not duplication station. There's been so much echo. But Fishcake did res Petal, get him back up. Delta Phoenix now has a tire, so they can do pretty much exactly what they did in that last round.
Yeah, Tire probably going to come in here and try to buy them a little bit of time to get out. Very easy to kill. I like Noble's position on the high ground there. Very hard to get that out of there. Looks like Sigil coming in hard, though.
Oh, the Genji switch strikes vertically to avoid the tire, and so he pretty much sacrifices Soko just to survive. In that situation, I actually might prefer the Genji to fall and just bleed on the next go-around, but this is why. This is why, right? Beautiful flux. The blade comes out, he gets caught in the flux, nothing really happens, but Petal on his bread and butter, that Ash is absolutely bringing this back, and this has been the story of Trials so far. These fights that seem to be going one way, Rubber Band right back to the other, and Moopy being involved in some kills at the very end. And right now it's 1v4 on the payload. This should be another point take for Noble, but you're seeing the consequences of the length of time that they were on point A right now in their time bank.
Oh my. Nothing flying. Yeah, very nice. Infernal again coming with big with the flux. Just his team was just a little bit too far, maybe. Getting Noble doing a good job, Petal hitting some nasty headshots, just managing keeping up. Maybe a little questionable on the bongo. Definitely adds a little extra damage for everybody. But we'll see what happens coming in here. Looks like Delta Phoenix could be switching to the McCree, going for that little bit of extra damage. Maybe I would argue Soldier's a bit better, but see what Squid has to offer.
Yeah, you know what feeling I'm getting, Clone right now? You know what I feel? I think Dirk's about to make a play. Let's see what happens. It seems to happen at this point every single time. We'll see where that play is going to come. They're going to try to do that Halt Rock combo. We also have a Transcendence to follow up this rally if things get a little bit squirrely for Delta Phoenix. Noble does have some ultimates. That Bob is actually a really big one, but he's going to go down. I believe Bob did end up coming out, but the Transcendence is going to keep everyone nice and safe. So Dirk is going to help the team win this fight, and now he's going to help them survive. And because of that armor, Squid survives. So this is another really good team play situation. They cannot seem to get to Squid. All the damage is going on to him, and Infernal is going to be able to be such a good frontliner. I think enough has already been done for Delta Phoenix to stop them on this push. Noble does need a couple more resources for another push. They have, I think, just enough time to make another competitive fight happen.
Yeah, if anything, maybe you can get about 2 fights out of this if you're lucky with the right timing. I mean, they got a Blade coming up here. Bongo coming up, Bongo Blade. Still pretty good. It's not like a Nano Blade, but without the damage resistance, so it's a little less scary. So we'll have to see what Delta Phoenix is playing here. I mean, we even have a Sigma High Noon potential play coming up here. I mean, shooting fish in a barrel. Here you go.
Colloquially named as the Sky Noon, Claude, man. So we'll see if that Sky Noon is going to work out. Squid actually decided to keep that Deadeye, and that might end up being a good idea. Oh, Dirk making some plays. He's still alive. Is he going to be able to stay alive? No, he is not. There is enough time for another defense if someone's going to be able to get back onto the point, but it is going to be close, and this wrecking ball can't die right away, which is going to be very hard to do, especially when there's a supercharger on the payload. The good thing for Delta Phoenix is that they're not functioning on any of those overtime ultimates, but this is looking like it's going to go another round and potentially another draw as 33 seconds separates the two teams.
Yes, I mean, last time, missing up teams here. Square One there came up with a minute. What? Actually, they had the reduced time, if I'm not mistaken, and they managed to push it the furthest. They got 6 and 3. They held.
Yep.
Can we see the same thing here? Maybe so. I mean, these teams are still playing very good. It seems that Noble's kind of wakened up a little bit and starting to get things working. I also feel like Delta Phoenix might be pushing themselves a little too far sometimes, getting a little too aggressive. If they could just tone that back just a couple notches, I think they're going to be in good hands.
Yeah, the other thing about Delta Phoenix too is that if, their coach continues on this direction, or they get a little bit more, support staff from all of these players look mega coachable to me, which means that I've been seeing real-time adjustments from their play based off of their gauge of the current win conditions, right? So we're going to see Noble run that Sombra, which has been a very hit and miss so far. We saw Cade run a lot of Sombra, and honestly, it was okay. Let's see if Malfell, who I believe is this Sinatra, we haven't gotten the confirmation, but that just sounds like something he would do, is going to be running on this Sombra. That EMP can be big, especially if you're trying to get some mega kills on the backline.
Yeah, looking for that early hack if you can, a little bit of extra damage. Getting the EMP can really just close a fight out right then and there. Just one EMP, boom, you win.
I mean, it's another equalizing ultimate, right? And when the other team doesn't have it, right, you have a huge advantage when you do, but you're at a little bit of a damage disadvantage until you get there, right? So you have to be safe. You have to be more of a utility support type of carry before you get to that EMP. Yeah, you can get some kills, yeah, especially against those Zenyatas, but it's going to be much better for you to set up your friends, even through that EMP. Loopy should be back pretty quickly, and this is going to be it potentially for Delta Phoenix. If they want a win condition, they have to make it at least one kill.
Yeah, the Sombra doing a pretty good job there of hunting down the ball there. Pretty much the plan was, if the ball tries to come in behind us again, just pack him and kill him, which pretty much happened. So shout out to Noble for doing that and handling that very well, making Moofy's job very hard to do.
All right, Petal has been taken low. Infernal, though, I was about to say he's been the clutch factor so far today, and we get a little bit more clutch factor from Delta Phoenix. This is definitely going to be one tick. Will it be two? Right now, it looks like that's going to be what happens. If, the percentages are definitely in their favor, and it looks like Noble has seeded the first point, and with 1 minute and 33 seconds, that is a big deal, Clodium.
Yeah, big picks coming in here from Delta Phoenix to can get that point for them. We'll be doing a decent job of disruption, and it looks like he's going to be going to the Hog here. I don't know how I feel about that. Maybe I would feel a little more better on the Orisa just to make sure you have a little extra protection. You can hold that point nice and good. But, I think the Hog, you're just going for that kind of early pick. The shield break, Hog does really good against it, so let's see what happens.
Yeah, and why would you need shields if your body could just be the shield? But, exactly what you talked about happens, right? Movie unable to maintain any sort of presence on the payload. Roadhog just picked apart, and honestly, I think because of that Roadhog pick, we stop right here. Picking Wrecking Ball is such a, this is probably the thought process. We're in overtime. If I'm Wrecking Ball, I can't really be on the payload and help that out, and that's why I'm going to switch over to Roadhog. Right, but at that point, why not just go Orisa or Reinhardt?
I mean, that's what I was gonna say. Like, they have the Sombra, right? It's a little bit hard for you to get in the back line, especially on this second point. If you want to go behind enemy lines, a Sombra could just hack you, and then you're pretty much toast. Well, the Roadhog, I guess you get the pick potential, but I think I'm pretty much sticking with what I said is either go the Orisa, even Ryan. I would even argue. I mean, you just push up with a giant shield. But I do think one of those picks would have been better than the Roadhog there. I mean, if you got the pick, this could be a different story, but sadly it is.
I mean, that's the thing about sports, right? You do something and it works, it's the greatest idea ever, right? You do something and it does it, and you threw.
Yep.
Right? It's not very forgiving. The world of entertainment and sports isn't forgiving for that. And, the thing is as we look at how this game has been going, right? I would assume that a team like Delta Phoenix would actually start falling off here, right? But the fact that they were able to clutch out that first point shows that, again, they have the ability. You get continued coaching for them. You get really good guidance for Delta Phoenix, and I think this is a contender squad with who they have on this roster.
Totally agree. I think they're doing very good right now. Let's see what they can do on defense. Not doing the cheesy Bastion this time around, as much as I'd love to see that again. Going for the more standard double shielded teams with a Soldier and Tracer.
Surprise
Just
Bastion.
open to play high ground.
Right? It has to be a surprise. I hope that one day there's a birthday party Bastion skin. We do get that res, so everything from here on out is going to be final. And Squid almost dives the res succeeds just in time for Lear to Guardian Angel right on over to him, and we're back on even footing. They're going to go ahead and put the Discord onto Petal. They actually feel like there might be an opportunity to try to take him down. Sinatra is low. Dirk, again, takes down Petal. Dirk, are you human? What is going on? What are you eating? Let me know. I want to be as good at the game as you are here. And not only are you good at Zenyatta, you are setting your team up with healing, with damage, with transcendence. He is doing literally everything right now. And then Squid and Boat, with that enabling from Dirk, can do whatever they want, right? So Noble, I think, needs to find a little bit more of an opportunity to get into that back line. Squid does die. I believe Red should be up once again, but everyone on Delta Phoenix is starting to get pretty low. We get Squid back up because of that ultimate, but it has to happen. Really nice 1-for-1 there with that pulse bomb. But again, we're just trying to get time off the clock, and if Delta Phoenix want to win this round, they have to die really quickly right now so they can get back before the garage opens.
Yeah, Delta Phoenix kind of falling apart there. Noble really pushing aggressive. The Genji going really deep. I was surprised. I thought he was going to die, but without like a McCree flashbang or anything, or nothing to really stun him other than the accretion, he's free to do what he wants. And it looked like he made it work, and he's built himself up to a blade. Noble's looking pretty nice into this. Almost 5 ultimates going to be ready. Delta Phoenix kind of same boat, I would say, but it's going to be a tough one to call. This is do or die time right now.
Yeah, it's like Noble in the first position in like Mario Kart and Delta Phoenix in like the 4th position. It's not impossible, but you are going to have to make up a little bit of ground. They're not going to wait for the Dragon Blade to use that grab plus. They're all going to use the power of the Bongo to make everyone a little bit more viable in this fight. When one team has damage and the other doesn't, you're going to want to bet on that team. And Delta Phoenix is very close to that exact situation. And Moopy's able to get to that supercharger, help his team get a little bit of extra damage. You might be able to stop this res, and it doesn't happen. And Noble looks like once again they're going to be able to clutch it out at the very end, and Delta Phoenix falters at the end of a map once more as Noble evens this up. We are going to another because of that draw. This is, I mean, this is almost like the first time cast Curse. You know, Gunther cast earlier had to cast 15 maps. You're going to be able to cast maybe 10 or 11 maps today, Clone, man. So welcome. It doesn't get much more taxing than this, but it doesn't get much more better than this because these 2 series have been amazing.
Yeah, that was a clutch fight coming in there. The Bongo, everything from Noble just really giving them the hard W there. In all seriousness, like, the trans came in pretty decent, but the blade just was able to do enough work. The res came through, and Delta Phoenix just kind of fell apart. They had a couple of late picks. I would have really liked to have seen if they would have saved that Tracer Pulse Bomb, that could have maybe done something, but he used it a little too early, so.
Oh man, it's kind of like the order of operations, right? How you do it. You might have like the same kit, right? But the order in which you use these cooldowns is going to determine if you win or lose the fight, right? You do something a little bit too early, the opposite team identifies that and takes advantage.
Totally. And Delta Phoenix really fell apart, and Noble took that advantage and went on with it. Gotta say, I think Bob, being a big member of the 6th man, or actually the 7th man, really came through at the end there a little bit to make sure they really kept the point and just got that win.
I hope, you know, Wheats was saying that Petal was working on Echo. I don't think it's there quite yet. In order to make that an easy win, this Ashe for Petal is so good. Twice, you know, we've gotten to see points get taken back from a disadvantage before, and some of it has been Petal with that Bob.
Yeah, I mean, Bob saved the day. Also, Petal just hitting headshots to save the day. I like his Echo. I think Echo's good, but it just seems to be Ashe's working. And you know what? If it works, it works.
All right, well, we're going to take...
If it's not broke, it's not going to fix it.
Yep, exactly. We're going to take a quick break so we can all get a little bit of a breather, and we'll be back very shortly. are back, and we're going to go straight into the game. Boat and Delta Phoenix are going to be on the white side, and then we have got Wheats' team, Sinatra Pedal, Mikey Soko, Mudkip, Fishcake, which is Noble, on the green. So we're going to be able to fix this in just a second. Don't you worry, folks. But as of right now, remember, white is Delta Phoenix, green is Noble. Pedal is on Ash right now, and that's so much better in terms of how that has looked. So Clone Man, I think I'm liking what Delta Phoenix is putting down outside of that Genji, which has been like a 40-60 success rate, I would say.
Yeah, I was a little questioning of it at first, especially in the Hanamura. It was definitely, but I mean, it's starting to work out for him a bit. And you know, if sometimes you just gotta pick your comfort picks, in all honesty. And if it works, it really does work. And I've had those games, you know, sometimes someone switches something, you're like, oh, are you sure about that? And it's like, oh, no, trust me, I think I'll do it. Okay, and you just kind of go with it.
And Bo's going with it too. I don't know how many, I think maybe on all the maps so far, Bo has gotten the initial pick, and they're going to protect the res. And this is where I think, again, when younger teams struggle, it's exactly in this situation. You get an advantage, and you have to push it and take it. And that percentage has definitely been lowering across the map, especially with Sinatra, again, who I'm almost 100% sure is Malthel on the Genji, is going to absolutely clean up.
Yeah, to me, it looks like Delta Phoenix is kind of confused, a little thrown off by this Genji pick. I mean, sometimes this happens with teams. They practice against so many of the comps that they're just not ready for the surprise. I mean, look at Noble when the Bastion came out, right? They were surprised by it pretty hard. And that happens sometimes. I remember back in my days, sometimes a team would play something you're not normally they would do, like Atlanta Academy loved to play some weird Bastion sim stuff, and you'd have to be ready for it. I mean, as an Overwatch player, and as you get higher up, you got to get ready for this stuff. You got to be prepared.
Oh, I love what you just said there. It's like nothing can be a surprise in the Overwatch League, right? You have to know every single correlation. It's like learning a Rubik's Cube. As we actually get the Dragon Blade onto the high ground, is he going to be able to do it? Squid's going to run away. Sinatra / Malthel is going to go onto the low ground and not really get anything going. It's going to be able to get them a little bit of space, so he's going to be able to re-engage. He gets hit by the rock, but that's not going to be the end of his life. Noble is going to continue their march onto the rest, and honestly, I'm seeing fatigue. I am seeing a breakdown in communication. The way that Delta Phoenix started is almost completely opposite of what we're seeing right now.
Yeah, it seems like they're just falling apart. This Genji pick is really throwing them off, along with the Ashe too. Delta Phoenix switching to the Torb now, which isn't arguably too bad. You know, the Torb turret definitely poses a threat to the Genji. It's automatic. It's the 7th man, you know. It's auto fire. It's deadly. Be careful of it.
Is that going to be the 7th man? They have to keep it alive, and with Bob, it's going to be, 7 versus 7, right?
Yeah.
It kind of equalizes it. I'm going to take Bob over the turret any day. They've already taken the turret down. Bo is already dead, and Noble should be able to get another point. That's going to be over 5 minutes. Yeah, 5 minutes and 20 seconds in the time bank for Noble.
Nice time bank.
Yeah, what a difference.
I mean, Delta Phoenix, as we talked about, just falling apart to this, just really confused of what they're playing, in my experience, I think if they take this loss, this happens and they just end up losing this whole series, just kind of look back at this and think back, what happened, and we should be more prepared for this, is my thought for this.
Oh, I love that you said that. Is like, we have to identify our breakpoints, right, when we're ahead, because we did it for 2 maps. You know what I mean? And so what is the change? What has happened between Delta Phoenix and Noble? And the one thing that I can think about is traditionally teams that start out ahead, start out strong, start out fast, like Delta Phoenix, have a very hard time maintaining that type of energy through an entire series. And I think we're seeing that right now. And I think that is
about to get a record here, boo.
Woo-wee! 4
minutes and 25
on Dorado. On Dorado, guys. This is, I mean, like, you're happy with over a minute on Dorado, to put things in perspective, right? It is nothing to scoff at. And if I'm Delta Phoenix, I do have a little bit of wiggle room. I'm, of course, going to try to win this, but it'd be very dangerous to look ahead to the next map. Right, they were absolutely dominant on control, but something's going on with Noble, slowly but surely, right? We're getting a little bit more consistent, and honestly, maybe Noble has been playing consistently the whole time, but Delta Phoenix, with like kind of that crazy graph of play, at points they're super high, at points they're really low, right? Maybe Noble's consistency is actually what's getting them there in the end.
it does seem like Noble's being able to adapt a little better. You know, they went for that Ashe Genji yet again, and it's managed to pay off. And they're doing the double shield too. Most people are playing the Wrecking Ball in that. And I think what happened was that they were playing the same comp, and even they were playing the Echo too added to that. And they said, nah, we don't want to do that anymore. We don't like this. This isn't working for us. Let's switch it up. You know, this is the long series, right? You have first to 3. You have a little bit of time to adjust. And I gotta say, Noble is doing a decent job of that right now, and Delta Phoenix is having a hard time. So I would like to see some maybe changes coming in. It looks like they might do double shield here still, or again, maybe they change it up. They even have Echo when Echo's really good shield break.
Okay, so we're actually going to go a little bit more naive with the Diva and the Lucio. So Delta Phoenix want to keep this up-tempo pace. Maybe slowing it down was the wrong move for Delta Phoenix. Or maybe that's Noble slowing the pace down. We should give him credit for doing exactly that because it's working, right? Like, you're playing my game. You're playing a slower game, and I know that you want to get into my face and take me down, and if I can just react correctly to that, you have nothing. You have nothing to do against me, right? I know your game. I know where you're going to be, as Infernal is going to be taken out of that mech very early on. Once again, Boat's going to start with the first blood at the beginning of a round, but we have to keep that consistently, right? We can't be streaky. You can't just be shooting stars in the sky. We have to make sure that we keep the entire constellation if you are both, right? You can't just do this every once in a while.
Yeah, it seems like Delta Phoenix getting a little aggressive there, doing really good work with the Echo. You remember, Genji can't deflect Echo Beam, so once he gets to that half HP mark, that's it for Genji. If he's out of cooldowns, he's dead, so.
And, you know, with the aim of these players, it's not going to, they're going to die. The Echo is going to be able to take them down, but now Delta Phoenix has been able to come right back in. Sinatra's going to be able to equalize some things with this blade, tries to get to the Mercy in the backline, doesn't have that flip strike. I wonder where it went, because we did get a little bit of a kill. It's going to take him down, and that was not opportunistic at all from that blade. That was someone trying to make a play in a losing fight.
He came really close, though. I'll give him that. He came very, very close, but it just seems like Delta Phoenix is now playing their game again. They're going for the aggressive plays. They're saying, screw it, we want to play the kind of slowish, we need a little bit more damage maybe. Hey, we want to play really fast? Screw the extra Zenyatta damage in the little bit of trans healing, right? We want to go fast. We want the Lucio speed. Let us go in. We want to go in. And it's working so far. See if they can keep it up.
All right, the Dirk, not on the Zenyatta. I don't like that. I know that, you know, Mercy can definitely help, and it's been working out so far, but maybe we see a switch on at the third point. We do have a tactical visor from a pedal with a little bit of extra damage. We are able to get the res out of the actually really big deal. Very close to that grab. Plus, we now have Dirk down. We now have the mech down, and the duplication is down as well. So, Noble now in the driver's seat of this fight. How much aggression are they going to take here? It seems like Delta Phoenix is going to just reset instead.
Yeah, definitely does. Looks going back to our last game, you know, talking about the high ground yet again, it's really important to have this on Dorodo's second point. You gotta get to there. So it looks like the Tracer and Ball are gonna try to get behind it. Gonna try to look for maybe somebody knock off on the high ground, just pick off the target, and pretty much the rest of Delta Phoenix just need to stay alive. So can Noble maybe in the meantime when they're looking like a 4v6, you know, push up, get into that enemy core? We'll have to see.
Oh my goodness, you are putting a risk in there, and so we aren't going to get anything from that self-destruct, but that is going to take the shield away from Soko. We are getting a little bit of a re-engage right now as the sound barrier is going to be in response to Sinatra's Dragon Blade, and honestly, that's a very good value ult taken out of Delta Phoenix, and now with Soko with that Graph Flux, there's no counter for Delta Phoenix. They're going to take the 50% damage.
Yeah, that's a lot of the damage that can happen from a Flux. You pick somebody up there, like we said earlier, shooting fish in a barrel. It's very easy to pick, and it looks like a nice early pick coming in from Squid.
Oh no, see, this is what I'm saying. Dirk is just so much better at Zenyatta in terms of what he needs to do and what his job is. I can tell that the Mercy just isn't as well read, right? He might have read that, you know, Zenyatta book 15 times, knows it word by word, and the Mercy, like, just a couple. Definitely capable, but not as good, in my opinion. Is Squid gonna go ahead and get into the phases, like that beam, you get down to half, you are dead, and Mudkip is going to follow suit, and Delta Phoenix should be able to grab this point, which usually would actually be a very quick time, but Noble finished with more time than this.
Looks like the Echo there are going to be transforming into the Genji, trying to get our own Dragon Blade. I mean, the point's already captured, so I don't really like some of the ult, the mobile Noble used, like the Mercy ult and stuff, the Sig ult. I think you just save it. You messed up. UC9. They got the point. Let them have it. Come into the next fight with just a lot more ults.
I wonder if he's going to use proximity mines. No, he is not, knowing that they're in a losing fight. Now is it interesting. Noble had been playing so clean so well up until that point. Hopefully that's just kind of a oddity in the data, but Delta Phoenix looking good so far. Still has a lot of time to go. Noble will win the time bank battle, but Delta Phoenix can still finish this map.
Yeah, I'm liking how Delta Phoenix has adapted to this. They're like, you know, we're going to do this fast, and they're doing it fast. And I'm liking what they're doing. It can be a little bit harder now, though, because, you know, this is third point. There's not as many angles and stuff for the Tracer and Ball to come in. It's very, very linear where they come from. So
And
I'd like to see a change.
It's very much more enclosed, right? You're not going to have the ability to, you know, kind of take over the land as you please, because not only is it harder to get in, it's harder to get out, right? You have less options to get out to safety as well. So you're putting your supports at risk, for example, if you are putting yourself at risk in this particular point in the map. But it's still a really great way to dislodge people off the payload. You can force C9s with it. You can do a, you know, an S9 with Sigma if it works out. But Soko has moved over to that Diva already at 61%. Mudkip has that trans, and Sinatra is going to use that Dragon Blade. Mudkip is going to use the trans to keep Sinatra alive. Dirk is going to be first of all. This is going to be another fight win for Noble. 30 seconds off the clock for Delta. We're in about 2 fights. This is not looking as good as it was 45 seconds ago.
Yeah, like I said, the pushing with the fast comp works really good on first, second point. You have a lot of room to come in. Third point, you just don't have that. They really need to swap, and it looks like the swap's coming in now. I would have loved to seen that sooner, because you need to build your ult economy for this. And their ult economy was not that great. I mean, having minefield, stuff like that, those are ults that, in my opinion, you just throw them out. You don't need them. Now they're coming in with the Sombra, with the double shield. They're looking to push up on the high ground, and they have momentum, and they have like some staying power.
They have to get to those ultimates first, and when you get taken down by a self-destruct that early, it's going to be very, very, very hard, especially if, you know, the horse that's leading the race, that Orisa, is going to be used to make blue instead of cause some frags for Delta Phoenix.
Yeah,
go for it.
They went to the enclosed area there, got the Diva Bomb. I mean, Nova just has just enough ults to do what they want to. I mean, the only ult they had was Echo ult. I would have really liked to see them maybe not use it, or if they want to, you know, switch to something else. And it looks like he's going to the Junkrat. You know, you have those close fights. Heck it, use the Junkrat. He does a lot of damage. It can be hard. So let's see what's going to happen.
Tactical area denial is the name of the game for Delta Phoenix. So Delta Phoenix is going to try to push them off the high ground. They have a really good way of doing it, but we have to give credit to this version of Sinatra, who has been developing this Dragon Blade very, very quickly. I mean, everyone is kind of grouped up, so I think that's why we're getting it pretty quickly. The Swift Strikes are getting a lot of charge all at once, but now Fishcake can escort Sinatra into the rest of the fight, get him to his ultimate, then he can ult. Mudkip will protect him with that Transcendence if necessary, but it might not even be necessary here, Clement, as both already going to die at the most important point in Sombra's life in this fight, which is getting to that EMP. Dying at 70% might be the end. At least Noble actually kills everyone really quickly, and there's 14 seconds left to come back. So we might be seeing this EMP, but everyone else are going to be coming in a little bit later. This Wrecking Ball is going to come in a little late. Infernal needs to get to that ultimate. So now that Delta Phoenix has a little bit of an ultimate advantage, will Sinatra and the rest of the team be able to use that Dragon Blade and cut them down? And Noble doing something very smart right now, which is, I'm going to bring you to a more advantageous fight. Mudkip escorting the rest of the team, and that trans takes out the other trans, which means that the grab fluxes are going to be available for free. Squid is going to take him down. Dirk as well. Now on that Zenyatta, I like this look a little bit more as Delta Phoenix giving themselves a little bit of an opportunity to finish this map. It ain't over just yet as the EMP does take down the rest of the 3, but Lear is going to find that other kill. Will these defensive spawns matter, especially in overtime? It's going to take a lot more time to come back. We've got Malthel now on that Doomfist, who's trying to come back onto the payload, and everyone that you see on Noble right now, what you see there is desperation. You have to make something happen. You have to find a pick on the offensive squad, because that is so much more valuable for you. But Delta Phoenix doing such a good job. This is what they needed to do for the rest of the map, not save it for the very end. Beautiful grab flux though from Soko. Now that Squid is gone, this is going to flip potentially into the advantageous position for Noble. Delta Phoenix could not clean everyone up in time. They are able to park the cart, get 1 more minute, but they are facing a 5-minute and 25-second time bank for Noble. Delta Phoenix will have to be even better than they were that time around, right, to beat Noble just based on time bank.
Yes, that was a crazy fight. For me personally, I think I would have loved to seen them maybe just wait the rally a little bit more, try to build their rally. They were really close to it when their brick died. They popped the blade maybe a little too early. Maybe they just wanted to get the trans out. I would like to see them back up. They had all the time in the world to take that fight. But at the same time, I think it was also smart too that, you take that early fight, you can get those respawns back in. But, it was a toss-up. Also, I have to mention, very close, Sig 9, they say, when the Sigma picks everybody up away from the payload. Very close. If one more person would have been picked up for that, we'd be on to the next game. So, good job, though, from Delta Phoenix. Using getting the ults, coming back, Moopy coming back as the ball, getting in there, and just save it for them, to give them life to continue on. Now, how far will they get with this life, though? Just like Hades, How far can you go?
With your
Can you break out?
Life. Great game. Great. Everyone should, everyone should play Overwatch, right? But if you want like a single player experience, that one is a good one, and also really fun to watch on stream. Anyway, we're not here for Hades. We're here for Overwatch. And Delta Phoenix and Noble are facing off against each other one more time. Delta Phoenix already under a minute. They're not going to be able to get to their ultimates very quickly. So any picks from Noble are just game-winning picks at this point in time. The way that Dorado works, you're not going to have that kind of reset potential like on QCP where you die at 30 seconds and are able to come back. If you die, Noble's going to be able to just take the payload and you're not going to be able to get back. So you're trying to avoid that if you're Delta Phoenix. So you're token. You have to be patient, right? Even though you have 30 seconds, you have to be patient. You can't rush because that's the mistake Delta Phoenix has been making, going in before they should. And this is another potential situation where the initial picks might go Delta Phoenix's way, but the follow-up picks might be for Noble because we've got two really great tanks to stop a payload on the payload. But now that both supports are gone, any hope remaining for Noble to stop it right then and there is over. But we are entering overtime for Delta Phoenix. One fight is all Delta Phoenix needs to lose in order to finish with 4 points.
Gotta say, beautiful dive coming in from Delta Phoenix. Moopy coming in with a beautiful slam to get in there with Boat. Squid coming in with that big damage, building up to an Echo Wall very fast. Like, this is looking very good for them right now. Petal having to switch from the Soldier to the McCree. You're gonna have low, pretty much looking to try to shoot Squid out of the air, or maybe try to flashbang Tracer and end his days.
Ending the day is exactly what Delta Phoenix and Noble want to do, but we're actually a little while away from that as we're tied 1-1 because of a draw a little bit earlier. Squid now on this duplication is going to be on that Wrecking Ball. You're going to have a good amount of mines too, maybe even a second set coming through a little bit later with Moopy getting really close to the proximity mines themselves as Dirk is going to use that Valkyrie, and with that pick onto Sinatra, this is not going to be over just yet. Will Delta Phoenix be able to overcome Noble once more on this fight? This is the second time we've seen a situation on a map where, you only have a minute, but we're halfway through the second point, the 5th point for Delta Phoenix.
I know. This is getting crazy tonight. These teams are playing their very hearts out to make sure they can win. Oh, there we go. Flashbang comes in, manages to get both. Will Delta Phoenix be able to hold this? They don't have much for ults, but Noble coming in with Blade, Seagull. They don't have the trank, but I mean, the armor coming in from Mud Fish Cake. Ooh, oh, and the Charlie Niner happening.
That's number 3 today, if you're counting.
Yes.
Teams, but in total, not the most egregious.
Yeah, not the worst. I mean, you gotta be careful. I mean, there's a lot of stuff happening. They tried to back away, but you gotta remember, as the overtime kicks in and as it goes further and further, the time to be on cart goes shorter and shorter. So as soon as you just take a pinky toe off of it for a millisecond, boom, it's done. You live and die by the cart when it comes to overtime. Especially later on into
it. Seriously. And that's why we saw someone switch over to Roadhog earlier, right? To stay on the cart, and that ended up being a bad idea. So hyper-focusing on certain situations might actually bring you demise as opposed to success. You've got to be very happy about that push if you're Delta Phoenix. Anything more than 1 point with 1 minute on the clock on Dorado is very, very, very good for you. So now Noble, thank goodness for them, they have 5 minutes. And where the car is right now, I would say usually would take that 5 minutes to go. You have a little bit more wiggle room, but it is not as much. Before it was like, California King dead, you can just go in there and flop on down, the memory foam would catch you. We're not there anymore, right? Because of this 4th point, it's just a mat on the floor, right? Right now.
Pretty much.
Go for it.
It's going to be hard for them to get. Sometimes it can be hard for teams to get past this first point, but it's definitely doable. And with 5 minutes, I think Noble can do this.
I do too. I do too. The possibility is there. It's not like 0%. And honestly, it's not like 20%. I would probably give them a 35, 40% to beat Delta Phoenix, but they're probably closer to 100 on getting this first point. So Delta Phoenix's game is take as much time off of the clock as possible in this first go round. And Boat getting first blood, I believe, for 5 rounds in a row is going to be doing just that.
Yeah, good dive coming from Moofy and Boat at the exact same time. Yet again, they are doing a fantastic job, in my opinion, of being able to just go for that early pick sometimes. You know, Moofy's ball tonight has been pretty good. I've been pretty happy with it. Him and Mikey, I think, have been some of the better balls we've had tonight.
Oh, I totally agree. I think Skiz has the winning. You ready? This is the funny sentence. The winning ball out of everyone that we've seen today. Congratulations. Your ball is the winner. As Delta Phoenix and Noble now is they're fighting off against each other once more. So about a minute has already gotten taken off the clock. Noble again still in a pretty nice position, but as time goes on, the percentage of Delta Phoenix winning this map continues to go higher, and they're so good on control. You don't want to go into control behind if you're Delta Phoenix. Dirk gets another pick. This guy's Zenyatta is absolutely amazing. The Mercy got a lot better last time around too, but there's not really a lot of teams that their Zenyatta is kind of their linchpin. You know what I mean? And honestly, Delta Phoenix might be really close to that.
Yeah, Delta Phoenix doing a really good job of holding here, barely using any ults. All they did was use an Echo ult, I think, and then maybe a bomb. I mean, they still have Pulse Bomb, but yeah, that was really good. Noble, I haven't used anything, so it's just been really just straight up just clean, just bear fights, and Delta Phoenix is getting on top of it, and Noble having a hard time.
Yeah, this is exactly what happened in maps 1 and 2, right? Where we were like, did they get a 6v6, right? And in the first map of Control, I'm not sure Noble ulted maybe more than twice. All right, so Sinatra's going to use that Dragon Blade. This is a really big deal. Should be able to get that pick onto that Echo, but no, the Transcendence is going to save them instead. So Squid's going to have another life, and Infernal actually going to be turning this around and taking down the Echo, taking down that Wrecking Ball. So Delta Phoenix, once again, 2 minutes have already gotten taken off of the clock, and what seemed like a 100% possibility to at least finish point A, I would say is coming down to like 80% right now with 2 minutes and 43 seconds. You have less time than this initially to run this point, and we haven't really moved all that much.
Yeah, Delta Phoenix doing a grand job. Lovely Sigma ultimates trying to stop the Get Blade. Almost missed it, but ends up managed to pick up Mikey there on the ball and shut him down. Also, beautiful Transcendence coming from Dirk. Let's see. Oh, nice minefield.
Really, really good at minefield. You're going to use the Transcendence just to walk your way through. It's going to clear up the path. And so that's why you're saying sometimes you use that minefield just to use it, get another one, use it when you need it, right? And so Noble, Delta Phoenix, once again, so close this entire time. You see it in the scoreline right now. We're 4-3, 1-1 with a draw right now. So that's how we got here. How are we going to finish today? But first, we have to get through Dorado, and Delta Phoenix is making that very, very hard for Noble right now. We are under 2 minutes. You're not going to get any more time for finishing this point, and now Delta Phoenix has a decision to make. How aggressive do I want to be? Am I going to compete for this point? And Boat falling there is going to give them free distance when this gate opens.
Yeah, Delta Phoenix kind of falling apart there. Getting a little too rambunctious with the minefield in there. It was just very good with the slam, but they just managed to use the Transcendence, push up, get the Echo Sig ult, and just keep pushing forward. Even though they had that nice rally come in, it didn't seem to really buy him much. But on the other hand, Delta Phoenix has some nice ults coming up here. Looking forward to holding this, to see if they can hold it for the next 2 minutes.
All right. Petals on the Echo. Not my absolute favorite, but it seems to be working out much better on this map. I like the Echo high ground on Dorado more so than some other maps. Those can be a little bit more safe. As the Wrecking Ball duplication is going to start through, does get the proximity mines off. It's going to make it a lot harder for Noble to walk through. That self-destruct should have been able to clear those out along with that Transcendence. And if you got the full cooldown of that duplication, Petal now going to use that Echo now. You know, that's the thing. I love it when I'm proved wrong. I love it when I say someone is underachieving and then starts to achieve and even overachieve now as Noble putting his team on his back with 30 seconds remaining and only a couple meters. Did they finish? Oof.
Oh, they got it.
Oh no!
Gotta say,
Oh no!
I don't mind the echoes swap into the ball. I think it's decent usage, but it just doesn't. Sometimes it doesn't seem to just give them what they need, and Noble just barely getting it out of there. But you gotta give shout out to Delta Phoenix for doing a good job of holding for almost 4 minutes plus. That was really impressive. But Noble just managed to get enough ults and just push forward. Also, I'm pretty sure I think I saw Sinatra / Malthy on the high ground, which he shouldn't have been up there, but he managed to make it up there and rain hell.
This is a pretty intense day of games so far. Trials has been absolutely amazing. We potentially have 1 or 2 maps remaining, and so we're going to take a quick break, and we'll get you there soon.
Big! Uprising Academy, they lay down the shatter, let the bodies hit the floor. Uprising Academy at 95%.
Right now with Ivan building up to this Vera barrage so quickly.
Oh!
And asking!
Double kill in the back with the pulse bomb from the high ground. Aerial assault with that mine.
Impact se escucha debajo gritar campeón a Star Foxes.
Holy cow.
And after 42 consecutive losses, the Shanghai Dragons get their first win.
8 teams enter this weekend.
Oh no, Reinhardt, what are you doing?
We got a clip with minimal information. It's time to break it down. Speed, 25%. Go. Figure out what this man's SR is.
Keep fighting till it's for sure lost.
Winnable!
So you queue up for Overwatch Ranked, only to be greeted by this, which then leads to this, and oh no, Reinhardt, what are you doing? The solution? Elo Hell pickup games.
Hey, you know what? Just what we're doing.
Oh my god, it's huge! Oh no! Kill! Let's go!
Open to players of all ranks and most platforms, Pugs give you the chance to experience competitive Overwatch as it was meant to be played. Competitively.
I need help.
I'm with you.
Shoot.
No way, dude.
Go. Let's go. Nice. Good call.
Players set their icons to indicate the role they want to play, then 2 captains pick their teammates and draft the most competitive teams they can. You can also take part in our pioneering learning event, Coached Pugs. To take part, join the Elo Hell Pickup Games Discord, and be sure to read the Pug Guide and FAQ. Good luck, have fun, and we'll see you in-game.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. This has been a long but amazing day of games, and I just want to say, Clone Man, before we get a little bit into the nitty-gritty of what's been going on, I want to talk to you, as Ilios might be our deciding map for Noble. How are you feeling, man? This is your first time? I mean, you got gifted some amazing games to start this out with, and so how are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling all right. A little tired because these matches have been going on for a long time, but hey, I'm pushing through. These players can do it. I can do it too. I got to shout out all the players. They've been doing great tonight. Having a series go this long for both teams is just amazing. So shout out to the players and the coaches, everyone like that, everybody here. I'm enjoying it, and what a day.
Seriously, I love contenders, right? This is just one of those things, and I think you're getting to see a little bit of that that view of why why people are so passionate about this particular tier of Overwatch, right? There's such a great community here and such great opportunity to make this something special, and I really do believe we're moving that direction, and I'm very happy to see what players like Bo on Delta Phoenix and Squid do, and see where Noble is going to get better, because the story here and I think I'm correct, I usually am, is that Delta Phoenix and Noble are playing very, very different games right now. Delta Phoenix seems like they are very, very streaky, right? For 5 minutes, they're the best team in trials. Right? For 5 minutes, they might be the worst team in trials. And it's kind of random as to when that's happening. Noble, however, seems to be consistently playing the same throughout. And so they're surviving the moments where Delta Phoenix are absolutely destroying them. They're waiting for when they get down to like that below average point, and that's when they start looking for their opportunities. It's actually been quite interesting to see how Noble has faced off against Delta Phoenix, as they've definitely learned as time has gone on.
Yeah, I think Noble really doing a good job of adapting to the situation, and Delta Phoenix 2 doing it too. I would just like to see him do it a little bit faster, but hey, we're right into it, and we got a Torb.
Wonderful. We shall see if the Torb is going to stick around. If you win the point first and have a Torb, that is amazing for you. If you lose the point, you're switching that character and resetting your ultimate. So it is going to be very important for Noble. They're going to be quite aggressive on trying to get to the point proper. They might have to do it in strides based off of who they are and who they're playing, but it looks like we are going to be able to get to the point pretty quickly for Noble. We already have a couple picks. This is a perfect scenario for Sinatra and Noble.
Yeah, I'm thinking Delta Phoenix just pulled the trigger a little too early there. Summer wasn't quite in position. I would like to see him, get ready for a hack, let them come to point, or like, they just needed to wait a little bit. Noble just playing the nice safe comp, the double shield, playing behind shield, got the Torb. Really hard to dive. I think they just need to go to point, let them come to point, and then look for your dive. So let's see what kind of happens here. Maybe we get a change, and we do, coming in with a pharmacy. So I'm liking this.
Yeah, the first pharmacy of the day. And, I started today saying, who's really good at Pharah is Boat. Unfortunately, not really in the meta, but definitely works on this map specifically. So Noble has the McCree. I actually maybe thought that they scouted the Boat Pharah for this map, because Petal's still on the McCree. It's not over, 37% on the clip.
Yeah, I think the Pharah pick actually working out really well. When you have people clump up that much, Pharah does a lot of damage, and with a Mercy pocketing her, that's even more damage. So you knock somebody around the wrong way, the ball boops somebody where you want them, they hit a direct rocket for like 150 something damage, and you're golden. And it seems to be working out really well for them. So very smart from Delta Phoenix.
Man, Bo is such a good Pharah. I love watching. And it's not Mangachu Pharah, that's for sure. I don't know if anyone's gonna be. In like my heart of hearts, there was that one play on Shrine with Mangachu like 3 years ago that I still remember. In terms of Pharah, but both definitely making an argument to start being considered when people talk about Pharah. I really believe this is his second best character. I think Hanzo is his best character, and Tracer is probably third. And we're seeing why they might run this Pharah. It's a little off meta, but with this particular map on Ruins, there's a lot of ability for the Pharah to get everyone into these tight spaces and then just blow them up. Hasn't even needed the rocket barrage.
Yeah, I gotta say, Mangachu back in his day, when I was on XL2, we always had a nice a video or a clip to show when he hit a good air rocket or something, and I always watch it. I always love seeing it. And Boat's doing a really good job of just pounding that damage. Delta Phoenix barely using one ult to get that fight win for them. Looking really good here, coming up close to almost one fight potential, maybe two if they flip it, but this is looking kind of scary for Noble. I'm not sure if I like the Genji pick coming into this, but see if they can make it work.
Oh, beautiful. No, as Infernal gets like a very, very good accretion muck hit, though, so we have to use that Transcendence just to even keep onto the point. They're also at an ultimate disadvantage. So this is, man, this might be looking like a throwaway map for Noble right now. Of course, they want to compete, but with Petal dying in the grab flux, it is not good news for them. Delta Phoenix showing up as to why they started this so strongly. They're up 1-0, trying to push this to a 6th map.
Yeah, a little bit question on the Genji pick. I can understand, trying to dive on somebody, trying to get in there, but it's kind of hard for Genji to get in there when you have a Pharah kind of constantly on him. You have a Tracer kind of pestering you, maybe a ball. So good on Delta Phoenix for adapting. I was talking about that earlier, and they were lickety-split on it. They did that adapt. They said, this is what they're playing? Well, we'll do Pharmacy, and we'll beat you with it. And that's what they did. They punched that ticket. They're doing good.
Oh, man, it took a long time to get here. Right, the travel time was actually quite a lot, but they found the one map that I think it really works on in this particular map pool, and it's going to bring them a potential map 6. Noble though could win the next 2 rounds. That's definitely on the table. Noble now.
Yeah, it looks like Delta Phoenix is going to come in here with a somber play this time. Maybe looking for a hack on the ball. You know, try to bait the ball to point. You look for that early hack, you kill the ball, and then you're in good business. But it seems like it's not the case. It looks like they're going for a little flanky flank.
Doing it a little dirty, my friends. The Squid now is going to get that kill because of that. But the return kill is actually really nice, especially since it's on another support. Now, it is really anyone's game as Soko is going to fall. That defense matrix isn't going to be there to keep the damage from Squid away. But when you have the Tracer being able to get into the face of the other D.Va, you have equalized this fight. However, the spawns are going to be a little bit more favorable to the team that initially started losing if you're able to bring it back. But Moopy has 2 kills with that grappling hook. Delta Phoenix in control once more.
Yeah, I really like the play there from Delta Phoenix. Ended up working well for him. They just went right in there, went aggressive yet again. Like we talked about, you know, they're playing their game. They want to get in there, and they're doing it. Noble just seems to be kind of lost in what they want to do.
Oh man, they have to again find that North Star, right? This was the same exact story on Control earlier. I mean, it feels like 2 weeks ago, but it was hours ago, right? Noble could not figure out Delta Phoenix in these aggressive atmospheres. It doesn't seem like that they're able to come up to each other and attack in a 1v1 duel, right? Delta Phoenix seems to be getting the better of that. If Noble's able to get a team fight, that's where I think that their advantage is, but you're going to have a hard time finding that on Ilios.
Yeah, a little bit of a throwaway, in my opinion, from Moopy there. Like, he was going to die, like, oh, I'll just cover this area with mines. Not really needed. I'd like to keep him, let him save it. But looks like we have an EMP coming up here. Could be very big and deadly. That could be another fight went easy for them.
All right, Self-Destruct does find a Mudkip, and again, that's another 15 to 20% on the board. Delta Phoenix have pretty much gotten them into one-fight territory. If this fight doesn't change anymore, you got that initial pick, and anytime you get that first pick, you should try to push for your advantage and keep going, and that's now with the second kind of engage with that EMP, they finally are able to secure the fight. They're not going to have the same kind of resources they could have had in this one-fight territory. Sound barrier, though, does start for Delta Phoenix, as Moopy's not going to be along for the ride. Does get back. Is he going to be able to join the rest of his team? It looks like he is.
Nope. Oh, no.
Oh, Mega. Oh, still alive.
Oh, my.
Still alive. Still alive. You cannot let that happen. When you have that Wrecking Ball out of position like that from below your spawn, that's an opportunity, and you wasted it. Anyway, Noble now using their ability to come and claw their way back. This is a really good big option for them. They finally have a door that they can go through, and Noble are going to be able to take this point. Now they have to here on out.
Yeah, I think the beat there was a little too aggressive, a little cocky maybe. They were in their spawn. Just get out, you know, hold the point, you know, kind of stall it, and then save the beat for a more bigger pressing matter. And, you know, they did save my beat and stuff like that, and they made Noble use a couple ults, but I would like to see that beat stay up with them, or like keep them.
All right. Delta Phoenix and Noble now are going to pause. And, man, this is a pretty intense moment. I'm curious as to why the pause is there. Hopefully, ultimates don't get reset. But as we are getting into, you know, the 10 o'clock time for East Coast, you can tell I've been watching a lot of news. For the East Coast, we are still in this game. We are in a position where Delta Phoenix is looking like a 2-2 right now. What can Noble do? They have the point. They're in control. They need to be perfect, and we've seen them do it. But who is going to be able to do the final blow, right? Who's going to be able to bring the team together and put up shop and maybe win this round?
For Noble, I'm really looking at you know, Mouthfeel again. Maybe he goes for another little weird pick and it helps him out, or maybe they stick on what they're doing. They just really need to just stay on the point, or just, you know, kind of look for those early picks and or little cheeky picks, you know, like the flanky ones. You know, you get that pick you need. They just need something to stay alive and just keep the point to their side, because the point flips there if they use a alt wrong, then Delta Phoenix can just easily take that and take it all the way right into a victory.
I mean, it happens. It's you know, you do have to be perfect, right? As we are going to unpause here in just a few minutes. And when you're at that 99-0 scenario outside of City Center, right? I think a 99-0 scenario in City Center is a little easier, right? To bring it back to 99-99. But on this particular map, it can be pretty difficult, especially since there are so many entrances to the objective. So the wrecking balls are starting to do really, really good work. But the other thing that I'm starting to notice now, just like you and me, and probably you guys at home, right? We're getting late. We're probably pretty hungry right now. And that you have to think about. The thing about esports is there's a long day ahead of you, right? And you have to be able to focus. I mean, there is a game out there where I play and it's a literal sleeping pill for me. Like I focus so hard for those 30 minutes, right, that I have to sleep afterward, right? And if that's me, right, I can only imagine what these kids and these coaches and these family members and everyone else involved from behind and in front of the camera must be feeling right now. How do you overcome that kind of fatigue? Because you've been there, Clone Man. You're here
Yeah,
right
I've
now,
definitely
but as a
yeah.
player.
I've definitely had those long days, you're just sitting there grinding. Some days a little better than others because, you have a little bit of timeout or, you're waiting for matches so you can kind of goof off with your friends a little bit or chat with your team, get something to eat or drink and just relax for a little bit. But sometimes it's grind and it's just go, go, go. You're playing a little bit of rank beforehand, then you're playing your match. Maybe there's more matches depending if you're like in a little tournament stuff, like I was in the Echo tournament, right? It wasn't too bad, but in the earlier days, it was really much a big grind of like, don't stop, can't stop, don't stop. And it looks like we're right back into the game.
All right, here we go. I don't see any ultimate changes, so it doesn't look like we had a DC. Must have been a different issue. Sinatra, though, going to keep up this pressure. Oh, no. We said that they needed to be perfect, and this is not what perfect looks like. Oh, Self-Destruct, though, might be able to give them a little bit of extra time, and now that Infernal is off of that mech, there is a little bit of an opening now for Noble to come right on through. They've got the legs, they've got the ball, they can come back. Pedal, too, going to get another pick, but no support means that Pedal's going to have to take care of himself. He's going to get hacked, so he's not going to be able to do anything more with that grenade or with that healing, but the cooldowns are still already there. And for some reason, we're still on this point. That looked like a Delta Phoenix win a little earlier, and it's still looking that way, but Noble's still on this point. Huge boop from Fishcake to get that Wrecking Ball off of the point. That's going to be a lot of point presence missing now from Delta Phoenix. Bo and Squid want to be able to run around. They don't want to be on the point, so it's going to be up to that Diva to be that point presence, and it's starting to work. Noble will fall. We are going to map 6.
It looks like it, Boop. It just seems Delta Phoenix has Noble's number on those control points. Noble just seems so lost. They have somewhat of an idea, but it just Delta Phoenix just one step ahead, being able to just get in front of them and they just have the plan. They know what they want to do.
Man, if this is like an aggressive type map, I'm not actually quite sure if we're going to another control, if we're going to cycle through some of the other maps. So yeah, we are going to another control.
Okay.
Hey, and in Clone
Nice.
Man, I get to share another first with you. This is my first map 6. When it comes to this format of Contenders. Yeah, I've been casting for Overwatch for what, 2.5, 3 years now. This is my first map 6 since we went to the first of 3 format. So thank you for sharing this with me. There are very few people that I would rather be here with. Everyone that like Shy Guy, Mama Clone, they're all really awesome people. So I'm really happy that they get to share in this experience with you and you kind of expanding your sights on what your future can hold. But let's talk about the future of these two teams, Delta Phoenix, Noble. Look at how close this has been. 2-0, that was not close, right? Control is definitely Delta Phoenix's game, right? And if they win, it's because they win 3 control maps, right? So we drew on Hanamura. Hollywood was 4-5. Dorado was 4-5. And then we get another kind of shellacking on Ilios. I think Delta Phoenix must feel really good. Noble has not figured out this control map against Delta Phoenix. They've had 2 attempts in 4 rounds to do it, and they have not done it. What are they missing here? What is Delta Phoenix doing that is causing so much trouble for Noble?
I'll think back to my days. I had problems with control points. Just it can be really hard. Some teams just really have good strategies for it, and this could just be one of those teams that have they've played control points a lot, and they just really enjoy it, and they just know how to know how to just push the objective. They know how to get in there on the team. They just know everything about it, and Delta Phoenix has it on the other maps too, somewhat, but it just seems like Oasis they haven't really nailed in there. And Noble on the other hand seems just lost.
Literally lost. There is no there doesn't seem to be any win condition that they're able to identify. And when we had, plays for Noble, it was more of an individual situation, right? Like with Petal at the end of that last round, it was more of an individual situation doing this. So as we kind of continue on, there's been a lot happening. So we've gotten a lot of information. I think it would be really good for us to kind of go over what has happened today with these two teams and how we got here. So first, we started on Control, and honestly, Delta Phoenix looked like the best team in the group. Completely honest with you.
Great.
Amazing. It was honestly mind-blowing how well they played. So if you're their coach, look at the first like map and a half and tell them, do this. Just do this every time. Right? I know that's, very forehead, but it's true. Once we got to more team-oriented situations, right? The fall off wasn't as high as say QARA's was, right, Clone Man? And so
Right.
I think the team play with this team is actually better, but also where they can improve. And so when they finally get there, that might be how they make it into contenders, right? They're
Yeah.
on the line, I think, right now. But they definitely have the possibility of maybe next Trial of Champions or next version of this tournament to really make their name known and make it in. If they play like they did in this first map, or as they play on Control. And because if you're going to be good on one map type, right, Clone Man, it's Control.
Yeah, being able to brawl pretty good is definitely one of the things. If I'm Noble, I'm definitely looking over the VODs for this week and going, what are we doing wrong? We need to fix some stuff. So we're right into it. Let's get into it.
All right, we are into it, folks. It has been a very one-sided matchup when it comes to Control. It has been all Delta Phoenix the entire time. They have risen from the ashes, winning 2 Control maps and drawing a assault map, bringing them to the possibility where all they need to do is win their 3 Control maps. That might just be a huge big brain strategy, trying to go for a draw and getting them to their best map type to come and get the dub, but they already have the point owned. Noble didn't even try to compete with it. There wasn't even a Symmetra to get them really, really close really quickly, as Boat is going to get mud-kipped. That split of attention happens once again.
Yeah, Moopy coming in there, messing up his grapple, but somehow managing to taunt the enemy team enough to make them look at him and buy him enough time to get the Zenyatta of Noble. But a big stick though.
Huge stick. You kind of saw that coming, right? Squid was just in such a good position, and no one was paying attention to him. He was free to rain and farm up that pulse bomb, and then with everyone grouped up like that, had the easiest pulse bomb of his life. Gets the kill, brings it back, and Noble's hope has been dashed. That's going to be tough emotionally at this point in the night to come back from, honestly.
Yeah, it's definitely draining when, I've been in the map situation like this, last map, you're like, all right, guys, come on, you can do it. And sometimes some of the other players they don't have the energy, and you're the one trying to rally the troops, and it's just not happening. Well, I hope they can do it. They're going to need that. They need that energy.
Who's the drill sergeant, right? Who's going to bring them up to this level, right? Clone Man, if they can do it, we can do it too. Delta Phoenix, 60%. They're only 2 rounds away from pulling off this upset against Noble. Petal's going to use that ultimate just at the same time as Fish Cake. It's, I feel like Tagfire's is a little bit more of a zoning ultimate than a damage ultimate. Part of me thinks you could be doing more damage if you just don't use it, but you use it again for scouting as well. And finally, Noble has been able to break through. Delta Phoenix is kept from one fight territory? No, they are not. They make it into the 80%, and Delta Phoenix are totally fine with losing this fight at this point.
Yeah, I'm definitely happy if I'm Delta Phoenix managing to stall that time. If you notice in the beginning of the game, Noble was trying to, get around themselves around, and just Delta Phoenix had all of the ground they wanted. They managed to take the point and just hold it for as long as they have it. And this is really good. They have a lot of ultimates coming up here. This could be it. One map. They finish this, and then one more, and that could be it, Boop. This is do or die time.
Exactly, and Boat has an EMP. So those check marks on Noble? None of those might matter. If this EMP is huge, and we've seen a 6-man EMP already, is Sinatra going to use that blade to try to get him into the backline as Lear is going to fall? They are okay with this, honestly. Boat should not use EMP. They're just going to reset. They have a little bit of wiggle room. Now Delta Phoenix actually in a better position now on this fight. Coming back in, Infernal should probably throw himself off of the map. There we go, as we're very, very close to that self-destruct.
Yeah, if I'm Delta Phoenix, I'm pretty okay with that. He probably got the beat up, but he didn't want to, I'm thinking, or maybe he just died too fast. So good job on Matthew there for getting that blade and really doing a lot of work with it. So Delta Phoenix coming in here though with a nice EMP. This could be a really big EMP bomb maybe. It's gonna be I'm looking at Mudkip here for a nice drone to save everybody's life. Or
bomb doesn't get anybody and no one is dying. This is really bad news for Delta Phoenix. That could actually be a little bit of a throw, but Moopy coming in once again. Look at the environmental kills. So many kills, so little time on Noble. Delta Phoenix are gonna lock this round up, and this team is scary on Control, man. They, you know, if I'm their coach, I'm saying, you know what, maybe we don't practice Control this week. We're probably okay. We need some help on some of these other map types. Man, Delta Phoenix might be the best Control team in, one of the best Control teams in Trials, as the Sombra is going to come right back. No 65 available for Noble. I would say they have like a 5 to 10% chance of coming back, which is coming back down to like 2% now with that second kill. And this has been, you know, you were talking about earlier, the Wrecking Balls really interacting with each other and actually on even footing, but the last 2 maps on Control, it has been all moving.
Yeah, Moopy's been doing a great job setting up his team, looking for that perfect time to dive in. You know, I was talking about those right time, right moments kind of thing. Moopy's been doing a really good job with that. Just being there when his team needs it.
I'll be there. I'll be there. Okay, anyway, sorry everyone. No, I don't think that was that bad. Just be completely honest with you. Anyway, Delta and Noble now. Potentially match point for Delta Phoenix. Noble had the opportunity a little earlier today to put Delta Phoenix away. They could not do that. Delta Phoenix now. Oh, we might see some Reinhardt on this map, my friend. But it is a possibility. Ah! I say it and it brings it into existence. I want you to see some Reinhardt, Clem, because you have so much knowledge on this on this hero, sorry, and we are gonna be able to see it. This Reaper Reinhardt is so good on this map and always will be, honestly. So what is Reinhardt trying to do here?
Reinhardt's just pretty much you gotta get the speed. He's got the speed. You're pretty much just pushing into them and looking to hit things and buy space for your team. But against this comp that Delta Phoenix is running, it's gonna be very hard to do anything at the time.
I mean, it's a good idea. I mean, but this is how you do something as a Ryan, a really nice biotic grenade, is where you are seeing some heroes that we don't necessarily see every day. Both, though, on this Pharah, absolutely terrifying. This kid, he's so good at playing this Pharah, but you also have to give a lot of credit to the Mercy attached to him. One, staying safe, but also trusting the Pharah so much that you know that the Pharah is going to produce, which already at 70%.
Yeah, you build barrage very fast as Pharah will stay there. Infernal kind of feeding on the hog there, as most hogs do sometimes. Delta Phoenix maybe have to think about their hog players a little bit with Moopy and Infernal. But, you know, that's not stopping them. You know, they're still playing it. I'm kind of liking where Delta Phoenix is right now.
Pile drive into rocket barrage is actually a very, very nice combo. They're functioning on all cylinders, man. They look unbeatable on Control. Like, Noble doesn't look like the same Noble on any of the other map types. Delta Phoenix does look like the same Delta Phoenix on Control, and that's all they needed to do, right? They just needed to win Control today, and that's exactly what they're going to be able to accomplish. Because I was talking to some Contenders casters earlier, Clem, and some of them said this was going to be a 3-0 towards Noble, so we got to give credit for Delta Phoenix, and honestly, Noble is lost because of Delta Phoenix's play, not because they're bad.
Oh, no, I think Delta Phoenix is playing a really good game right now. They just know how to brawl, and it is very good. Don't know about the Doomfist pick coming in, but... getting a little dangerous here. Getting into one fight territory.
I call this horizontal Pharah. You know, rockets from directly behind you or across the way can definitely happen, and this is the second time Boat hasn't even needed to use the rocket barrage.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it can be a death sentence depending on where you use it, because you just sit there and stationary and people just boop, boop, you're dead. So good on him to, you know, be smart about it and being able to use his rockets effectively, and he's really done a good job playing this coast side right now.
Oh, nice hack. I have a content idea for you a little later. Anyway, Mudkip is going to use that Coalescence to take Boat down, but we've seen this story before. We've been here. This is not deja vu. This is in front of your eyes. Noble's going to win the point once more and have to be perfect. It is a little easier to do on this map than it is on Ilios a little earlier, as Boat is going to use that rocket barrage, and now he has to come into the point. I wonder if he's going to change into something else. But what I was saying there, Clone Man, is I would love for you to, like, do all of the sound effects in this game with your voice. Right, so every rocket that gets hit, you get the boop, boop, boop. See, that's if esports doesn't work out for you, man, I think you've got an opportunity there. What do you think of this Roadhog pick?
I mean, I don't mind it. You know, you're still looking for those early picks and stuff like that. But I mean, if you're not careful enough, you just get hacked. You feed the Sombra ult charge really fast. Is it going to do much for him? We'll see. I mean, it's doing all right, but...
Ooh, I'm definitely curious to see how well Dirk is going to play onto this. Anna has the Nano. Are you going to use it on Squid? No. As they are able to flip the point in the middle of that fight, so Noble is unable to gather any more percentage points, so they have to do an extra 10% in order to just win this round. Delta Phoenix, though, has the Nano, has the proximity mines, and when you have the proximity mines, you can feel pretty good about getting onto the point.
Yeah, you feel a little safer. I was hoping that Delta Phoenix would switch, and they finally have. I would like to see him do it a little bit sooner, but I mean, they did invest beat into that fight that they probably really didn't need.
Oh no, as Lear is going to fall. This is the best Noble has done in terms of control so far today, as Squid is going to get a nice little consolation prize on that neck, but when you see Noble this close to their spawn, it is not good for them. However, they did just blow all of their ultimates, and Delta Phoenix have a couple at their disposal.
Yeah, Noble saying, oh, you want to get into our face? Okay, we'll get into your face. They coalescence, they sped boost right in, and they pretty much won the fight right there. So, coming down to last fight here, most likely. I'm interested to see who they're going to nano. Maybe Squid, I would think. Maybe D.Va, maybe to save somebody. It's going to be tough, but EMP is going to be the big factor in this.
How you react to the EMP is going to be how you win at this game. Both tanks are going to be hacked, and they're going to be very, very vulnerable, as Infernal at least gets the extra life with that mech, and no one actually falls due to the EMP outside of that D.Va. And with the return kill on, I think, a better pick with that support, it's going to be a little bit harder. The Nano was able to get off. I don't see quite who actually got it. Maybe it got stopped, but Lear is going to get another kill. This is back and forth, folks. This fight can still go both ways. Without that D.Va into that mech, it's going to be a lot harder for Noble, guys. This is looking like the end. Delta Phoenix definitely in a really good spot, especially with Soko going down, but they lose their mech as well. Noble now hanging on by the skin of their grappling hooks, and now the winning EMP from Delta Phoenix comes through. Potential winning EMP, but it's looking more and more likely as time goes on that this is going to be Delta Phoenix's point to flip. However, because it's taken a little bit more time, and now that Squid gets stuck and could not rewind, I'm going to take all of that back as Noble now in the driver's seat. How long can Delta Phoenix stall? We are in overtime situations now where the respawns are going to be really, really slow. They're unable to get back to the point. Whew. Cool. Delta Phoenix 1-1. It literally comes
Take
down
a breath,
to
Boop. That was a close one. Just barely coming in there. Just managing to just barely win. The stick on Squid really from Malthiel to Squid really helped there. The Tracer, Squid was doing so much work, and then it got shut down. And just all the small little plays. I would have liked to seen that nano boost used a little bit sooner from Dirk, but I mean, he did kill the fish cake, the Lucio. That's a pretty good trade, and it just ended up becoming a trade fight. And Noble just barely managed to make it work in the end. So this is it, the last of the last game. Who will win it?
Who will reign supreme? Will it be Delta Phoenix? Votes on the Pharah. I like that. That definitely makes me feel pretty confident about that. But Noble has the ability to pop off when it matters. Maybe it was exactly what we were saying before. Well, Delta Phoenix is at their peak, right? Noble, I don't think, is as good. But Delta Phoenix cannot stay at that peak. They've been having a very hard time doing that, and I think that's where Noble gets the advantage. That's, I think, the game state we're at right now.
Yeah, Noble managing to pick up the momentum here a little bit. I wouldn't mind to see, I wouldn't mind to see the pharmacy change maybe a little bit into something else. Very hard for Pharah to really do much with that Sombra out in the field. I mean, you get EMP'd, you fly off the map. Not a good time. Echo, a little bit higher damage, can, you know, her ult a little bit more effective than I would say Pharah's.
So Mercy is going to fall. Noble now has, I think, for the first time in any control round today, captures the point first. That is a big deal. And in terms of, like, you know, I think we're talking about percentages again because of what's going on, but in terms of percent win right now, on this particular map, if you're the first team to cap it, you have like a 70% chance to win. So you always have an advantage if you start out on top, right? So Noble wants to extend that lead so they can give themselves a little bit of room. You know, Delta Phoenix was totally cool with losing a couple fights. They couldn't win the last one, and that's why we're here. Noble in a very similar situation. Let's see if they're going to be able to solidify this win. That pulse bomb's definitely a really great way to do it, and that Mercy's going to Guardian Angel and be very easily tracked. Sinatra, though, needs to be just a little bit more accurate in order to take him down. When you're you're in a position to take down that Mercy, it's your job to do just that. You have to. You cannot be taken down yourself. That needs to change in the future if you want to be able to come back and compete with, teams that aren't Delta Phoenix, as Petal and Mikey will compensate for a little bit of that misplay. And we do have a sound barrier that did go off. I'm not sure exactly how much value he got out of that, but Noble is continuing their domination. They're one fight win away from winning the 6-map set.
Yeah, a little questionable yet again from the Echo from Delta Phoenix to use that Echo ultimate to copy the Wrecking Ball. It's not that bad, but maybe I would like to see something else, maybe like a Diva, maybe Diva Bomb, some defense matrix for his team. Always really handy. I mean, the knockoff's nice, but this is going to look really hard for Delta Phoenix to push in with the EMP, and there it is.
EMP gets 2, and this is it, folks. Noble. Kind of like the whole series was such a scream, and we kind of end on a little bit of a whimper. But we do actually flip the point, so this isn't technically over. This isn't a complete sweep, and we actually have some kills coming the other way. I might have spoke a little bit too soon. Noble now coming right back. The Coalescence should definitely help them stay on to this point, and Inferno coming right back. This is an insane clawback. This is an insane clawback, but we aren't going to be done just yet, folks. We're still here. Delta Phoenix still has a chance to win out. Dark using that Valkyrie, and we have a pause.
I guess we have another pause. Maybe boat falling off the map. Could mean something, maybe internet, whatnot. Unfortunate, but that was a nice comeback, though. The Tracer on Delta Phoenix is doing so much work. Was that Squid, I think?
Yes.
Yes, Squid putting time and effort and just bringing the pain to Noble. Time and again, he has saved his team, and yet again, he has done it. If it hadn't have been for Malthiel sticking him in that last fight in Control Center, he might have been able to take it back, but this is going to be a tough one. They did lose their Doomfist at the end of this. Hopefully, it's nothing bad, but it's going to be tough being down a player.
I think Noble definitely in the driver's seat, right? They did give an opportunity, to Delta Phoenix to get back into this game, and that might end up biting them in the butt. But right now, I think it's okay. They're not in a situation where they've thrown. They have definitely put themselves in a situation to where they might have thrown, right? But in the end, it's all about staying consistent, staying clean, right? When you get to this point again, the coach has got to be saying things like, it's the basics, guys, right? Don't do anything out of the ordinary. Just because this is, map 6, game-winning map, it doesn't change the way you play the game, right? Maybe it does in terms of tempo and like little kind of outlier scenarios, but not really in at the end, as Doofus did fall off of the map. And so
yeah, it looks like a DC coming in for Delta Phoenix. Not a good sign. The time when they needed all their players.
This is what I mean. That's like one of the worst ways to end a series like this, man. It was so good the entire time, and Delta Phoenix had an amazing pullback, and now with that flip, they didn't have all members remaining, and it's just not really looking good for them. That's going to leave a bad taste in my mouth, but I'm not on Delta Phoenix, and I bet that whoever's internet broke just then, your provider needs a call. Like that might affect your money a little bit later, but yeah. Noble is going to win, and it's not in a way that I don't think anybody wants, right? But this is where we're at. That happens, and unfortunately, when you need internet to work, that's when it breaks most of the time. We've gotten to experience that a couple times here, but Clone Man, that's it. Noble takes the victory 3-2 in 6 maps. One 5-map set, 1 6-map set for you on your first go around. What are some highlights for you? This was so close, and Noble was able to pull it out in the end.
Yeah, I think Noble played a very good game, but also have to shout out Delta Phoenix, incredible team. I can't wait to see more of them in what they can become. So shout out to both the teams there. Very sad to see what happened, but it happens. I've been a part of that too. You see it. It's like, oh, well, we have to finish the game. Yeah. And it's a bummer, but man, these teams played their hearts out today. And I have to say, for me, the big things, some of those Tracer pulse bombs, the ball play from some of the players, being able to just look for those nice knockups, some of the combos we saw, like the Sigma Minefield. I love that. That was great. That was genius. Some of the comps they swapped to, the Genji from this team, from Malthiel, all of it ended up working really well. And I have to say, it was one heck of a day.
Oh, man, it
To
seems
put it
like
lightly.
we've lived through an entire month over the last couple days, right? Let's go ahead and take a look at what's still to come for us at the Trial of Champions. So, tomorrow, November 7th, we're gonna have QARA in Last Hope. I'm actually stoked for that, to be completely honest with you. The way that QARA played, they keep getting better through the week, and we have Kratos in Drifters. Kratos having a little bit of a hard time. Drifters was started as some of those former MV, former Doge players, but we have a little bit of a change there. But that should be like some really good player versus player matchups for Kratos and Drifter. So definitely come back and take a look at that. But I do declare that is going to be it for us today. I have been Chris Bupasaurus Lassard here with James Clone Man 16, D'Artangelo. And this was your first ever day casting. Give us like a 5 sentence, like, how do you feel right now? Did you have a good time? You feeling good?
Yeah, I'm like I said, I'm a little tired. I mean, that was a long day of maps, but I enjoyed it. Shout out again to all the teams, production, you. I've had a blast, and it's been very interesting and eye-opening to do this. And yeah, it was great. It was some good Overwatch today. I enjoyed it a
Oh,
lot.
so good. That was amazing Overwatch. I'm so happy that I got to be here and share that with you. And honestly, I think you definitely crushed it for your first time out. Everyone at home, he had never done this before. I said we were going to practice, and then we didn't really get on the mic. We did a little bit more studying in terms of details instead. And I think for all of that, I think you absolutely crushed it, man. So the players did
Thank you
great.
very much.
But so did you. So did our producer. Thank you, everyone behind the camera. Thank you, everyone, for watching. Thank you, all the players, for sticking with us today. That's going to be it for us. Please join us again tomorrow. Again, I've been Boop here with Clone Man. We'll see you next time.
See ya.